it to trial. Take it to trial. Welcome in, grab a seat, hit the like and subscribe. The sweet peas on the mic with that spicy little vibe. Got the courtroom streaming in the chat, going wild. We're debating heavy topics, but still laughing like a child. From objections to confessions to the judge's side eye. If it's justice and it's messy, we gon' talk about why. Every day's a new case, every moment's a ride. And when sweet peas in the building, we be learning with pride. My eyes on deck, keep the room running smooth. Film freak therapist, you know, keeping everyone in the groove. Right to with the facts, pretty brown girl with the sass. Morelia and Fowler keep the peace in the chat. But Jason walks in and the ladies collapse. Chocolate, take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial, trial, trial. Morning shows are sharp, afternoon is on fire. And we catch every moment that the court might inspire. From witnesses whispering, the lawyers trying to hard. You know Sweet Pea breaks it down like a legal tarot card. Chats cracking jokes, dropping theories on the fly. We're serious when it counts, but we still testify. Minds hold it down when the trolls try to play. If you're out of line, court adjourned for the day. But when Jason logs in with that deep hello sound, the ladies in the chat, man, they all fall down. Take it, 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 take it to trial, where the truth gets loud and the laughs run wild. Sweet peas got the spice, she's the queen of the aisle. Chat fam rolling deep, we've been here a while. Lights on, mics up, we gon' do this right. Take it to trial, every day, every night. Take it to trial, trial. When the sun goes down and the cases get deep, after dark gets spicy, no secrets to keep. Taboo topics, big laugh, slap, happy crew. Sweet Pea says behave, but we never really do. It's opinions, confessions, stories untold, but we handle it with heart like the chat made a goal. Take it to trial, from day to night and every wild mile. Sweet Pea's nearly strong with her trademark style. And the fam in the chat always makes it worthwhile. Turn it up, show some love, hit the like on sight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial, yeah, we live tonight. Take it to trial.
I tell you, I can't. If I don't play the song in the morning, I'm not gonna have nothing for y'all. That song gets me so excited. It gets me so excited for whatever we got in store today, whatever it is, you know. Oh, happy after Turkey Day, Gobble Day. Happy day after Thanksgiving. I don't know. You know, I'm not into the. I used to be into the day after shopping. When my kids were real like small, but now I'm kind of like, no, you're not fooling me with $5 off, so I can be trampled through the line. No way. But now that they got better, they done moved it into shit. We're just gonna give you deals all week. Like here y'all go. Here go the deals all week. You ain't even gotta come in here. And if you wait long enough, Walmart sometimes they have so much stuff that they get for Black Friday. Honestly, you know, many years, you know, the stuff that they may have from like 6, I could think it's like maybe 6 to 10 that they do the Black Friday. They'll start marking the stuff down because they didn't order so much. So like the pajamas, you know, different socks and, you know, the small stuff. Of course, not the TVs because everybody went in there and got them a TV. I didn't know you need to update TVs every year, but apparently you do. Or maybe all these people got a whole bunch of rooms for a whole bunch of TVs. That could very much be true. It may just be. I don't know. Hey, SD. Oh, she was first in the house. First in the house. First in the house. SD must have went to sleep early because she was in the room at 5 o'clock this morning. 5 o'clock in the morning. Where you going to be? Well, don't be outside on the corner. Definitely don't want you there, but you can be in here. I'm okay with that. Hey, Hazel. Happy after day Thanksgiving. Hope you had a great one. Hey, therapist. Hey, Lexi. Yes, I hope everybody had a great Thanksgiving. Um, it's so nice. Hey, Gwyneth. It's so nice. We have Black Friday in England. Wow. But no Thanksgiving. It seemed like y'all cheating. Thank you, thank you. I'm glad. I'm so glad to have you. Yeah, I love Kat. Yeah, she's covering this trial, and you talk about somebody that really yeah. She covering this trial. This case so confusing. I just keep listening to it over and over in different places. I go to Catch channel. She's really the one that I go to listen to it. So we'll definitely drop her link and put her stuff in our description box. But to just kind of give y'all an idea, like we haven't even really like scratched the surface of this case. They started having hearings, to my understanding, back in May. They had some post-conviction hearings in August. They had some in November, and then they'll be starting back up in December. Law and Crime does not have all of them. There is another YouTube channel called Trial and Error that I believe has some of them. At least I think that's what Kat's been getting her footage from. And guys, it's like so much more to this. Like we only seeing bits and parts of what they want to see, far as I'm concerned. At least at Law and Crime and different platforms. So hopefully I can get some of that stuff. And what I'll do is I'll put it all together for us. So before our hearing in December, we would have completely watching the Holly Bobo first trial, right? Because a lot of us went in there, never seen the first trial, like myself. So we'll hopefully by that time, like I said, we'll have finished watching the first trial, and then I'll have everything together, hopefully from the post-conviction hearing, that we can watch that right before we get into the hearings that we're going to have later this month. I can't watch the way they have them pieced together. Y'all know I am really a stickler for things not being put together, and they just got pieces and parts everywhere. So I'm gonna take my time and go through them. Now that I know that there is more coverage out there that we just really don't have at this point in time. So I'll get that together, and then we'll watch that, and then we'll have some kind of idea, and maybe we can compare back to, some of the testimony that we're seeing now. Yeah, Gwen. Yeah, I see that, Gwen, and that they have the entire testimony. Yeah, it's like 51 minutes long. I did watch it. I'm hoping that I'm hoping that either I'll talk to Kat or see how I can, because I want to put it all together. It's so many pieces and parts. It's just, I don't like how they I don't like to be spoon fed. That's just like with that Thanksgiving Eve redrum trial that I just streamed. It peed me off, and I do mean peed me off, that it was aired the way it was aired. But we don't have to, I mean, we got to get what we can get, but I don't even know if that was worth getting. Yeah, SD, we don't go over there. Good for her. We don't go over there. Hey, Jason. Yes, he peed off. I tell you, give me a cut from here, a cut from there, a cut from everywhere. Nobody got time for that. So we gonna definitely I'm gonna put it all together. It's better for us just to for me personally, to put it all together and us premiere it and kind of watch it that way, or us do a live and watch it that way, versus to having to flip back and I don't want to do all that mess. Yeah, so we're gonna finish. We are on day 8. As you know, we are in a defense case. Give me 1 second. I try to copy and paste my links. No, don't have it there. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna have to figure it out. Okay, I'll get one of the mods to drop Kat's link in the chat, and I also want to put it in the description. Hey, Marilda, I ain't see you. I see you snuck in here. I can't remember if I said hi to you or not, or what. But I see this dang on juicy at Jason. Damn, Marilda, I don't know. You still thinking? I can't even say you thinking about turkey because you don't even celebrate it over there in South Africa. So I don't know what the hell you thinking about, juicy Jason. Hey, I am Shout. Good morning. Juicy Jason. Jason, you okay? You don't want to be. I don't know about Juicy. Is it Juicy? Did you put Juicy? Hey, Juicy. I don't know. We can't. I don't know. We ain't gonna call him Juicy. We is not calling him Juicy. We cannot call Jason Juicy. You have to find another one to go with the damn J. Now, I'm going to stop some stuff here. Hey, OnlyFans. Shit, Juicy Jason. I don't know about Juicy Jason. God, I don't know. That sounds like you want to squeeze or something. We are not on Turkey Day again. Oh, boy. So we are into the defense case of our girl Jennifer. I don't know what she's doing. Is she gonna be able to do anything? You said you gotta remind Morel that this is a good Christian chat at times. Let me see. Yeah, Joker Jason may sound better. I don't know about I don't know. Juicy. Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. Y'all know I would be. Let me see here. So we are day 8. Let me get our feed up and let's see what we gonna have in this courtroom today. I have no clue. I seen some stuff even come across my timeline this morning. Another person that I kind of watched to get my day started is Gossip, Rumor, Innuendo over there with Kathy. And I seen something for Alex Murdoch, a retrial, and I dang on there threw my phone across the doggone bedroom. Like, I know for fuck, no, what the fuck? That's the first thing I said. And dang on there, threw my phone across the room. Like, I know we are not. We are not. That is not what we doing. When I seen that come through my feed, Lexi, hey, Busy, when I seen that come through my phone about Alex murder, I almost threw my damn. I'm like, what the? No. nope, nope, nope. I don't care who talking about what, when, where, and why, who wants to change. I don't care. And that's crazy because I'm one of the people that be like, okay, if you are found guilty, I want you to be found guilty in the court of law, right? I do not want them. I want the state, they have to prove it. Now, I know that people can be guilty and they get off, right? I blame that nothing but the state. And I know that we want justice served for everybody. No, SD, no. No, because if he take the stand again, talk about Maggie, I ain't gonna make it. Yeah. Like, I don't know who he trying to say did it. I don't know who he can even be trying to say he did it, but I just know I do not. I mean, it's gonna be good content, right? We all gonna be locked in watching it. But that dang on trial, wasn't it like a month and a half long? Paul, you're right, Lexi. Hey, Paul. I was like, Paul, you was done with Paul. Don't be sitting up here calling no dog out Paul. When you was aiming that pistol grip pump at him, he was a motherfucker then, right? He wasn't Paul then. He was like, this motherfucker. Yeah. Keep that same energy. That's what you do. Keep that same energy. Trying to gain some sympathy on there. Yeah, it was about a month. Ain't nobody. I don't know. I don't know if they could entertain me for a month again. Maybe the first time go around, it was okay being a month because it was all new information to us and we were all soaked in and, trying to get every piece of that information. But guys, wait a minute. In our honesty, when we were looking at the Adelson saga, right? By the time we got to Donna's case, I didn't want it to be a long trial. Like, I didn't want to hear all the stuff over again. I mean, we had watched it through Sofredo's trial. We had watched it twice with Katie. And then we watched it again with Charlie. And then here we go again with Donna. Like, by the time we got to Donna, I was done with the Adelsons. Like, I don't even know if they even brought charges on Wendy, y'all. I mean, I would watch it, of course, because it, let's see what they got. But man, I only want her trial to be like 3 days. Like, what I want them to do when they have these rolling trials like this and we have to, convict other people that are associated with the crime, I want them just to have like the jury in the back and play old testimony like we watch. Okay, here's the old because that's basically what they doing, right? Here's the old testimony. We gonna stipulate to this. Y'all all sit in this room. Y'all watch this video of this, and anything new that we have directly for Wendy, that's when we gonna bring y'all out and we gonna live coverage. That's what I want. I don't want a whole month of y'all telling me about how when Wendy was a little girl, what Charlie did, what her brother did, who did. I don't want to hear all of that again. Me personally, but I mean, it's like, no, the thrill is not there anymore. So if we have to go into a whole month, because Alex's trial was very long because of the financial stuff. They had to go over to the boat incident. What happened in the boat incident? How their family controlled everything. Then they went from a boat incident. Then they had to explain all the trouble that he was in as far as the money he had to pay back for Paulie. Paul. whatever. I had to do that. And then, from there, then we had to go into, now he's scamming everybody. I mean, he one greedy motherfucker. Like, he getting all the money from everybody. Like, no wonder they live in the high life. No wonder they got houses and they able to buy boats. And, the boys think that they can do all, spoiled brat children. Yeah, Gwen, yeah. Right, Lexi, like, nah. And when we're looking at like different cases like that, and they doing stuff like what Gwen is saying, Gwen is saying in the chat. My issue with stuff like that is, it's almost saying that, hey, you can go out and assist a person with a crime. You could actually be the person that committed the crime. But long as it's like multiple of y'all together and you flip early on somebody else, you'll get less time or no time, and then they'll take all the time for your crime that you committed with them. It seems, I think that plea deals, it send the wrong signal out to me in some ways, because, okay, I don't know if y'all watched the Queso trial where his dad end up testifying against him, and then they had the snitch parade. That was in Florida. So the dad, even though he was not the pure, he didn't do the actual, he wasn't the trigger man, but he participated in some type of way, like stalked them, they sat outside the guy's house, all of this stuff, and he was aware of this stuff. He never picked up the phone and said, hey, my boy, my son, and his homies, they about to do this, and this. And it only took one call. It only took one statement. It only took one thing for him to do to avoid somebody being unalive. And he didn't do it, right? And now, because he snitched on his son, basically he get out of jail free card. And I don't know if I like get out of jail free cards, because it just makes people think that if me, Marilda, and therapist and SD, we go out and commit a crime, we all sitting at the table, we planning this, and we saying, this is what we gonna do this day. You get the car, you get the gloves, you get the mask, and you be the pure. If we go in there and I say, it was all SD, I'll take the stand. It was all her. I just went behind her and I just helped her do it. They gonna let me off, and then SD go. I mean, like, nah, we cannot. You would sell me down the river, because I'll get to you first, boo. That's what I'm saying. It's whoever gonna be the snitch first. And I find that, no, we all participated. No, it's whoever get there first, SD. So what happens? I get there first. They pick me up first. It's like, okay, or if you get caught doing another crime, like, really? That's so unfair. I think it's unfair. That's just me. So when Gwyneth was saying, like, it was 4 people, like they had investigated like a total of 6 people, 4 people they saying involved. So they saying all these men were doing certain things to her. Now, how they proving that she had these things? Yeah. I just don't think that just because you get rewarded for being a snitch, basically. So we can go out here and do these crimes, and before the police even get to looking into us, I'm telling on you, just in case. Just in case. I'm telling on you. And that's messed up. I think everybody should have to go down. So yeah, that really gets, but I guess they want to call it like they want to catch the big fish. But no, y'all should have enough evidence. Make sure let's just get some evidence. And no, we don't have to worry about catching the fish. And like with this case, it just seemed like they did just decided because Dylan, all of them were all outlaws, all criminals, like they all were just druggies. We had a whole prison parade the other day. Every convict in whatever prison they in came in and testified. I mean, they flew convicts in. Like these convicts, they had been in the prison system, had all types of ordeals. They moved out of state, and the state said, "We need your testimony so bad. We gonna fly you in." One guy drove back, and he was just in there because his driver's license, he didn't know anything. The African American guy, I can't remember his name, but he testified. Everybody wear bow ties down there. I don't know. I'm starting to think something about men that wear bow ties. Men with bow ties don't seem like they got it all away. I don't know. The judge got on the bow tie. All the people that's testifying got on the bow tie. Either the men got on the bow tie or they got on a jail uniform. Oh, well, maybe that speaks a lot about Doug. Because I tell you, all these people that's coming in here with these bow ties, I'm like, dang, everybody that wear a bow tie is a felon. You say you could get it? Mr. Bates. He said you can get it. But you got to bring the bow tie. If you don't bring the bow tie, you can't get it. I tell you that this judge is something else. Okay, yeah, guys. If you are just listening and not watching, if you could hit that like button, SD is doing a call to action for y'all. If y'all can please hit that like button, let YouTube know that we out here in these streets. We on. Let them know they're taking the trial and turned on the lights, and now they have to come home. All my street cats, we got to put it out there, but we got to hit that like button, right? Thank you, guys. I surely appreciate it. Yeah, because sometimes we got people listening and they not actively in the chat. And it's so funny. And to be honest, y'all, it's very a good thing for us to do because just reminding people, because yesterday I was out here in these YouTube streets, and it's so crazy. Even when we being a content creator, sometimes I forget to hit the like button. But if I'm, when people tell me, when I see it in the chat, or I hear them say it, it reminds me to kind of go out and hit the like button. Oh, look at Marilla. She said, "Happy after Turkey Day. Gobble, gobble." Let's see you wobble, wobble. Shake it, shake it. I ain't gonna do, I won't. I don't even know what song that is. I just know it's a song somewhere out here in this atmosphere. Thank you so much. You say you got shortcuts on your phone. Yeah, it's so funny because like when I'm over there, it's like, or anywhere, I try to make sure that I, hit the thumbs up, but sometimes I be so thirsty to get in the doggone chat that I be forgetting. So it'd be nice to have some good reminders. Thank you so much, Marilda. Appreciate it. She want to wobble, wobble, shake it, shake it. When you do gift memberships, it like calls out people not talking. When you do a gift membership. Oh, really? So I have to check on you and SD for that like button time. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Yeah, so we got so y'all make sure that if y'all receive that gifted membership from our girl Marilda, all the way from South Africa. She said she liked to wobble, wobble, shake it, shake it. The day after Thanksgiving. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, honey. Thank you. So we are going to get into our day 8. You say you hit it before anything? Yeah, I guess so, SD, if you were in the chat at 5:10 in the morning. All right, Gwen, you have a good one. Enjoy your day, huh? Thanks for stopping by. I do want to make sure just before I start, guys, because I'm trying to get better at and all the things that I am trying to make sure happens while we're out here. So before I start planning, because I'll forget. I'm so forgetful. Wait a minute. I be learning stuff new every day. Oh, if you are on any social media platforms, if y'all hear me, just make sure that y'all because it'd probably be easier for y'all if you send me a request. I'm trying to make sure that at least that I can because I can't find I don't know how to find everybody. If y'all can send me a request on any, I got us on all the platforms. I think we on all the platforms. We should be on all the platforms. I'm on way many more platforms than I probably should be on. But if you I know we got a TikTok. We have Twitter. We got Facebook. We got a Discord server. I don't know what to do over there, Discord. I have no clue, but we have it. So if you see it, I typically have it as take it to trial and all that stuff on there. So definitely be able to watch it. Yeah, I seen it, SD. That's how I found out this morning. Yeah, we definitely got Rumble. That's what I'm saying. We got so many things. Yeah, I watched it this morning. Did I do that right? Y'all know I don't know what I be doing. Do that look right in the chat? I don't know. I don't think that's right. Yeah, I watched it this morning, SD. That's how I found out that he was having another trial. That's okay. I'll ask. It's not a complete link. Okay. Let me get it. I think I can get it. I call myself trying to have it on my I don't know. Wait a minute. Because I like to shout her out all the time. Oh, here. Wait me, I got it right here. How that look now? Okay, good. Okay, I'm gonna put that link on my notepad so that way I can have it in that way because I use it all the time. Because I want to shout her out all the time. Like we go back and forth, and this is good, guys. So what I did is like yesterday, like when we're not streaming, I'm typically, if she's streaming, I'm on her stream only because she's covering the same thing that we're covering right now. Now she doesn't like do like probably all the trials like we do over here because we in all the courtrooms. Like she reads over a lot of motions, and I want to say I see her more Atlanta stuff, like more it be more of that kind of stuff, and then more entertainment. Like I see a lot of that stuff. That's kind of like I found her during the YSL trial. But and I think so I think they do a lot of coverage in Atlanta. I'm not sure if she's in Atlanta or not, but what I would like to say is that right now I know that oh, hey, Baka, good morning. Awesome. Of course, honey. Yeah, so we have so like when I'm not on here, I am on her channel like listening because I shit you not, like each time I listen, I find another little nugget, another little tidbit of information. If y'all anything like me, I can watch something over and over again, and each time I watch it, I find something new. Like, I don't watch Everyone Loves Raymond. I kid you not. Like, that's one of my favorite shows, just so y'all know. I watched Everyone Loves Raymond probably. I've been watching it like the last month and a half. Like, on continuous, like it's just in my bedroom on replay on Peacock. Don't judge me, judge Judy. So every time I come in here, Everyone Loves Raymond is on it, right? So that tells y'all how often I watch it. I go through these little phases with series and shows, but each time I watch the episode, I find another little small detail or a small tidbit that I didn't see before. So I know she's actively covering it. So if you want like extra coverage and to hear from a different perspective, and that's a great place to do it. Yeah, so between that and Sons of Anarchy, I'm trying to see. I know Sons of Anarchy is on Hulu, so I'm gonna have to get my Hulu back up so I can do on my Sons of Anarchy marathon, because I'll put that on my TV for about 2 months, and then I'll go to Breaking Bad and put that on my TV for about 2 months, and then I'll go to Better Call Saul and put that on my TV for like 2 months, and yeah, it's just really that rotation. Like, it stays on my TV, kind of like people that watch sports. So whatever series I'm into right that second, it stays on my TV, kind of like people that watch like ESPN. And then when I want to watch a movie or something, I just change it. And then I immediately change it back. Does that make me weird? Maybe. I don't know. But my TV always has something on. That's what's most important. Okay, well, let me see. Let's get us into the courtroom. We must have stopped in the middle on day 8. I don't know. I'm gonna just start us over. I can't remember. It looked like we stopped in the middle because, like I said, I've never watched this trial. And my little bar, that shows when you. But we'll just start over in the beginning of day 8. I can't remember. Did we stop in the middle of day 8? We did. Okay. Because I'm like, why is my red? Because I've never seen the trial, so it shows you on YouTube like how far you got. I'm like, why is my thing in the middle? Okay, well, we'll pick up in the middle where it say we started off where we left off at the end. Let's see.
After the extraction.
I think you directed her exactly what the question should be, and she didn't ask it.
Did you recover these?
Did you recover?
If you didn't, then it's not confidential.
Well, I can't pass him the images yet.
He knows whether or not he recovered any images, right? You didn't.
Did you recover any images off of the computer?
Did I?
Yes.
No.
Was there a search done of his computer at the same time you searched his house?
Yes.
Where this computer was seized,
Correct.
Okay.
Several computers were seized.
and then they were sent to the lab, is that right?
That's correct.
And after that came back, did you ever discuss that material with Terry Britt?
I did.
Okay. And did he deny that any of that belonged to him, or did he acknowledge it?
He couldn't stop looking at it.
He what?
He could not stop looking at it,
Okay,
but he did not deny it.
okay. So anyway, you said you found videos on his computer. What else did you find at his house?
We recovered probably 100 items altogether. We found, we had more dogs there. These dogs were human decomposition dogs. We recovered a shovel, a couple of hammers, and an axe that had been out in one of his storage sheds. And, the dogs alerted to them as being around the scent of human decomposition. And 2 of his vehicles alerted to that as well. And we got the receipts.
So now
We got cell phones.
I'd like to pass forward to you the photograph. Now, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am. These are the antique,
Antique?
correct. Well, that's antique, yeah.
So,
Antique items at the Brits.
and I'd like to have this been marked as an exhibit.
The exhibit, 220.
Now, I'd like to show this to you. Can you please describe?
So you're gonna have to think out and
Will you please describe for the jury what these items are? I'm going to zoom in so you can see some of them a little better. What are these items?
This is a hammer.
Yes.
Okay. This is a axe. This is a shovel.
Shovel.
And this is you have to forgive me, I'm not the actual man on them, but I believe that would be considered a hammer too.
Okay. And why was it that you were referring to these things as being antiques?
Because after we took them, I was constantly requested to get them back to them because they were antiques that had been in the family forever.
Did they appear to you to be antiques?
Again, I don't know what an antique shovel looks like. I'm sorry.
Okay. But who was requesting that get it back?
Janet Britt.
And did you ever return it to her?
I don't remember.
And I wanted to ask you also, in the description that you got of the person that possibly took, or the description of the person that walked away with Holly Bobo, was the person compared to anybody else? Do you remember there being a comparison
Yes.
from Clint Bobo?
Yeah, Clint said that the guy was built just like his cousin Richie Pratt. So we carried, and Holly and Miss Karen were the same height. So we carried Miss Karen and Richie Pratt, basically the same area that Clint saw. We tried to measure the height. So Clint's saying the guy's a little bit shorter than Richie Pratt. So we got, we did some surveillance on Terry Britt. We took some pictures of him as he's walking in and out at the newsletter. And we also had Mr. Richie Pratt walk through at the same area, and we took pictures of them to compare side by side.
Okay. And I've just passed you 2 pictures. What do you recognize these 2 pictures as being?
Okay, this is one picture of Terry Britt, one picture of Richie Pratt taken in the back parking lot of the newsletter.
Okay. And will you hand me the picture of Richie Pratt first?
Yes,
I'd like to have this marked as an exhibit.
221,
And then my next exhibit of Terry Britt.
222.
First, I'm going to put up this picture here. Now, who is this a picture of?
that is Mr. Richie Pratt. He is a cousin of the Bobos.
Okay. Now, who is this a picture of?
That is Mr. Terry Lee Britt.
Okay. And just for the record, Terry Britt is the one that has on the shorts in the picture. Is that right?
That's correct.
Was that another factor that you looked at when you were considering that Mr. Britt might be involved in this?
Yes.
Hey, did you recover any Xerox copies, just to kind of speed things along? Did you recover any Xerox copies at the Britt's home that you found suspicious or odd?
Not that I
How about
remember.
from a yearbook?
From yeah, okay. That one of the lady that I told you that worked at Radio Shack, they had a locked shed in the back, and
Who's they?
Jan and Terry had a locked shed behind their house, and in this shed, in a carpenter's binder, you know, the one that they flip up. In that, they had a picture of this girl highlighted, Nicole N.A.
Okay, and so this picture that they had of her, where did it come from?
It came from the newsletter where Jan worked.
And why would her picture have been in the newsletter?
I believe she had gotten a scholarship or graduated from high school, something like that.
Okay. Did you ever come across a reason why Holly's photograph would have been in the newsletter?
Yes, when she graduated, she was in there too. Got a $500 scholarship for something.
And
It
this
made sense.
person, this NA that you said her photograph from her yearbook was Xeroxed, is that the same way that it appeared in the newsletter, her yearbook photograph?
I believe so.
And so do you remember what school she went to in relationship to Holly?
I think she went to Riverside, the same school, or it might have been Scotts Hill. It
Okay.
is one of the two.
Okay,
There's only two, so it might have been Scotts Hill.
okay.
I know the other lady that I was talking to you about, she went to the other school. She went to Riverside, the lady that he followed home.
And the pink underwear that was found kind of near Shane Austin's trailer. Did you have a working theory on why that pink underwear was found outside his trailer?
Ms. Jackson's sort of opinion or theory, Judge.
Questions, all right, go.
Did you have a working theory as to why that underwear was found there?
My theory, after we figured out that it wasn't Holly's, was that someone was cleaning out their car, and there was another pair of another woman's underwear in there, and they grabbed them and threw them out just going down the road. That was my theory.
And was it related at all to the materials that belonged to Holly?
No.
When you said cleaning out their car, that means just a litter bug threw them there?
Yeah, well, so the route that Holly's cell phone probably traveled, as best we can tell, is certainly when you do the drive times and you do the cell pings and all this, the route that she traveled at around 9 o'clock, she's going down Yellow Spring. The abductor is going down Yellow Springs Road, 902, 905. He's going down that time. So at that point, my theory is he's throwing stuff out, getting ready to go back home. Or
What stuff out?
He's throwing out her.
And who's her?
Okay. The abductor is throwing out Holly's receipts. He's throwing out the panties that just happened to be in the vehicle because they dealt with another girl. He continues on the route till he gets to the creek on Gooch Road, where he throws out the majority of the stuff that he doesn't plan on keeping. He throws out her lunchbox. He throws out her
Notebook, does he throw out
her notebooks, her book, throws out all this stuff. And, my working theory is at that time, Holly was dead.
Okay, and so why is it that you thought that by the time the abductor threw out the lunchbox, Holly would have been dead?
Judge's opinion that he spent way too much time talking about theories and opinions.
No. Objection sustained. Anybody in the world can have a theory or speculate.
I know, but he's the lead agent on the case, Your Honor, directing the investigation, and his.
But not.
Okay, about the palm print that was found on the Mustang. Did you all test Terry Britt's palm print?
I don't remember that. I thought we did. Maybe we didn't.
He was not excluded, was he?
That's right. He was not excluded but he wasn't. They didn't say it was his, but they said they couldn't say that it might have been.
Also, did you find any connection between Zac Adams and Clint Bobo
No,
in your investigation?
none.
Did you find any evidence at all that led you to believe that Zac Adams and Clint Bobo had been meth buddies?
That's ridiculous. No.
Why would that be ridiculous?
Object to his opinion and his theories again, Judge.
What evidence?
We talked to everybody that Clint Bobo knows, everybody that Holly Bobo knows, Miss Karen and Dana, everybody. And the information we had on drug use from the Bobos was simply that Clint had smoked marijuana 3 times in his life, the last time in 2008.
I think we're getting far astray.
Okay. So there was no evidence, though, that he had been involved in drugs.
Not one person told us that.
And did you know what his current job was in the spring of 2011?
He worked for a nursing home company that had several different nursing homes, and he was a counselor. So he would go in and work at one nursing home one day and then go to a different one on a different day.
And so do you know whether or not he was drug tested in relation to that job?
I don't.
What about Natalie Bobo and Zac Adams? Did you find any connection between those two in your investigation?
I believe there was a connection between Natalie. And Zach, or we had information there was,
Okay,
that at one point in time they'd had a relationship.
but when you investigated that, did it lead to anything? Did you ever uncover any evidence that there was in fact a relationship?
I don't.
He just said yes to that
Well,
question.
I think he said that he got tips, right?
He didn't say that.
He said,
They had information.
okay, did you check out that information and did it turn out to be accurate?
Well, the only way we can check that out is by looking at their cell phone and see if they talk. Okay, asking them, hey, have you had something to do with him?
And did you find any records on their cell phone that they had been talking with one another?
Not that I recall.
Okay. And a matter of fact, did you investigate Natalie Bobo with regard to the disappearance?
No.
Well, did you do a preliminary investigation of her?
We interviewed her. We checked out, other people that.
So she was ruled out as a suspect.
We have a witness that said it was a man. What do you want me to tell you? I mean, she
Okay,
was ruled out as a suspect, yes.
Okay.
In reality, she was ruled out as a suspect.
Okay, very good. If I can have a minute, Your Honor. And are you familiar with people that are chronic meth users? You've come into contact with them, haven't you?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay, and people that are chronic meth users, have you ever heard the term meth bugs? What is meth bugs?
So it's actually not bugs. It's a phenomenon. There's a chemical in meth that makes people parts of their body dehydrate. So when they dehydrate, it looks like first it looks kind of like a pimple, but
Like a what?
a pimple, a zit, and then it feels like it itches. It feels like something's crawling in you. It's my education and information. I've never experienced this, but it feels like a mites. They call it mites. So they scratch it. They scratch that area where they're itching, and it's usually on their face. If y'all ever seen the before and after pictures of meth heads, yeah, that's a lot of what you see on their face is this thing called formication, and it's basically a dehydrating of an area of their body,
Okay.
which causes it to itch.
And people that are on meth, do they tend to pick at their scabs and things?
Yes,
And why is that?
because their skin feels like it's crawling. It just feels like it's crawling, and there's actually some people that will pick at it and eat the scab because that chemical is in the scab.
What
That-
chemical?
I don't know the chemical, but it's one of the it's whatever gets you high from the meth. So it's there right there at that sore. They pick it and eat it, and they get a little bit of a high out of it.
So you're saying it's almost like there's a little meth in the scab that they eat and get high from?
Well, I would not all of them, but there are people that do that. Yeah.
Okay. And I wanted to pass up some photographs to you. You testified that you had pulled,
These are old booking photographs of Terry Brett from the 80s and 90s. Just like if you tried to forward an old booking photo of Jason Archer, there's absolutely no relevance at all.
he specifically said that he pulled old photos from 30 years. I want to pass this.
Concerning change of appearance.
Yes,
Are we getting close to concluding?
yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
So I'd like to pass the, and there's one more.
Yeah, this is done for report.
I'd like to pass these photographs up to you. See if these are in fact the booking photographs that you were talking about, that you reviewed regarding change in his appearance. Just one more.
I'm sorry,
The last one isn't even, it's a small picture on a booking report,
it's not a booking
talking
photo.
about something from 10 years ago, 15 years.
And I'm going to pass a tiny little picture that I've torn off of the report. Are these the pictures that you reviewed to see that he had had a change in appearance?
Yes, ma'am.
So I understand the question. Change in appearance from the 80s? That's what you were looking at?
That's all right. Collective Exhibit 223, move on.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, let's take recess. Follow the admonitions we gave you, Jack said. We'll take 15 minutes. Ms. Thompson, you passed the witness, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, cross-examination.
So you've been up there for a while. Okay?
Yes, sir.
We're gonna start where you started with your testimony, okay?
Okay.
Shane's trailer. 2 or 3 days after she was taken. That's where you started, right?
Yes, sir. That was where we started, correct.
Shane's trailer, that was about 75 yards from papers of Holly's that had been found on Yellow Springs.
Wait a second. That says over there, needs some more too.
Yes, sir. Is that right?
I don't know the distance, but it's about right. That's pretty close.
Pretty close.
Yes, sir.
So you did what you should. You sent agents there to talk to them and see what they could see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that they found drugs and a kit to inject drugs hidden up in the tall area of the house, of the trailer?
I don't remember that per se. Very well could have been.
Were you aware that they found all sorts of holes and stuff that had been dug in the backyard behind the house for hiding places and stuff?
Yes, sir. I remember that.
Were you aware that they saw a burn barrel that they looked at?
I don't recall that. Maybe, perhaps. Again, it's tough to tell you what somebody else saw.
Were you aware that they saw a vehicle?
His S10 pickup. Yes, in the back.
S10 pickup.
Correct.
And you were aware that they found a sock that had some sort of biological material.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
And I took from your testimony that Shane said he'd been masturbating into the sock. Is that right?
Well, that's what.
Your Honor, I think that's anyone could say if he doesn't know what Shane Austin said.
This is precisely what we objected to earlier.
I took from your testimony that whatever Shane Austin said, the agents and you accepted it.
I believe that would be accurate. Yes, sir.
And so it wasn't collected.
No, it was. I don't believe it was collected. No, sir.
So you didn't test it.
No, sir.
Instead, you took Shane Austin's word for it.
Well, and among other things.
Is it smart to take the word of somebody who's living in a trailer with drugs hidden, with hiding holes, about 75 yards from where her property was taken?
It would not be if we didn't have a witness that could describe the abductor. So,
We'll get there eventually, but right then, don't you think we should have gotten that? Looking back in retrospect.
in retrospect, I can say that the officers that went there are the best in the world, and they did what they thought they needed to do at that time. And I'm not going to look back and say they should have done this or that.
Okay.
They
So
did what they should have done.
It wasn't collected and it wasn't tested, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And every time thereafter, when the officers went to Mr. Austin's trailer, that sock was nowhere to be found. Correct?
Objection if he knows, Your Honor.
It's the case officer back there.
Go ahead.
Well,
Correct.
hopefully he cleaned it. I don't know.
You don't know what he did with it.
Yeah, it wasn't there the one time I went to Shane Austin's trailer.
It wasn't around to be collected and tested anymore. Correct?
I didn't see it.
From Shane Austin's trailer, we then began talking about a litany of names. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I heard numerous names. I heard James Barnes. I heard Keith Clark. I heard Jason Miller. I heard Jonathan Dye. I heard Jerry Evans. I heard name after name after name, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you looked into those people,
Yes,
correct?
I did.
And time again, they were excluded.
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes, sir. To the best we could at any particular time.
But yet, for some reason, we talked about them today,
Correct.
but there was nothing there.
Correct.
And then we jumped to Mr. Adams, to Mr. Austin, to Mr. Dylan Adams, and to Mr. Jason Autry. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Names that had come up, correct?
Yes, sir.
Early on.
That's right.
Names that had kept on coming up in the investigation.
Yes, sir.
And if I understood you right, you went to these people to try to establish their whereabouts that day, correct?
That's correct. I went back and doubled up on what everybody else had done and told me back starting around July, the first time I met them.
Because that's important.
Yes, sir.
These guys whose names keep coming up. One of them who lives right next to her property has been found in that suspicious trailer with all that stuff. We need to establish where these people were that day, correct?
We need to establish where they were from 7:45 to 9:40 a.m.
In your minds, 7:45, the time she was abducted,
Yes, sir.
to the time that you think her phone was discarded?
The phone was disconnected. It wasn't discarded until later on that day.
Okay, so until the time the phone stops.
Correct. Till the battery was taken out.
Time she's taken that follows the cell phone pings,
Correct.
till the time that's over.
Yes, sir.
And their whereabouts that day, they said they were with each other, except for Jason Autry, right?
Yes, sir.
So your three of your suspects, whose names kept on coming up, said they were all with each other,
Yes, sir.
right?
Correct.
You opined about somebody else's alibi before. You said it was like garbage.
Yes, sir.
You have three suspects whose names keep on coming up and they're trying to alibi each other. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Except Mr. Autry, right?
Right. He got up with him later on that day, I believe.
Mr. Autry tells you he gets with them later, correct?
Yes.
But at the critical time, he gives you another alibi, right?
Yes, that's correct.
About working on a farm,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
With a coworker there too, correct?
Yes, I believe he said he was working with a Douglas guy.
And did you check that out?
Wait, he was working with what? Somebody caught.
OJ or Mike Douglas, one of those.
Okay.
Some Douglas man, I believe.
In fact, it was Mr. Douglas's farm and working with another man.
Right.
We're talking about the same people, right?
Correct.
And when you checked that the first time, did that check out?
Yes.
But it didn't stop there, did it?
What do you mean?
I mean, you got information after that, didn't you?
Yes.
And the information after that was that, no, I was wrong. He wasn't at my farm this morning. You need to look at it. Correct?
Yes.
So you have three people, Shane, Dylan, and Zach, alibying each other
Yes, sir.
that day. And then you have Jason Autry, alibi not checking out at all. Correct?
I wouldn't say that. Jason Autry, at one point, he's north of the interstate calling Lisa Autry or Angela Scott, one of his ex-girlfriends. So his phone record showed that he was a different part other than where Holly was. And on top of that,
Well,
Jason
let's take
Autry's
one at a time.
huge.
You remember what you're about to say.
Okay, all right.
Let's see, because I want to help you.
Can you just finish the answer first?
I mean, I want him to come back to it, but if
Okay.
I could take it in pieces, I think it'd be easier. Even though these farmers had told you, no, he wasn't with us, you said that you have his cell phone north of the interstate that morning, correct?
Yes, sir.
Talking to, as you remember it, either his wife or his girlfriend, Angela Scott.
Right.
Correct.
Yes, sir. That's right.
And you're right about that. It's 6:50 in the morning. Okay? He is up in Camden, north of the interstate,
Okay.
leaving his girlfriend's house. Okay?
Okay.
So think about this.
Okay. I'm
Think
with
about
you.
this.
All right.
Are crimes always committed by one person?
Sexual crimes are invariably committed by one person. Sexual predators work alone.
So that was an assumption that you were making back then, correct?
Yes.
That
That,
this was a sexual abduction, whatever you want to call it, right?
well, when you rule out all the other motives for a kidnapping, you're left with an abduction for sexual purposes. Sexual predators invariably work alone.
As I think I understand what you said.
Okay.
I think the answer to that is yes, it was an assumption that you were making.
It was an assumption that the behavior analysis unit
Based
told
on-
us to make.
This
Based on
assumption-
research of all the crimes that they've looked at over and over again, of these sexual crimes, they tell us rule out, don't even consider looking at two people. Don't even look at it. Look at one person. It happened for one person.
And is that assumption back then what led you to ignore these alibis between Dylan and Zach and Shane about being with each other, about Jason's alibi not checking out? I mean, is that what happened? Is that why you ignored that?
I didn't ignore it, sir. I didn't ignore it at all. But I've got eyes, and I look at Jason Autry. Okay, if Clint Bobo is lying about what the abductor looked like, then I don't know who did it. Okay, we'll never know. But if he's telling the truth, it was not Jason Autry. You can go through that as much as you want to, but it always comes back to that.
It's the same assumption that one man did it. What it always comes back to, what you just talked about, the person that took her into the woods, doesn't fit the description of Jason Autry.
It doesn't.
Doesn't fit the description of Zac Adams.
It doesn't.
But you know what? You know who Clint Bobo said it fit the description of? Shane Austin.
Okay. If Shane Austin had a car at the time, then
And Shane Austin had a car at the time, well, he did. But you know what Zach had at the time?
Your Honor, can you please ask questions? He's not asking questions.
He just did. Said you know what kind of car Zac Adams
Zach
had.
had at the time?
Misunderstood. Sorry.
Zach had I believe it was supposed to be tore up, but he had a white Nissan pickup at the time.
Supposed to be tore up.
Right.
He actually had two trucks. He had a black one and a white one. Do you remember that or not?
Well, there was one lead that came in that Jason Autry and Zac Adams were fishing one day, pulling a boat with a black truck. So I would assume you might be right there.
Two trucks,
Okay.
including the white one that you said was supposed to be tore up.
Right.
Would it surprise you to learn that Zac Adams told investigators that around that time he was driving that white truck?
Nothing would surprise me at this point.
Exactly. If we sit here in 2017, knowing a lot more about this case, you stopped on this case in 2013,
Correct.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Your testimony has been almost a trip into the past, into the first 2 or 3 years of this investigation. But you can't tell us anything about the 3 and 4 years after that.
You're right. I don't know what y'all have done since then. What the state's done since then.
And he was driving a white truck? That's very interesting, isn't it?
Your Honor, I object to this. The
That
prosecutors,
was a statement, asked a question.
well, but
Is that
also
the-
the prosecutors putting into evidence that Zac Adams admitted at some point he was driving a white truck. I don't think that's accurate, Your Honor. I do not believe it's accurate that he ever said on that day he
The
was driving a
jury
white
can
truck.
go by what the evidence is, okay? Go.
Zac Adams driving a white truck? Is that interesting?
Is it interesting? Yeah, it could be.
Were you aware that Mr. John Babb saw a white truck leaving the scene fast that morning?
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Natalie Bobo had seen Zach's truck driving by her in Holly?
No, I wasn't aware of that. Or I don't remember it if I was aware of it at the time. I remember John Babb, though.
Did you assume his truck was tore up? Correct?
The information I had was his truck was tore up, and I had no reason to doubt it. I don't know if it was or not, but I didn't meet him until July.
Let me correct you a little bit. You said you have no reason to doubt it. You mean you had no reason because your involvement stopped in 2000?
Correct. I had no reason then to doubt what I'd heard.
You showed a picture, and there was a picture from that AM farm video, right?
Yes, sir.
That's one of the Will Parsons.
It is.
It's from a time that's well after the critical time.
Yeah. Yes,
I
sir.
believe you said about it's 25 or 45, whatever it is, but
Yeah. I believe the one that Ms. Thompson was saying that might have been hers was around 11, or
Exactly.
after 11. Somewhere.
the critical time period you were talking about, though, ended around 9:30 or 9:45 when the phone was gone, right?
Yes, sir. 9:40.
And this picture is from at least an hour and 15 or an hour and 20, whatever it is,
Right.
minutes later, right?
Right.
And it's a dark truck that you can see in the distance, just like you can. Well, you spent hours looking at this AM farm video.
Yeah. And you can all you can tell is it's a dark truck. You know.
You don't know whose truck it is.
Correct.
Could be my truck, right?
Where were you at that day?
Exactly.
kidding.
Could be my truck, correct?
Right.
Could be anybody's truck, correct?
Well, not anybody. It wasn't mine, but just about anybody else, I guess.
Anybody's truck, including Dylan Adams' truck. Were you aware he had a dark pickup truck?
Yes, that's what the information we had was they were in Dylan's truck that day.
Dylan Adams' pickup truck headed south, correct?
Yes.
Dylan Adams' pickup truck headed south. He would have gone by the area where some of that property was found, right?
Yes, where her cell phone was thrown out.
That morning.
It was thrown. I believe it was thrown out that morning. It could have been thrown out up to maybe 10 or 11 days after it because it wasn't found until around the 24th.
They alibied each other.
Yes, sir.
This white truck is interesting. But Zach never told you he went to the river that morning, did he?
Zach? No, he did not.
No. And Jason never told you he went to the river that morning, did he?
As best I can remember, both of them said they met up at Victor Densmore's house. Victor was doing some work for Dottie that owns Dottie's Marine. He was building a garage or something. They met up there. Shane and Zach got into a fight, but then after the words, they went to a bar and, well, they went and got some drugs, and then they went to a bar and played cards till 10 o'clock that night.
And the day ended, right?
Right.
At that point, you know,
Well,
whatever this day is.
Mr. Austin told me his mom came and got him, so that was the end of his.
So let's go back to, I want to talk about something that you just said,
Okay.
but I think you misheard my question.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Did either Zach or Jason tell you that they went to the river that morning?
No, absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
Right.
But Zach did say the day ended sort of like you described it, correct?
Yes.
Did he not tell you that the police had to come to his house that night?
Who? Which one?
Zach.
Did Zach tell?
Objection, Your Honor. I think Mr. Dykus testified that it was Shane Austin that told him he went to play cards with Mr. Adams. I think it's
You can ask the question.
Zac Adams tell you the police had to come to his house that night?
If he did, I don't recall it.
Did he tell you that he was trying to get guns that night?
No.
Did he tell you that he was all emotional and crazy that night?
objection, Your Honor. That's some type of conclusion that the district attorney is drawing.
Just saying, did Zac tell him that?
No, sir.
That'd be interesting.
Interesting. Yes, sir. A couple of things you said would be interesting.
But as we said, because we sit here in 2017, you stopped looking at them.
I looked at Zach personally a total of 2 or 3 times. So whenever that was over, whenever the last one was over with, I stopped looking at him.
You stopped looking at them even though that property had been found close to Shane's.
Correct.
You stopped looking at them even though Warren Rainey had seen what he saw. Zach running around, acting however you want to call it. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You stopped looking at them even though their alibis were with each other. Right?
Yes, sir.
You stopped looking at them even though Jason Autry's alibi was, I think your word earlier for Mr. Britt's, garbage.
Well, if you've got phone records saying he called at 6:50, and what I remember when I had Mr. Kevin Helms with Shelby County Sheriff's Department check out their phone records, what he told me is that they're not, it's not consistent with Holly's phone records. That's what I recall. If that's wrong, then so be it. But that's what I remember about checking out the phones.
And at that time, as you explained to us, you're making an assumption based on things you've been told and experts or whatever. You're making an assumption that one person committed this crime.
Well, I would prefer you call it a logical conclusion.
Very good.
Okay.
You're making a logical conclusion at that point, and you want to have to put a Zach date on it, but 2011 and 2012, that one person committed this crime.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
So if Jason Autry's phone started off in Camden, well, he must not have done it. Correct?
That's not the only thing, but yes.
That's what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, right. I agree with that.
You didn't account for that time, and this is hindsight. You're not on trial,
No, I understand.
okay? This is hindsight. This is 2017, all right? You didn't account for the fact that more than one person could have been involved.
I wouldn't say that I didn't account for that. That's,
Okay.
I mean,
Well, if you stop looking, if one of the reasons is you stop looking at Jason is that he started out in Camden, Well, what if he was abducted by Zac and Shane and Jason met them later that morning? You see what I'm saying? Like, if more than one person had committed this crime, there'd be different dynamics going on. Correct?
What?
I mean,
I don't know that I agree with that because there's a dynamic of the reward going on, you know, and
now that doesn't have anything to do with, you mentioned Jason's phone records start out in Canada.
Right.
So I'm like, well, that doesn't fit.
Okay.
Okay? And the behavioral scientist or whoever it was gave you information that caused you to make a logical conclusion that one person committed this type of crime. Okay? So based on those phone records and him being in Camden, that told you something. Right?
Right.
But the problem is that this crime is committed by more people. If Jason committed this crime but somebody else abducted him, if he came to them later on, then the information you had back then didn't tell you anything.
Is that a question, Your Honor?
Didn't tell you anything, correct?
I don't know how to respond to that without giving you my opinion as to the merits of that. So I don't know what to tell you.
Part of this 2017 versus 2012, I don't know what date you want to put on.
I don't know everything that y'all have found out about these guys. I will say that.
The name Natalie Bobo came up. I meant to ask you this before when they were talking about other suspects or something.
Right.
And I saw the way you acted. She's not an other suspect, correct?
Right.
But it came up like that. All right. Were you aware that she had been stripping at Teasers, which is less than a mile from Mr. Adams' house?
And yes, I know that. I don't see how it has anything to do with what we're here for today, but yes, I knew that.
Were you aware that previously she had lived before this crime happened in a little house with Rebecca Earp?
Yes.
Were you aware that she had met Zac Adams on more than one occasion before this?
I think I was. I know that she knew him somehow.
Were you aware that she'd been trading sex for drugs with this guy?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can ask if he's aware of that.
I never witnessed that. No,
You weren't aware of it?
not aware of it.
But we moved on to Terry Britt. His size was good for the abductor size, right?
His size was exactly what we were looking for.
You said we moved up to Terry Britt, so that's who you're talking about. Okay.
His size was good for the abductor size, correct?
His size perfectly matched what Clint described. Perfectly.
Just like Shane's.
No, not just like Shane's.
If Clint Bobo testified same body type and everything as Shane Austin,
Excuse me?
if Clint Bobo testified the same body shape and everything as Shane Austin, that surprised you.
Well, Clint's a very honest young man. I would, if he says that, I believe him.
And
But you're forgetting part of it
go ahead.
because the body type also goes with the hair. And Shane Austin had reddish, blondish hair. And Clint said he had black hair, shoulder length black hair.
Reddish brownish hair.
Shane Austin? Yeah, reddish, blondish, not black hair. He did not have black hair, for sure.
And were you aware that Zac Adams told Karen Bobo that that man that walked her into the woods was quote, Shane.
Your Honor, I object to this.
You heard the testimony from Mr. Bobo herself.
And she said that he said that the man that walked her into the woods was Shane. I don't remember that testimony on direct from Ms. Bobo.
She testified about speaking with Mr. Adams at the end of her testimony. She said she walked away with two things. The first thing was that he had some sort of spoof card that he could call people from different numbers. And she said the second thing was that Zac said that Shane was the one that walked her into the woods.
Okay, you can ask.
I did not know that. I did not know that.
He had a change in appearance, correct?
Britt, yes.
And you said that you don't know or don't remember whichever one. And I know this is years.
Sure.
Whether or not the change of appearance was weeks before or weeks after, you just can't say it, correct?
Well, I can say what the people were telling me, what they said. I remember what they told me, and they can't remember if it was, if it was before or after, right around that time.
Except for Mr. Britt's son, though, right?
Terry Kenneth,
Terry Kenneth. You remember talking to him?
I do.
Right in IR 420. That's early on in the investigation because now it's up to almost 3,000 or something.
Yeah.
IR 420. Isn't it true? His son told you.
Objection to hearsay, Your Honor.
He's talked about information other people provided him about Mr. Britt's change of appearance. So this is what this goes
He
to.
can be
Which the state
cross-examined.
objected to.
He can be cross-examined on this.
Isn't it true that you asked Mr. Terry Kenneth Britt, his son, whether or not his father, Mr. Britt, had changed his appearance at all?
I'm sure I would have asked him that. Yeah.
And isn't it true that he replied, Dad had a long ponytail after he got out of prison. I'm not sure when he cut it, but it was maybe around 2 years ago. And that IR is written in February of 2012.
He did cut his ponytail. When we did the search warrant, we got it. So he did cut the ponytail, but I don't know when. His hair now, or the last time I saw him, is the size of mine, is the length of mine. So
So I understand now the idea that he's changed his appearance.
right.
You admit that you had information that he had changed his appearance, to cut his hair, ponytail, some 2 years before.
Right.
But you didn't know if he took other steps weeks before or weeks after with regard to the length of his hair.
There you go. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Talk about his phone and his wife's phone, correct? And when I heard you talk about it, you were talking about times from like noon on that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that there was no activity on his phone or his wife's phone that morning, like 8, 9, 10, 11, all that stuff?
That's correct. There was no activity.
So we know about it if there were.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
We would have got that information.
And would you agree with me? There's absolutely nothing about that that's inconsistent about those phone records. Inconsistent with Mr. Britt and his wife traveling up to Allgood that morning if they did it before noon, because you would have no idea, right? Do you understand what I'm saying about the phone records?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with it.
Oh,
Go ahead.
between 8 and 12, you don't know where the phones are.
Right.
So for all you know, they could be at Allgood Salvage or the Allgood Salvage right down the street, or they could be at wherever. I mean, you just don't know.
I don't know where their phones are at that time. Correct. But they went to Camden after lunch.
I'm talking about that morning.
Right. But they,
I'm talking about that morning.
right.
You don't know.
I don't know. That's true.
You had Clint listen to voices. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one of the voices was like a police officer's voice or something, somebody that you knew didn't commit the crime.
Yes, sir.
And Clint said, well, I think it may be that. But I can't tell the difference between this other one. And so you went back to him again and again, I think maybe even 3 times.
Actually, it was 2.
It's true that he never told you. I'm 100% certain that's the voice I heard in that garage, right?
That's correct.
And when you played those voices to him, did you play Shane Austin's voice?
No.
No. Did you wiretap on his house, right?
Yes.
Wiretapped his phones, right?
Yes.
Searched his house.
Yes.
Not a single drop of Holly's blood, right?
Correct.
Not a single Holly Bobo fingerprint, correct?
Correct.
Not anything linked to her DNA in that house, correct?
Nuclear DNA, no.
Not a single one of her personal possessions or anything that she owned that she had with her that morning.
Correct. Correct.
In 2017. You leave the TBI in 2013.
Yes, sir.
3.5, 4 years later. We're here today. Correct?
Yes, sir.
You aware that Zac Adams' cell phone that morning, when it was utilized at about 8:19 through 9 a.m., was hitting on the same tower that Holly's phone was pinging on?
Objection, Your Honor.
He can ask him if he's aware.
You aware of that?
No, there was one point in time where Zach's phone was on a different tower than Holly's phone was on.
Absolutely there was, while Dylan was getting rid of it. And he and Jason were driving her
Objection,
to
Your
the
Honor.
roof.
That's a mischaracterization.
Question, you can ask a question.
Between 8:19 and 9 o'clock, were you aware that Zac Adams' phone and Holly's phone were pinging on the same tower?
Well, if Zach was at home, that would make sense.
If Zac were at home, or if Zac were at Shane's, or if Zac were at Shane's grandmama's farm, they're all the same
Your Honor.
place.
He's being asked to testify as to the location. I tried to get him to testify, or the state objected when I was going into location on direct. And now they're asking him to testify as back where the phones say on location. If they're gonna proceed with this line of questioning, I absolutely want to ask him questions on redirect about the location of those telephones.
If we got too far into specifics about the location, I understand the objection.
Okay.
I'll keep it general,
Okay,
like
all right.
But I don't understand the question because Holly's cell phone moved. 8:17, she's on the home tower. 8:26, she's on the next tower. And then at 8:57, she's on a different cell tower. And then 9:02, 9:06, she's on a different tower. And then 9:25, she's on a different tower. So I don't understand the question because
I'm asking you questions that would you admit would be probably better answered by Mr. Frizzell?
A better answer, because if you say the one tower that Holly, that doesn't make sense to me, because she was on several.
That stuff with Mr. Brazil, correct?
It's a very good man to ask.
So if he drew circles of where her pings were, and at the same time, he showed us where Zac Adams, what tower his phone was
Objection,
using.
Your Honor. This is again asking him questions and supposition about locations of the cell phone.
Objection overruled.
He would be the person I'd ask about that.
He'd be the person I would ask about
He'd
that.
be the person even you would ask about.
Correct.
Pick a prettier bitch. It was fun. Were you aware of that?
No.
You're aware that Zac Adams said when asked, I can't clear my name because I'm too far involved in it.
No. I never remember that.
Were you aware that Zac Adams said, I let shame hit it?
No. No.
Were you aware that Zac Adams confessed his involvement in this crime to two different people?
No, sir.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to say that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
It's up to the jury what the evidence shows, okay?
Yes.
But the other thing is, given the date he departed his employment, I'm not sure some of that existed at that time.
I think that's exactly right.
Okay.
Those things didn't exist in 2013. We
Correct.
stand here in a different place now, right? Her body was recovered before or after you left?
After.
After you left. Were you aware of where it was found?
I have been made aware since then.
Off the interstate, cell phone tower, back in the woods?
Yes, sir. A little bit farther north than I thought she was taken. Just a little bit farther.
Between two sawmills.
Yes, sir.
Were you aware that Dylan Adams hung out at one of those sawmills?
Yeah, with Corey Tubbs, I believe.
Were you aware that Zac Adams had been seen at that sawmill?
I don't remember that.
I've heard you say, I think you admit, sometimes I think, or my opinion, or my logical conclusion. You said that, right?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me, though, that we got to base what we do on evidence and on proof?
Yes, sir.
That's what.
Further direct.
Yes. Now, during your investigation of Terry Britt, you actually got a lot of his financial records.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Some of those records came from stores like Walmart.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you were able to review a lot of the past purchases he had made there, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And when I say I got them, an FBI agent obtained some of them, and Brent Booth obtained some of them.
And you got them from places like Radio Shack. Can you remember some of the places you got his records from?
Yeah, Radio Shack was one. Ace Hardware.
Ace Hardware. We said Walmart. What about his banking records? Did you get banking records?
We did.
While they're reviewing those, I want to ask you, you knew about the John Babb white truck connection, didn't you?
That came out. They came out very early. We heard that day.
Okay, and so why was it that you were not concerned about
the white truck that John Babb saw? Explain to the jury.
First of all, it would have been going, according to what he told us, around 7:30. It was well before the kidnapping, and he was so far away from it. He just knew it had a loud sound. It was a white full-size pickup truck. Not a whole lot of extra information to go on. And we've got Ed Barnes going from his house.
So first of all, which direction was the white pickup truck going?
He said it was going southbound.
And
So-
what did you know about Holly's phone?
Holly's phone was traveling northbound, right at about 7:45 to 8.
This is where I think we're getting into phone technicalities, Judge, where this witness is not familiar with this technology.
They offered this,
He can say things generally.
Okay.
Okay? He
Yes.
is not a cell phone tower,
Right.
cell phone expert.
but you knew in general Holly's phone was traveling northbound.
Yeah, we drove the route
Okay, so, but
20 times, so we knew it had to go north to be able to get to the tower, to the
okay,
next tower.
so in order to, and you said you also, Ed James Barnes, how did you put John Babb's information together with what James Barnes had said?
Okay, so James Barnes is outside getting oil for his truck, getting ready to go work. And at 7:47, he's calling his mom and saying that he heard the screams. Well, the whole time, he's pretty confident that there was nothing else, no other vehicles coming down the road. On top of that, there was another neighbor that lived at the end of the road who was outside from like 7:25 to 7:45.
I wonder if we're getting into hearsay, that's what it sounds like.
It's on hearsay. This has all already been testified to. He took information. This information from John Babb and Ed Barnes is already into the record, and this is how he analyzed it to.
If it's something that's already testified, that's fine, Judge, but I think it was something about somebody else.
We'll just stick with James Barnes and.
Okay, James Barnes and
John
another
Babb.
neighbor was outside, and neither one of them reported that they saw another vehicle.
Okay.
So what that probably says is sometime after 7:47, when Barnes is gone, the vehicle comes into play to remove Holly from the scene, which fits with her cell phone moving the area around 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, it starts moving from the house.
So you made the determination that the truck that John Babb saw was too early in time to be related to Holly's kidnapping.
That's correct.
I want to pass forward some receipts. Pass this one first. These two receipts. Now, do you recognize these two receipts?
These are two receipts that we got from the Brits. I'm not sure which one, but
Okay. Now, this is when you did the Walmart record pull, is that right?
that's correct. And they purchased a cell phone on March the 11th, 2011, and then purchased another one on March the 12th, 2011.
Okay. And did they also, is there anything else you see that they purchased along with the cellular telephone?
Looks like they got 1,000 minutes on it. 1,000 minutes.
On one or both phones?
I don't see it on both of them.
It's not the top line?
ST684.
Okay, anyway,
I don't see it.
and what
on
are the
one of
dates on those two?
them. March 11th, 2011.
Okay, will you
March
pass me that one? I'll have that one marked first, the 11th.
Okay, 225.
Okay. And then the one on the 12th.
The 225.
And then I'm going to pass you up another receipt. Okay, and what is that a receipt for?
This is a receipt from Walmart again, where 1,000 minutes were purchased. 2 different lots of 1,000 minutes were purchased on April the 11th, 2011.
And these again came from Mr. Britt's home,
Correct.
or not from Mr. These were
From
Mr.
the-
Britt's receipts that you got from Walmart. Is that right?
That's correct.
I'd like to have this receipt, Mark. And then I'm going to pass you one more.
That'd be 226 letter marking.
Okay, and then this is a final Walmart receipt. What do you see that's interesting or significant on this receipt?
Well, he bought a, looks like he bought a chainsaw and some motor oil, different things for a chainsaw.
Okay, and I'd like this one. And what's the date on that?
227,
April the 29th, 2011.
April
29.
29th.
Now, just to be clear, one of the ways that you ruled Zac Adams
Why
out,
would I object to the meeting?
I don't know if she's ladies or not.
okay,
Finish the question.
you testified on your cross-examination regarding some of the locations, and I don't want you to get into details and technical issues, but you used the cell phone records of Holly and Zac Adams to make a determination regarding whether or not it would have been possible for him to be involved.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And using those records, you were referring to something at 8:26. What specifically were you referring to?
8:26, Holly's cell phone is transitioned from her home tower up to the northwest tower. So she's on the northwest portion of Decatur County.
And what about around the exact same time, where was Zac Adams' telephone?
I believe he was on the Cox Road Tower, which is the northeast corner of Decatur County. That tower is right on the interstate. So towers on the interstate, they have less range than other towers because they have to take all the calls that
Okay.
have come through on the interstate.
So how far apart physically are those two towers from one another?
I'm not sure, but I would say probably 10 to 15 miles.
Okay. And so that was, and did that happen again at another time also? That morning, was there another time when when the two towers the phones were utilizing were miles apart from each other?
It might have been. I was just looking for one time, so it might have been more than one.
Okay. And Zac Adams, what did he tell you he had done that morning?
He woke up. Rebecca went to work, his girlfriend at the time. Dylan gets up. He talks to Shane Austin. They decide they're going to go get messed up that day. So Dylan and Zac go to Shane's house. They pick him up.
Did they say what car they were in?
They were in Dylan's truck.
Okay. They go to Shane's house. What happens next?
They pick up Shane. They go to the interstate, get gas, get $5 worth of gas. They see the SUVs coming southbound. They go from there to another convenience store. And I asked both of them how they were acting that day. How was the other one acting? Did they act strange or unusual? So at the second gas station there in Parsons, they got more gas and then went and bought Xanax. Shane supposedly had money, so they bought $200 worth of Xanax and got messed up. And that was their day.
Okay.
Besides going to the house that Victor Densmore was working on and seeing Jason Autry at that point.
Now, driving Shane home, is that a place that you would pass? Would you pass Dottie Cooley's house if you were driving Shane home from Parsons?
Can you give me the address of it? I don't remember.
She's on Pew Road, if her house.
She's on Pew Road. Depending on which way you go, you should have passed it. It's right there, close to Shane's.
Now, would it surprise you if that 911 call that came in on the night of April the 13th at Zac Adams' house, if it were said 3 times on that call that Zac Adams was looking for a vehicle to drive, that he had no vehicle?
No, that would be consistent with what I knew at the time.
Okay. And would it surprise you if on that 911 call, it was said that Zac Adams did not have a gun?
No, it wouldn't surprise me. He's a convicted felon, I believe.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that.
The physical description of Zac, what did Zac Adams' appearance, what was his physical appearance in April of 2011?
He
Does
was,
he look like what he looks now?
no, he is fattened up nicely. He was 135 pounds is what I documented when I talked to him. 6'2", 6'3", really tall. His hair was much shorter, but his face looked totally different. It was sunken in. He looked sort of like the Joker back then.
The
really,
Joker?
yeah, really skinny. Whatever.
Batman TV show or from
The
the
comics.
movies?
The comics.
The comics, okay.
Right.
And what about Jason Autry's physical appearance in April of 2011?
It was impressive. He is huge. He was a lot taller than Brent Booth, and Brent Booth is probably 6'3", 6'4". So I would say Autry is every bit of 6'6", if not maybe taller.
Okay. And Shane Austin's physical description. What was his physical description back in 2011?
Shane was right about my height. Maybe I saw
How tall are you?
about 5'10", if I stretch it out really good. So we were about even.
What about his weight?
His weight, well, I would say, would it be around, I'm not good at that, but I would say probably between 180 and 220, 225, somewhere in there. So his weight could have been within the frame of what we're looking at.
What about his hair color and hair length?
He had real short reddish hair.
Would you consider it black?
No, absolutely not.
And what about Dylan's physical appearance, Dylan Adams?
He's rather tall himself. Not exactly as tall as Zac, but probably 6'1". He was slender, but not as thin as Zac. So I'd say he probably weighed 165. 6'1", 165 is the best I can give you.
And how is his hair styled?
He had short hair at the time I saw him. He had dark hair.
Okay. So Terry Britt's alibi, to be clear about the alibi that Terry Britt gave you, where did he say that he started that day? Where did he go?
He said that he got up, got coffee that morning, and I asked him what time he got up, and he says, well, my feet can't hit the floor without my wife knowing it. He made a false statement that he was trying to deflect. But at that point, you know, he says, well, I don't know exactly what time. He said, I usually get up between 6 and 7, sometimes earlier, probably institutionalized. You know, breakfast is at 7 o'clock in the morning. You better be up to eat it. So, but he got up really early. Jan got up sometime later on. Jan gets up with the dogs barking. He had chihuahuas in the house. She gets up with the dogs barking. So Jan couldn't tell me what time she woke up that morning, but she thought it was around between 9 and 10. Well, if it'd been 10, you know, with the dogs barking, that was interesting.
Okay, so where did he say they went first?
The first place they went is to All Good Salvage to check out the bathtubs. They saw them, but they called Bucks because
They said they called Bucks?
no, they went to Bucks.
Okay,
I'm sorry, they went to Bucks
okay.
after going to All Goods, and Bucks only had a 2-piece or only had a 3-piece. They couldn't. It wasn't exactly fit. Now Bucks does not carry bathtubs in their store, but he says he sees them and it wasn't what he had, so he went back to All Goods, bought the bathtub. He's coming back that morning, and the officers come to him, and they were together the rest of the day.
And he did not say they went back to Camden anytime in the afternoon.
No,
Okay.
no, he said the officers got there by lunch, okay, and then that was it. They were together the rest of the day.
Okay.
But the officers got there 3:30.
Now, when you were searching Terry Britt's house, did you find some hairs that were consistent with Holly Bobo's hair?
We're asking for scientific testimony with regard to the comparison of hair and sheep's agent.
I'm not asking for microscopical, but are you aware of hairs that were found there that were consistent with being Holly Bobo's hair? And if so, where?
So there were hairs that were found that were microscopically and macroscopically identical to Holly's, found in the vans that we took to the crime lab.
And which van was that?
It was the caravan. It was in some rope debris in the back.
In rope?
A rope, yes, a rope.
Okay. Now,
But we tested that with DNA, and it did not match Holly's.
okay, did you do regular DNA testing?
I don't think he did any DNA testing. Since the FBI at this point, we're getting the hearsay, it wasn't hers.
He's already said DNA excluded, okay?
Were you aware that Zac Adams had said some very crude things about Holly Bobo when you were doing your investigation?
I mentioned that to him quite forcefully.
Okay, you were asked about, were you aware of any specific statements, but do you remember generally what you were aware of?
I know he told one female that you're going to end up in a hole just like Holly, or you're going to end up in a well just like Holly. He told someone, or allegedly told, I wasn't there. He allegedly told another guy something very bad about Holly.
Okay, and during your investigation, did you find that other people had also said or made crude statements about Holly Bobo?
I'm not objecting to the general question, but we're gonna start getting the hearsay things.
You can answer.
This case was different than any other case I've ever heard of in my life, because people like Zac Adams talking, running their mouth, there was many people that would do that. And, you know, I just say, thank you. Good. We don't have anything else to do. Let's go interview this idiot who's saying her head's in a freezer, you know.
So was there actually someone who said that Holly's head was in the freezer?
Yeah, head's in the freezer. She's in my basement. We had all kind of garbage, all kinds of.
We're gonna be here for weeks if we go into every lead that came in.
Right, I'm not doing that, but Your Honor, the state has made a big deal about what Mr. Adams has said, and I would like to go a little bit into the fact that there were multiple other people who were making crude comments and taking
You've
quote
answered
credit.
that, and I think he might have varied from your question.
Okay, were there people who were taking credit for Holly Bobo's disappearance?
There were several people that were making statements to that effect. Yes.
And did you check those people out? Did it turn out that they were in fact responsible?
Right. We checked them out, and they were not responsible.
Okay, and how many times do you think you got in reports where people had made statements or claimed responsibility or?
I would estimate more than 10, but less than 20.
Okay. And so when you were investigating Mr. Adams, you were aware of some of these statements that had been made
Yes, I was.
by him?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you this, in all your years of investigation, when somebody is in jail and comes forward with information in jail,
I would object to any sort of opinion testimony. Is that what this is?
it's not opinion
What do we
testimony.
ask you?
Not good approach?
I would like to get this witness finished. okay?
Right. So I'm just asking him if, in his years of experience, when people come forward in jail and are jailhouse snitches and say, somebody has said something to me in jail, is that something he takes seriously, or is that something that he investigates pretty thoroughly because that is a frequent occurrence?
All right, answer.
I've had plenty of jailhouse snitches that ended up giving really good information.
Okay.
I've had others that just blowing smoke. They didn't really know, but yeah, it's helped in a number of investigations.
Okay. So it can go either way. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions.
Further cross.
Very quick. You mentioned a second ago or some minutes ago about her cell phone again and how it traveled.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that answers to those questions, where her cell phone was at a particular time, where it wasn't, where Zac Adams' phone was at a particular time and where it wasn't, or anybody's phone that we want to know about where it was and where it wasn't, would you agree with me that Mike Frizzell is a better person to answer that question than you?
It's hard too, but I would agree too.
And you were asked what Zac told you with regard to his whereabouts that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the three of them, quote, alibied each other,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
And finally, were you aware that Mr. Austin admitted to going to the coon home?
Yes, sir. He admitted that to me, actually.
That's all.
One final follow-up question, Your Honor. Now, you said that these three people alibied each other, but actually, they didn't alibi each other for the time period when Holly's phone was actually moving, did they?
Right. That's accurate. They weren't all together at the same time. Zach's over here, Shane's over here.
It was
So
actually later in the day when they said they got together.
that's correct.
So all three of them, for the time period that Holly's phone was moving and the actual time she was taken from her house, they didn't have an alibi for that time, did they?
Well, they had an alibi, whether you believe it or not, I don't know. But
Oops, sorry, I phrased that wrong. They didn't have another person that they were necessarily with during that time.
who?
Shane Austin didn't.
Shane Austin was by himself. Correct.
No further questions.
All right, we're gonna take a lunch recess, take 1 hour for lunch, follow the admonitions that I gave you at the outset. Good lunch. Yes. All right.
So just before they go in, until we go into day 9, let me see something here. I just want to check. How many days was this trial? Look, I don't even know how many days the trial was. Let me see. So I know we in the defense portion for anybody that does not know. We are in the defense part of the case. I think that was very important testimony. Like, if he didn't think that he did it, let me see. Because I'm like, well, okay, let me check this out. Give me 1 second here.
Probably need to get him a gavel and.
Okay, let me go back. Let me see. Let me go to the playlist. Playlist. Okay. It is not. Oh, okay. So we going into the last day, y'all. Okay, so we heard from the TBI agent Terry, and then we heard from Dick Adams. Let's see here. So we are going into day 9. And then it looks like it goes into jury instructions, and then we go into closing arguments. Oh, okay. Well, we are going to wrap. We're going to make sure we get through this today, right? Ha 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 ha. So, what we just heard in regards to this testimony, you know, Terry was a very impactful witness for the defense case, right? He was able to link all the acquaintance and how everybody's connected, why he excluded certain people, why certain people were included. Terry also was able to, you know, explain, like, there were other people around there talking about Holly Bobo in very crude ways and why he didn't feel like Zac had did what happened. He testified a little bit to the cell phone information in regards to Holly's phone was going one direction, Zac's phone was going in another direction. And that's what made me prompt the question that I asked in regards to, could he have committed, whoever is guilty of this crime? We're saying Zac is not guilty. The guilty person, did they commit the perfect crime? So, yeah, BZ. I just looked. Yeah, it's about 11 days. And we're going into the final day of testimony here. So we'll do the final day of testimony. We'll go ahead and go. Hopefully, we should be able to go ahead and do the closing arguments and, of course, the verdict. I don't think we need to hear the jury instructions. If y'all want to hear them, we can listen to them like on 1.5 or so. Look, very expedited. And we will good. This worked out perfect because then we can wrap this case up and get so ready for our Brian Wash case that starts on Monday. So it definitely did the job, right? Yeah, I don't think I don't think we need to look at jury instructions in this one. Some cases we be needing to hear the jury instruction to see exactly how they're instructing the jury. But this one, I don't think we need to hear. Okay, let's see. Get this on my thing so I can make sure I got that together. we are going to day 8, 9, and it looked like day. Wait. Oh no, Precious. That's not right. Day 9 is not that long, y'all. Day 9 is. It looks like we have about almost 4 hours.
Yes, at that time I was on the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, and they sent many people over.
Let me get this on the screen for us. Yeah, day 9 is about 4 hours. So I'm assuming that they must go into jury instructions and then closing arguments. We got the defense is going to provide a closing argument. Of course, the state, but the state, this is one where they allow the rebuttal. Okay, here we go.
Yes, at that time I was on the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force, and they sent many people over to assist the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation in the location of Holly Bobo.
Okay, so tell us, just give us some general background information as to what are some of the tasks that you were asked to do regarding the investigation.
We followed numerous leads. We interviewed numerous individuals that were potential suspects on calls that we'd gotten in, and we followed leads of that nature for quite some time, for several weeks.
Did you, in fact, actually find some evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what was that regarding? What evidence was that?
I found Holly's notebook.
And how did you come to find Holly's notebook?
I had looked at some initial cell phone information, and it looked like the termination was near the creek on Gooch Road.
When you say termination, what do you mean by
The
termination?
end of where the phone had traveled,
Okay.
And I was thinking, I said the person might have thrown more items in that area. I learned that her lunchbox was found in the creek. It had the strap of it had hung on a stick that was sticking out of the culvert. It's a big 4-foot culvert, corrugated culvert, and there was a stick sticking out, and the lunchbox strap had caught on that. And I thought there may be more large items, and I asked TBI if I could go look in that creek.
Okay.
Myself and Senior Inspector Tom Bach went down to that area, and within probably 20 minutes, I found her notebook. It was about 75 yards down the creek, around about 2 bends. It was about 3/4 the way up. It had, where there had been a large rain, and it had washed up into kind of like the brush on the side of the creek. And I noticed it was hers because it was black and in the brush, and it had Holly on it. And I called at that moment. I called TBI, didn't touch it. Called TBI, and they came over and collected it.
Okay. And did the TBI? You mentioned that you'd done some preliminary cell phone work.
Yes.
Will you tell the jury how is it that you came to do preliminary cell phone work?
During the first parts of the investigation, we know from her mother that her phone was with her. Her mother said it was probably in her back pocket. And John Mayer, he was the former supervisor, who's now retired with TBI, asked us if we could look at her cell records and map her phone.
Okay. And who was it that asked you to do that?
John Mayer.
And what was John Mayer's role in the TBI investigation?
He was the supervisor.
Okay. And supervisor, do you know who supervisor he was specifically?
Over Terry Dykes, over the investigation. I didn't really know Terry Dykes at that time.
Okay. And so just, will you please give us some background? I know that the Marshal Service has some secrets about how they use cell phone, but give us some background, just as some of your general training with cellular telephones and what your experience is with them.
I worked with cell phones for a number of years, and I understand how cell phone technology works, especially on this type of system. I can't really get into the details of that. So.
Okay. And your training, you've had your training all through the Marshal Service, is that right?
Cell phone usage since probably about 99.
Since 99? Yeah. Okay. And that's something you use on a very regular basis?
I used to. In the last few years, we do tracking data, but I was.
So But in 2011,
I'm not authorized to answer that kind of
okay,
question. So
right? But in 2011, you were using cellular telephone on a regular basis, cellular telephone technology. Is that right?
most of my experience was from 99 through about 2007.
Okay.
But it's the same kind of information. So
I'm sorry. No.
it's the same kind of information.
Okay. And the cellular telephone network that we were talking about, can you tell us what kind of level or generation in 2011 the Decatur area cellular telephone network was?
It's a 2G network.
It was a what?
2G network.
Okay. So 2G network.
Your Honor, if defense is going to try and use him as an expert at cell phones, I think we need to hear that before, and we'd like to board our, if that's her intention.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to use him as a cell phone expert, Your Honor.
Board here.
And what kind of training have you had specifically?
A little training back. We didn't really have an official course back when I started. It was more of like we would have classes from time to time that we'd learn.
That everybody would go to,
No,
just you would go to?
I did this for the Eastern District of Texas for about 6 years.
Okay, so what training is specifically?
Mostly on-job training.
I'm sorry,
Well, on-job training
and when was that?
from 99 to 2006.
99 to,
1999 to 2006.
you had on-the-job training,
Yes.
is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, have you ever been tendered as an expert and testified in court
No,
as a
I've not.
phone expert?
No.
The Marshal Service does an incredible job of finding people. And that's your, right? I mean, if you had to put a big umbrella, I know you do other things, but that's what you do, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sure you're very good at your job. But you don't consider yourself to be an expert in phone analysis, do you?
That is a very complicated subject.
Sure.
It's much more complicated than a 2G subject.
Okay, and so my question is, that would be a yes. I mean, you're not used by the Marshal Service.
No,
as
I'm
an
not.
expert in
No.
phone.
No.
Your Honor, based on that,
Well, I'd like a chance to work on it also. So part of your job that they hired you to do, as part of what the Marshal Service does, is the Marshal Service is tasked with finding fugitives. Isn't that one of the things that the United States Marshal Service does?
Yes.
And in order to find fugitives, the United States Marshal Service uses numerous resources to hunt down people, don't they?
Yes, that is correct.
And these fugitives might be people that have escaped from prisons.
I don't see how this goes along with his expertise.
It-
That's the issue.
Let her go.
People that have escaped from prison, isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Or it might be people that are wanted on warrants to be arrested.
Correct.
And so at one point you were living in Eastern District of Texas, is that right?
Yes.
And there you were assigned to the fugitive unit. Is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the warrant coordinator for the district and I ran the fugitive task force.
And so on a day-to-day basis, it was part of your job requirement to find people that were trying to hide.
Correct.
And one of the ways that you would do this on a regular
and
basis,
I object to deleting, she's doing a great job of it. But
I'm board hiring, Your
I'm board
Honor.
hiring, you can still ask an open-ended question.
So is the court going to rule on that?
You can,
So one of the ways that you would, do this, you had technical information that you would use to track people's cell phones. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the Marshal Service, how do they feel about letting out their technical secrets to the world as to how it is they track people on their cell phones?
I'm not allowed.
You're not allowed to tell that. But that was still part of what you did on a regular basis.
Correct.
And so you maintained that job for several years, right? Fugitive?
Yes, I was a warrant coordinator for about 6 years.
And were you good or bad at your job?
I was very good at my job.
Very good.
Yes.
Okay. And so, while you might not be an expert in setting up cellular telephone networks or how networks work, you were an expert in finding people using their phones, weren't you?
Yes.
And you had training in that area. You said on-the-job training. What does it mean to get on-the-job training?
You would work with somebody that's an electronic surveillance person.
Okay. And so what would they do to give you on-the-job training? Like specifically, are they showing you how to use
Yes,
maps?
explain systems, how to read systems, how to understand the technology.
And then at some point you transferred to the Western District of Tennessee. Is that right?
I actually work for the U.S. Tactical Operations Division. I actually work for headquarters. I don't work for Western Tennessee.
I just can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I actually work for the Tactical Operations Division for the U.S. Marshals. I do not work for the Western District of Tennessee.
Okay, so you don't work. You work for the Tactical Operations Division.
Yes, I work for headquarters.
Okay, but you live in Western Tennessee.
I live in Western Tennessee.
Okay. And so, what is your job description as Tactical Operations?
I work for the Strategic National Stockpile Program and a liaison to the CDC. I spent 9 years in the Joint Terrorism Task Force.
Okay.
This is Center for Disease Control. So.
And so you even gave advice to the TBI agents in this case as to how to use the cellular phone and how to track.
That's correct.
And it's the TBI, and more specifically, John Mayer, you said, that asked you to come in and provide your expertise to help them track this cell phone. Isn't that right?
That's correct.
You didn't volunteer. They said, hey, listen, we want to send you some data and see what you can tell us back.
Correct.
Isn't that right?
Yes.
So,
That they gave us the cell tower dumps, as they call them. That's all the AT&T and Verizon cell information on Excel spreadsheets.
so that tells you, so what, one of the things they gave you when you say cell tower dumps, that means they take all the information, like where a tower is located, how strong the signal is, which direction the three little antennas are pointing. They gave you all that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And then they provided you with information about Holly Bobo's cellular telephone.
Are we still relying
Yes,
expertise on that? Like we're talking about.
we are, because this is actually a state's witness, Your Honor. The state is the one that chose this person to
I
come
think
in.
you called me.
No, but the state's the one that, in the investigation,
Makes no
chose him.
difference, okay?
Witnesses are witnesses, but when she's finished with her report, I have a few more very important, pointed questions about this.
Okay.
And so, based on all of your experience, you were able to come in and look at the cellular telephone information they gave you, weren't you?
I did that, but I also would ask questions to people in my agency, with the FBI also, and with AT&T if I had any follow-up questions.
Okay.
In other words, so she was asking questions of the experts.
I wanted to verify what I knew.
But are we still?
Your Honor, at this point,
I have some more questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Actually, the U.S. Marshal Service has a task force for phones, and you're not part of it. Never have been, have you?
I've never been a part of that group. I did that for the Eastern District of Texas during those years because we didn't have an electronic surveillance person.
The answer to my question is yes.
Yes, I'm not a part of
Right.
the
And we're not a
top.
part of that in 2011.
No, it was not.
In fact, the last on-the-job training that you had would have been in 2006, correct?
Correct.
And you have to agree with me, surely, that between 2006 and 2011, there were vast changes to cell phone.
So I'm just kind of pausing right here, guys, just so y'all aware. This was a state witness. Why they didn't use them? Who knows? But boy, oh boy, she came in and she was like, Did y'all just hear her? Like, the answer to my question is yes. Oh, yeah. Like she was trying to check him or something. Like this Jennifer right here for the prosecution team, because we working with two Jennifers. This Jennifer right here, boy, she don't care if you her witness, they witness, the mama, the daddy, the cousin, the uncle. She don't care. She is vicious with her tongue. Her tongue is something else. Oh my goodness, she is something else. But let's finish seeing what she gonna do. She is a trip. Dang. She don't care who you are. She is something else. All right.
This is a 2G network. There was no changes.
So you would not agree with me?
Oh, there's vast changes, absolutely, but not in these towers.
And I appreciate you adding, because you want to testify as an expert today, don't you?
No, I just want to explain to you what I know.
Okay. So would you consider, do you call yourself an expert in phones?
No, I do not.
Okay. Judge, even he knows he's not an expert.
First of all,
You're
Your
offering
Honor,
him as an expert.
he doesn't even have to be an expert to testify what he did.
Declining
Okay, so he
Your
doesn't,
offer as an expert. He can testify generally as to what he did in this case,
Okay.
such as finding a notebook or whatever. But by his own admission, he is not a cellular phone expert.
he can testify though as to what he did in the investigation as far as looking at the phone data. That's something that he did. He's a fact witness. He doesn't have to give an opinion. He can just
He can
say,
explain what he did
did.
in response to what he found.
and what he was asked to do by the TBI.
He will not be allowed to express an opinion.
Okay, no
I found
opinions.
He's not an expert in this area. He's certainly an expert in some areas, but not this area.
It's ironic that the TBI called him in to do cell
Let's not
phones and
argue
now,
in front of the jury, please. Okay,
yes.
all right, ask you a question.
So at some point, did the TBI ask you to look at the cellular data information or phone records of Holly Bobo?
Yes, they did.
And did you look at that information?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And then at some point, did you work with Terry Dykes on that?
Yes, I did.
And together with other people, you developed a map, did you not, of Holly's cellular telephone?
Yes.
Okay, Judge,
All
this would be
right.
conclusions of the
This is
case.
outside his area. Let's go.
Well, Your Honor, at this point, then I'd like to make an offer
All
of
right, take the
proof.
jury out, please. We can be seated, so that we can be clear, anybody can say they followed the map, but he doesn't have the expertise to say that cell towers dictated that the phone was here, or here.
Okay, I'm going to have him testify to that because that's what he did for the TBI. The TBI asked him to come in and
Do your offer.
give her
of proof.
opinion. So what is it what information did you start with when you were working for the TBI regarding the
The
cellular telephone?
overlay map that AT&T provided and the cell tower information off of the Excel spreadsheets. It showed terminating phone number, Holly's number, and the location, tower location. These are 4 numbered towers. Fifth number is the cell section of the 3 sections. These are 3 section towers in this area.
Okay. And so with that information, then what did you do next?
I plotted out on a map where these towers were, the cell sections with the overlay map, and a general idea of where her phone was at specific times in these cell sections. Like take because you can look on the Excel spreadsheet. It will tell you terminating number, her phone number, and AT&T can tell you which column to look into the location.
Okay.
And you just follow that location and you plot out on a map and you plot out where her phone was at 8 o'clock, 8:11, 8:16, 8:26. Then the ping data overlaps on top of that AT&T did, and you can get a general idea how her phone traveled through the northwestern part of Decatur County.
Okay. And so do you have a map that you did?
Yes, I did this map and it was done in 2012.
Yeah, I'd like to see the map. And I'd like to show it to the state because I want to put this in as an offer proof also. The state has this map in smaller form. Okay. And I'd like to have this map marked as an exhibit.
All right, the exhibit 239 must be passed to the jury code offer proof.
I'm going to pass the map back up to you. And there's some handwritten points on this map. Let's see, I think at some point you have recorded where Terry Britt's house is. Can you point that out?
It's right here.
How did I do this?
Hey,
So the prosecutor can see at the same time. If I put it up over here, then the prosecutor.
Y'all can look at, I know the map, so.
We can what?
I said you can show them the map. I know the map. If you ask.
Oh, okay.
I don't have to look at it.
I'll point it out to here. Here, I'll see it at the same time. So here is Terry Britt's
Yes,
house where you marked his home, isn't that right?
yes, that's correct.
Okay. And so when you were doing this route, let's just start down here. This is the Bobo home,
Yes, that's the mobile home on Swan Johnson Road.
okay? And so from the Bobo home, then how did you determine which direction Holly's phone traveled?
You can look in the way the cell towers hit. She hits on the northern side of the Darden Road Tower
Okay.
at 8 o'clock and 8:11. At
Yes.
8:16, she's on the south side of the Shallow Road Tower.
Now, where's the Shiloh Road Tower? Is that up here?
You can see the 816 hit right there,
So the Shiloh Road Tower
Yes.
is right over
right there.
here.
That's where Shallow Road Tower, but it comes into that cell section at 8:16.
Okay.
So you know that the information is going forward. I also, AT&T also provided information that I worked with them on using Holly's phone. Instead of just an overlay map, we used Holly's phone to kind of get an idea of what towers it would be talking to at any one time.
Okay.
So AT&T provided
Now,
that information.
Tell me, how did you do that? What do you mean about what towers you'd be talking to at any one time?
It's just like they take Holly's phone and we drove around and kind of mapped which towers it would communicate with.
Okay, let me find for you a drive map that I had. I had it marked for identification yesterday. No, I'm talking about the one that I have marked for identification for Terry access. So this is 218. So when you say that you had it
you drove around with her phone. Is this what you're talking about?
Yes, that's it.
Now, were you with them when they drove around and did this?
Yes.
So you were actually in the car as this
I was in the
map
back,
being
I was in the back
created?
seat taking notes.
Okay. And you were invited by the TBI to do that?
Yes, I was.
So, using that map, and then did you also use this?
Yeah, that's the overlay map the AT&T provided.
So
That
you used-
shows cell towers and cell sections in different colors. Is what that is. 3-sided towers.
Okay. And so using those materials, how did you then make your determination as to, so you knew,
You
From-
take the Excel spreadsheets provided by AT&T, and you look at the terminating number, her number, the number that was called, and you, in the column, you compare it to the column where the cell tower is, such as the Darden Road Tower. If you were going down the bottom of the map, it goes from Darden Road Tower Section 1 into the south side of Shallow Road Tower Section 2, and then it goes into, up into this area, it goes into the number 1 section of Shallow Road Tower.
so this is the number 1 section of the Shallow Road Tower.
Yes, that's 1,
up
2,
here.
and 3 is over here. That's number
So-
1 section.
At first, she's hitting
And if you
down
look at-
here,
Yes.
and then you know if she's hitting up here, she had to have traveled on some road.
Well, the phone hits 3 times headed that direction. Ping data is in that area.
Okay,
Ping data is different than a cell phone hit.
okay, and so explain to us how the ping data is different.
That's when the AT&T sends out a signal to this tower to talk to the phone.
Okay, and the ping data, is it simply a dot with a circle drawn around it, or is it something more than that? Does it relate to a sector?
I don't know if I can answer that. I don't know if I'm authorized to answer that, how that works.
Well, we can ask for, we can,
Okay?
yes, you're authorized to answer.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, yes, she just answered, yes, you're authorized.
he gave it a nod. I have an AUSA. I have an AUSA that's monitoring my
Yeah,
conversation.
I just didn't see that he was apparently motioning from behind me.
So you have an attorney here today, is that right?
And that's Assistant United States Attorney saying,
And he's here to guide you on what you're authorized to answer and not
Yes,
answer? Okay.
yes.
So the ping data, it has,
What he's saying is he doesn't want to breach some
Yeah,
place of confidentiality.
exactly.
All right.
so this, the ping data, how is it that you interpret the ping data then?
A ping data is a distance off of the tower.
Yes?
It's by signal strength. It can be anywhere. It's not necessarily a circled spot. It's actually a spot that's a distance off of the tower based on signal strength, and AT&T can tell you that. But it's more of an arch around distance off of the tower in that section. It's anywhere in that section, a certain distance off all the way around.
Okay,
And you have to, and it depends on the quality and number of towers and that, to how wide that margin of error is in that kind of a band that runs around.
okay.
Because it can be narrow and it can be a quarter mile wide, so.
So at some point, there's a ping. Do you know what time the ping was that was, you say there's a ping that was in this,
It's sometime around 8:52, 8:53. I don't know exactly. I'd have to look at my notes to know for sure.
okay. So there's a ping, and that ping isn't just anywhere with a circle drawn around it. You're saying that ping is coming off of this particular quadrant
Yes,
of this is the Shiloh Tower, is that right?
Shallow Road Tower, Section 1.
Now, that's not the same tower where her body is found over here, is it?
No, that's where her body was found.
Okay, her body's found, what tower was her body found in?
Shallow Road Tower, Section 1.
No, where was her body found? Not what was it hitting off of?
Oh, no. See that dot where your finger is?
Yes.
It's right in that area right there. There's a Verizon tower see that bottom, that X, the other one X? That's a Verizon tower. She was found just north of that tower.
But that tower wasn't a factor in the
No,
towers
it was
you were-
not, no.
Okay, so, then how do you then start moving this direction? Why did you decide that her phone moved this direction?
It's because it goes into that area and it stays about 25 minutes
Which area does it stay 25 minutes?
into this Shallow Road Cell, Section 1. It goes in there, stays about 25 minutes.
This section one right here?
The one, yes, that section right there. It
Okay,
goes into that section, stays about 25 minutes,
yes,
and then it starts moving east because it starts pinging off of the Cox Road Tower at 902, 906.
Now the Cox Road Tower,
If you'll go slide
it
it over.
is over, it's over right here, isn't
Right.
that right?
Yes,
Okay.
right. It has a couple of pings over there. The 902 is further away than the 906 hit, so it shows that the phone is moving toward the tower.
Okay. Okay, so you have the phone moving towards the tower. And then how do you get this little trail down here?
There is another hit off of the Cox Road Tower. Not the, I think it's the second section. I have to look at for sure, but it's off of another section. You can see that line right there by your finger. That's where the two sections break. And that is on another section of the Cox Road Tower.
So this is where the Cox Road Tower breaks right here. if I-
Yes, that line right through there, it breaks.
Right along this line.
Right.
Okay.
And that there is a margin of error in there, a little distance between, sections are not exactly on the money. There is an overlay a little bit.
So you're saying that you could be hitting on both either Cox Road 2 section or Cox Road 3 and still be right in the middle where it
Right,
bleeds.
right, exactly.
And so,
And then there's a Parsons section, I believe it's section 3, there's a ping off of that one. And it goes, that's more down toward where I believe it to be at the Creek at Gates Road.
and you have that the Parsons Tower is actually off of your map in this direction.
Yes.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
also a
so-
ping.
What is this right here, this mark?
That's the Creek at Gooch Road.
Okay.
And I have that in there, that little area in there, because when you do the drive time, that's about where you're at. You're in between that, you're right in that area when you do a drive time
Okay.
on this map.
So what you did is you looked at where her pings were, and then you looked at, as you're driving, what towers you're hitting.
Yes, because it was originally thought that her phone had went west. But if you drive west, 816, you're either going to be on the Darden Road or the Yuma Tower. So it's very clear that her phone went straight north.
So,
And if you were to go east at any point, you would be on the Parsons Tower at 816. So it becomes very clear that at 8 o'clock her phone's Darden Road, 811 Darden Road, and 816 it's in the shallow road section. And the shallow road section, there's a lot of two other towers that kind of cover the east and west. So it goes straight north.
so you know it goes straight north, because if it had gone this direction, you'd be hitting this Darden Road Tower right here, which is this
And actually,
green
there's
color.
another tower over there that's called the Yuma Tower. It's a very powerful tower.
Where's
you
the
can't-
Yuma Tower? Is it?
It's in the north or west area.
So it's further west
Yeah,
from.
it's on the freeway. It's further northwest. It's a very powerful tower that if you get anywhere near that, it picks you up.
Okay, so you know she's not going west because she doesn't hit the Darden Tower and she doesn't hit the Yuma Tower.
Exactly.
And so
Yeah.
that's how you know she's going mostly north
Yes.
on her phone. And then based on this, did you actually tell did you advise the TBIs where to be looking for her body?
Yes.
And where did you advise the TBI to be looking for her body?
Near the freeway. This
Near
was
the
in
freeway.
late 2011, 2012. I asked numerous times to Agent Dykus, how well did you search north of the freeway?
And
Numerous
you
times.
specifically north of the freeway?
Absolutely.
Because that's where her phone had popped.
Yes.
And then when it turns out, and these red dots here that you have outlined on this map, what are these red dots represent?
Those red dots I put on there because I didn't have a way to kind of overlay it. That's just areas you should search. Those are roads, and I put primary, first, second area in 2012 when I made this map. This is where you should search
And
off of these roads.
You made this map before they found her body.
Yes, a couple of years before.
Well, obviously, but the red marks and everything, I mean, you didn't go back and put down, this was,
I added two things to the map from the original creation. I added Terry Britt's home sometime in 2013, and I added a dot where you pointed her finger where her remains were found. I added that in October of 2014.
okay. But these red marks and stuff, this advice of where you said to search for her body,
Yes.
all of that.
I
was-
put this on a map in 2012 on a map about 3 foot square for
Yes.
Terry Dykus. And it was in the file as far as I knew.
Okay. And said, search along these red dots for her body.
Yes.
That's where her body most likely is going to be. Okay. Your Honor, that's all for mine.
Just a couple. You would agree with me that the drive test that you guys did, or when you jumped in the back seat of the AT&T, that was an incomplete drive test. Y'all didn't drive all the roads.
I had one I had one follow-up, but yes, I drew the roads that matched the cell phone information off of the Excel spreadsheet.
So that's a yes. The drive test was incomplete. You guys didn't
No,
drive
it was
all
not
the-
incomplete.
All right. And then the next thing I have is
Did
that,
you say no, it was not incomplete?
No,
it was not?
no, I was satisfied with the drive test.
so he does not agree with that the drive test was incomplete. And I know.
I did have one follow-up, but
I'm going on to my next question because the
Okay.
judges ruled you're not an expert. I think I know what you were talking about, but it sounded as though you were implying that you drove around with Holly's phone.
no,
Right. When you said we drove around with the phone, that you weren't driving around with Holly's phone.
Mm.
We didn't, correct?
Can I answer that? There was 4 exact copies of Holly's phone based on cell wattage, model, make.
I understand. But you weren't driving around with Holly's phone. That's all I was
No.
trying to clear up.
Not Holly's phone.
That's all I have to do. So, well, except for, this report that we all have now of your findings regarding the phones, you did not make that report until after Holly's remains were found.
What are you saying?
We have a report from you, and it says, abduction investigation of
Okay,
Holly
okay.
Bobo. It's your report. It talks about cell towers. And even though you said, let's see, the following information was provided to TBI during the first 2 years of the abduction investigation, descriptive maps were provided. So that makes it sound like this report was turned over in the first 2
The
years.
map was given a TBI, yes.
So my question was, you didn't do this big report. I know you turned over a map, you
Did you
said.
pass in the report?
He said he's familiar with it.
I'm familiar with it. That I reminded TBI that there was a map in that file
Okay, my question is, you didn't do this report until after Holly was found.
after the remains were found, yes. Because I was concerned about that there's a map on the file that shows where her remains should be located. I was
So my
concerned about
question
that.
was, you didn't do this report until after her remains were found.
Right, because I was reminding TBI where her remains were found. There's a map in the file.
And of course, you weren't the only one. You know that Special Agent Frizzell was also telling TBI to look in the same area, correct?
I didn't know that.
But you relied heavily upon FBI behavioral analyst who said 2 or 3 different things, and y'all were sort of going off of that information.
I didn't really believe that in the beginning, but it matched the phone tracking.
You didn't believe it in the beginning?
No, because the FBI person said that she was killed within the first hour, within 5 miles of the house, and I didn't understand that at the time.
Gotcha. Thank you.
When you said, just regarding Holly's phone, there were 4 phones that were the identical model as Holly's phone that you were in the car using to see which tower they hit off as you drove all the back roads.
Yes,
And then,
I did. AT&T set that up. I just assisted, went
right.
with AT&T.
Right. Also, for the record, Your Honor, as we were going through that, I was referring to, was it 218? The 218, that little drive time map, and then the newest map that he provided, that Mr. Walker provided, as I was pointing to different areas.
That's 239.
239. Okay.
Okay.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like for the court to reconsider admitting him or authorizing him as an expert witness after he's testified and I've made my offer of proof.
He has, by his own admission, said he is not an expert in cellular phone, as far as testifying. He can testify generally what he did as far as his work on this case, but he is not qualified as a cell phone expert, so he will offer evidence along those lines.
So he cannot
He
testify
can't express his opinion on that.
before the jury as to what he's just testified to? Okay.
All right, let's bring the jury back in. Ms. Johnson, further questions?
Yes. Mr. Walker, at some point were you asked to go interview Terry Britt?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And can you tell us when that occurred?
I believe it was in March of 2013.
Okay. And will you tell the jury then who asked you and kind of what happened from there?
In March of 2013, Agent Dykus called me. I had not worked in the case for a few months. He'd called me and said, he asked me if I could do a favor. He asked if I could go and interview Terry Britt in jail. He was in jail over near Fort Pillow. I think it's Western Tennessee Penitentiary. And he said that I could.
Objective hearsay is what Agent Dykus told him.
So
Okay.
just after that, what did you do next then?
After I was asked,
Yeah.
I went and interviewed him in jail.
Okay. So tell us about that, how that conversation went. What happened then?
We went into an interview room, and I was, just to give context, I was there just to ask if he wanted to talk about where Holly's remains were and kind of maybe some type of deal about where her body was. And they put us in a room, it's probably a 10-foot wide by 20-foot wide room, had a big window on one end with a door going in. I went in, Mr. Britt was already in there. And I said immediately to him, I'm here to talk about, I'm John Walker with the U.S. Marshals. He knows who I am because I've spoken with him before. And told him who I was and said, I'm here to talk about Holly Bobo. He made the comment, I don't know who that is. And I said, well, you don't know her, but you know her cousin Natalie. And he sat down at the table. There was a table between us, and I sat down on this side. I said, I was sent over here by Agent Dykus to see if you wanted to work out some kind of possibly deal about locating her remains because the family needs some kind of closure in this case. They didn't know what happened to their daughter. He started complaining about that his wife, Jan, that he wasn't able to talk to her, that they had TBI had where he couldn't communicate with his wife. And I said, well, I thought that was unusual, that I would talk to TBI about it. We discussed, I didn't ask him anything about what he's in custody for. Other than I said, I know there's some charges on you. One of them can carry a lot of time. We didn't discuss a penitentiary type times. What was discussed is that he was concerned about his wife being charged in one of the cases because I thought there was pending charges coming on her. And he was concerned about, he wanted to be in a different jail. He did not like the jail over there. He said there was a lot of young black guys that were very loud, and he wanted to be over in near Nashville in an older white jail. He didn't seem to mind being in jail. So I said, well, I want to tell you what we know in the case from beginning to end, what the evidence has kind of shown. And I went to explain that to him. And I said, I know you're a sociopath, and I know you have an issue with women. There's no doubt about it. And I understand why you would find Holly Bobo attractive and want her. He just sat there and kind of nodded. I then went into, I said, I'm going to tell you what we believe happened. I said, we think that you saw Holly at the dollar store with Natalie probably about 3 weeks before you started following her. We know you follow other women. And I think what we think that you started figuring out her timeline and followed her home, started paying attention to the vehicles that you got there probably around 7:30 that morning, and you know all the back roads very well. We know that. And that you were in the woods.
How did you know that about the back roads?
A friend of his told me that's what all he ever did was drive around. A friend of Terry Britt.
Well, it's too late because she asked for a question calling for hearsay. Could I object to anything a friend or anybody else other than Mr. Britt told him?
Yes, yes,
I
ma'am.
wasn't trying to get hearsay. I just said, how did you know about him knowing the back roads? That's all. Go ahead.
Okay. And I said, what you did was you got in the wood around 7:30 that morning. You noticed that her mother's car was gone. You noticed her father's car was gone, and you thought Clint Bobo's car was gone, but it was actually in a garage out back. I said, you know, Holly comes out at 7:45. I said, you position yourself to grab her when she came out. She fought with you for about 45 seconds because Mr. Barnes, the next door neighbor, heard you fighting for about 45 seconds. And he heard it. So, and I said, then you squatted down underneath the patio with her after fighting with her. You probably hit her because there was blood on the patio. You squatted down with her and was waiting on her to recover, I guess, from that, because Clint Bobo at that time looked out the window and saw you seeing with Holly. And I said, you waited, and he called his mother at that time. There's a record where he called his mother at that time, talking to her about who's outside. And I said, you waited till about 8:56 before you walking away with him, because there was another cell record where Clint Bobo.
About cell records.
Well, what time calls are made is layperson.
This isn't being offered as expert on one thing.
And I said, Clint Bobo told me that he saw you walking into the woods with his sister.
Well, that's
Wow.
something that's in evidence, Your Honor, is that Clint Bobo's on the phone with his mother.
Nevertheless.
Okay.
So regardless of what Clint said,
Okay.
just what you knew.
And I said, and I got a description
I'm
from,
gonna object
I
back.
got,
This is what he told Terry Britt he knew.
Okay. This is what you told Terry Britt you knew.
He's still on the narrative of
Yes.
what he told Terry Britt.
Yes.
Okay.
yes, ma'am. And I said, her brother describes you as being 5'10" to 5'11", 200 pounds, barrel chested, skinny legs, black hair that went over your collar, probably wearing a baseball cap, a camouflage jacket, blue jeans, and some type of work boots. And when I said that to him, he replied to me, that boy don't know what he saw. And I said, you got in your car around 8 o'clock. You drove north using the least traveled roads or with the fewest houses. You got to the freeway around 8:30. You spent about 25 minutes near the freeway. And I said, when you left that area, you started throwing things of Holly's out along Yellow Springs Road, such as a receipt, a wadded piece of paper, a dollar bill. And I said, you stopped when you got near your house and you headed down and threw the rest of the items, the larger items, into the creek on Gooch Road. That's around 9:25. And I said, you would know that creek on Gooch Road because you drive down that road to go home. And I said, when you came out of that, you got home probably around 9:35, and your wife awoke, Jan awoke, when the dogs were barking. And about before I finished saying that final word, he interrupted me and looked at me very, very straightforward and said, he said, sounds like you have it all figured out. I'll plead to it and you can close the case. I was very surprised by his comment. I didn't expect him to say that. I thought for a moment, I said, well, you got to do better than that. You got to give us her body. And he made a comment that I didn't understand at the time. His comment was, I can't give you something I don't have. I said, well, I need TBI here to finish this up. I do not want to take a statement from him. I was not there to get testimonial evidence. I said, TBI needs to be here. I got to leave. I got up from the chair, walked to the door, waited the guard to let me out. He got up and walked up behind me, and he said, if I need to show you something, how long will you take me to get you out of here? Get me out of here. And I said, it'd take me a couple of days. I'd have to get a writ to get him out of jail. And then he made some comment about Terry Dykes getting him out of jail, and that's the last I talked to him.
And did you relate all of this information to the TBI?
Yes, I did.
And as far as you know, did they
I put it in a USM report, USM 11, and gave it to TBI.
And as far as you know, did the TBI go back to follow up with an interview?
Myself and Dykes tried much later, but he was not in the mood then. He wanted to be, they didn't follow up the next few days like I told him that they were probably going to do. That did not happen.
Okay. But you notified them right away, is
Yes.
that right?
Yes, I did.
And so did you think he was kidding with you when he said he offered?
I object
All
to
right,
relevance.
just tell you this of what he thought.
Well, he can testify.
Don't argue from here. If you feel like they did something, we can send them back out. I've made a rule.
Okay.
A witness can't say whether he thought someone was serious or telling the truth or things like that.
Your you're trained law enforcement officer, is that right?
Yes,
You have your entire career been dealing with criminal defendants and kind of the criminal side of human nature, is that right?
yes,
And you have lots of experience and training in interviewing suspects. Is that
yes,
true?
yes, I do.
And you've been around when people have, you made a report in this matter. I think the U.S. Marshal Service calls it, what do you all call your reports?
The USM 11,
The US 11?
yes, USM 11,
And that's kind of the equivalent of a FBI 302, is that right?
correct.
Okay. And you certainly, when you make reports, you put down things that you take seriously and that are important. You put down important facts in your reports, is that right?
Yes,
And these are all facts that you included in your report.
yes,
And you shared that report with the TBI at that time.
yes.
No further questions.
You're friends with Terry Dicus, that's my understanding.
I got to know Terry Dicus, yes. I've never spent any evenings or weekends with him, but yes, I am
I
friends.
didn't ask you about spending the night with him. You're friends with him.
Yes,
And you became friends with him during the course of the investigation, or were you friends before?
during the course of the investigation.
And the friendship continued afterwards, correct?
Yes,
Still friends with him today?
yes,
So you were aware when Terry Dicus called you and asked for a favor that he had been advised by his supervisor to stand down, leave Terry Britt alone.
I did not know that.
And you didn't find it odd that the case agent had to call you and ask for a favor? to go
No,
talk to
he
someone?
explained what he was asking.
So you go in to talk to Mr. Britt, right?
Yes, yes,
Put you in a room, and you, according to your report, and your report, back up, you testified in great detail today for 10 or 15 minutes about all the things that you told Mr. Britt, about how you know what he did, and this is what I know about the case. None of that's included in your report.
no, the report's very general.
So all of that stuff that you say today, that you told him back in 2013, you just left all that out. Yes?
Yes, I just put this,
So
I put the,
let's
main
start at
facts.
that. Let's assume that you told him all that. You're talking to a guy that's doing time, correct?
yes,
He's looking at potential federal gun charges, correct?
I guess so.
Well, no,
I believe,
you knew,
yes.
you
I
knew.
believe he was having an abduction charge and a gun charge.
Did you make the statement to him? I told Mr. Britt that he was possibly also being indicted for federal firearms violations, and one case could carry a 30-year sentence.
Yes,
So that helps you remember what you actually told.
yes,
Okay. And if that is actually, let me just pass this report up to you. And so if that statement is actually the first full paragraph of your 20-line report, that doesn't mean, does that mean that that's how you started your talk with him? Telling him that he's looking at 30 more years?
no, that
Okay.
doesn't mean it's,
You just put it at the top. Because it actually says, I initially, meaning in the beginning. Right? That's what that word means. In the beginning, I questioned Mr. Britt if he had been federally charged.
yes,
Okay. He said no, but his wife had. And then you told him, buddy, it's coming. Something's going to carry 30 years.
okay,
Not okay. Yes or no?
yes,
Because if you put it in the report, that's what happened.
yes, that's what happened.
And if you didn't put it in the
It's
report,
characterization, Your Honor. He doesn't say that it is coming. He says it is possible that he would be charged. To So she's mischaracterizing the report as she questions the witness.
And he
Go
did.
ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Right?
What's your question again?
That's what you told me. Initially, as in the beginning.
We discussed many things when I went in, more about Holly and her family
But
before I actually talked
Everything's
about.
not initially. In your report, it says initially.
Yeah, before I got into the story about what we thought.
So before you got into the story about what you thought, you told him, hey, you may be looking at 30 more years.
Yes,
So the way this report runs, if it's in the report, it happened. But stuff that's not in your report could also have happened.
yes.
Okay. You didn't Mirandize the man.
I was not looking for testimonial evidence.
Excuse me?
I was not looking for testimonial evidence.
So even though you're not looking for testimonial evidence, you started with, tell us what you know about where Holly is, and I can get you a deal.
I didn't do it that
Let me
way.
finish.
That's not the way it went.
Let me finish. If you made statements to the man about wanting him to come forth with where Holly's remains were, and you're telling us that you don't consider that to be testimonial? Just yes or no, and then you can explain.
I was not there to get testimonial evidence.
Yes or no, and then explain. Let's not rely on
Ask
technicalities.
your question again.
Don't rely on technicalities. You ask the man, tell us where the dead girl is. That's your question, right?
Yes,
And you're saying, you're telling the jury that you don't consider that testimonial evidence?
I was not there to get testimonial evidence.
Is that like some buzzwords?
No, it's just true. I
Told
was not there to get testimonial
Okay.
evidence.
So
It
in
was
other words-
TBI's
In
responsibility.
other words, if he had said, she's under my driveway,
I would advise TBI that, and they could go talk to him about it.
because you didn't Mirandize it.
Your Honor, whether or not you Mirandize him, he doesn't necessarily have to Mirandize him.
And
That-
that's not an objection.
That is an
That's
objection,
a
Your Honor.
statement, okay?
Okay, so my objection is, I object to the way
The
you
question
formulated the
is,
question.
did you Mirandize him? No, I didn't.
No, it did not.
So according to your testimony today, even though it's not in your 20-line report, is that you went through your case theory about what had happened to Holly.
It was
And they-
also TBI's.
I'm
case.
sorry, if you can just answer the question first, and then if you want to add something, which you tend to want to do or explain, then do it.
It just wasn't mine. It was TBI's.
So that's a yes. You
Yeah.
explained to him your theory. Nobody else is up here. Correct?
Yes, okay,
Okay.
yeah.
And you told him, according to what you said today, this is what we know, Mr. Britt. And then you went through a litany of facts, right?
Correct.
And then he responded, sounds like you got it all figured out.
Correct.
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, we know that Shane, Dylan, and Jason alibied one another on the morning it happened? Did you tell him that?
No,
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, we know that Zac Adams said, I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch? Did you tell him that?
no,
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, we know that Zac Adams said, I can't clear my name because I'm too far into it?
no, I did not tell him that.
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, I'm here asking you to tell me where Holly Bobo's body is, but we know, Zac Adams said, I did it.
No, I didn't tell him that.
Did you tell him, I'm here asking you to tell me where Holly Bobo's body is, but Zac Adams has said on more than one occasion, I let Shane hit it. Did you tell him that?
No, I did not.
Did you tell him, despite the fact that I'm here asking you where Holly is, Mr. Britt, the man that was with Zac Adams when he shot her in the head has confessed to being with him?
No, I didn't tell him that.
Did you tell him, Mr. Britt, I'm here asking about Holly, and for you to tell me where she is? The man who purchased or traded for dope the murder weapon
It would be impossible to tell him these
has
comments.
told us.
Because
where it is.
this all happened after I interviewed him.
Is that a no? You didn't tell him?
No, it's not possible.
Did you tell him that that man who told us where the murder, that he purchased the murder weapon or traded the murder weapon and told us where it is, we went out there and found it?
No,
You'd agree with me, you didn't have all the facts when you went to do a favor for Terry Dykus that day?
I would not agree to that.
You would not?
No, I would not.
You don't. So.
When I
now
talked, that
let me
happened
ask you-
after me
I'm sorry,
talking.
let me ask a question.
No, he's trying to
If-
explain, Your Honor.
Wait. Is that an explanation? He can make an explanation. Give it now.
You're asking me stuff that happened after I spoke with Terry Britt. So I don't know how I could tell him about something that happened afterwards. I mean,
So my question
yeah,
was,
so
you didn't know the full facts.
at the time I talked to Terry Britt, I knew the full facts.
If these are the facts, can you not just look at those people
Oh,
and
yeah,
tell
sure.
them, I don't know what happened after 2013. I didn't know all the facts. Can you not agree to that?
I can't comment on that. I'm not allowed.
Not allowed by who?
U.S. Attorney's Office.
Is he allowed, Mr. U.S. Attorney? Is that a yes? Sure, let's approach.
I think rather than client, it's supervisory capacity. All right.
Ask it again, please.
You would agree with me, would you not, that after 2013, you don't know what happened in this case? You weren't a part of the investigation.
I was not a part of the investigation.
And despite the innuendo that maybe perhaps you want to leave with the jury, when Terry Britt was listening to you talk about potential deals that you might be able to get for him.
It wasn't me. I wasn't getting deals.
I'm sorry. Do you need to read your report?
I have no authority to make a deal. That's up to
Right.
the TBI and U.S. and the attorney, prosecutor. That's not me.
You weren't acting on behalf of the district attorney's office, were you?
No, it was not.
And you were not acting on behalf of the U.S. attorney's office, the
No.
federal prosecutors.
No, it was not.
You were not asked by anyone other than Terry Dykus to go to that location, were you?
Correct.
Nobody in TBI, no one asked you to try and reach a deal with him other than Terry Dykus.
I was not there to get a deal. I was asked if he wanted to talk.
You were not there to get a deal?
No. I was asked to go speak with Terry Britt to see if he wanted to talk about possibly making an arrangement, some type of deal with TBI. I wasn't the person making the deal.
What's different about what I said and what you just did?
Is that you're trying to act like I'm the one making the deal. I'm not. I'm just a person out there. All I'm out there with is to find out if he wanted to talk to TBI, and he did. That's all I was there for.
That's not what you asked him. You asked him to give you information about Holly Bobo.
I asked him to get TBI information about Holly Bobo.
And if it, I'm gonna pass this, show me where that's how you reported it. Review that for me. That's your report.
I testified to it.
Tell me where it is in your report.
That is a very general report about some things that occurred in that interview.
So it's not in there.
To let TBI know that he's wanting to talk, they should go speak with him. That's what the report's about. The report.
It's not in there, is it?
Say again what you think is not in there.
You forget my question for adding.
No, I just want to make
It's
sure we're
not in
clear.
there that TBI was the one making the deal.
You can say, is it in there?
Is what in there, Your Honor?
No, it's not. I don't understand the
Witness
question.
understood it. You don't understand the question? Nowhere in your report did you tell Terry Britt that I am here just as a mouthpiece for Terry Dykes. I can't really offer you a deal, but I want to work one out for you so that I can go back to them and tell them what you're willing to do.
Your Honor, he has not testified that he's a mouthpiece for Terry Dykes. That's a mischaracterization.
It's not.
It is.
She can describe it any way she wants to, okay? It's up to the jury.
Mr. Britt seemed very suspicious of your interview, didn't he?
No, he did not. Well,
I'm so-
wait, let me explain. Okay,
Now,
go
let
ahead.
me follow up. Did you literally just say, no, he did
No,
not?
he said no.
You said suspicious of his interview.
Read along with me and tell me if I read it wrong. Mr. Britt seemed suspicious of the interview. Did I read it wrong?
No, you read it right.
Now you want to explain?
Yes, I'll explain.
How about it?
Okay. He seemed suspicious that I was there talking to him initially, but once I laid out, hey, TBI wants to know where her remains are. If you're willing to talk about it, maybe you can keep your wife from being charged. He was very concerned about that. He kind of changed his tone during the interview. Okay.
Okay. I want you to read your report and then tell me where you reported that he changed his tone.
It's not in there. I'm just telling you
Sorry.
what happened.
So you reported that he was suspicious.
Yeah.
And at some point in your 20-line report, he changed his tone, but you didn't put that in here. Right?
No.
So this is just one more example of, if you wrote it down, it happened. But there are a lot of things that happened that you didn't write down.
Yes.
Nothing else.
Redirect.
Now, to be clear, a report is not a transcript of what happens, is it?
To the leading judge.
Is a
You can
report a
ask him.
transcript?
Is this a transcript?
Is this a transcript of what happened that
No.
day? Okay. When you write reports, do you usually go back and write word for word everything people said?
No.
Do you usually are they usually generalized when you write a report?
Yes.
Okay. Now, to be clear, before a federal employee is allowed to come testify, what kind of request needs to be made? Like, if any federal employee, before they come to testify in court, what type of request has to be made?
TUI request.
A TUI request?
TUI request, yes.
Of what?
A TUI?
TUI request.
TUI request.
You want to spell that?
I don't know. I don't know how to spell it. It's an odd name. It's a TUI request.
Anybody know? The only TUI I know is from
TOU.
Blindside. Okay.
And so the purpose of that is that the United States attorney knows, what is the purpose? You just tell us.
The purpose is that my testimony before I was a federal officer or agent, my testimony has to be approved through the United States Attorney's Office. It's to protect against me talking outside of my scope, not giving up trade secrets, things of that nature.
Now, did the state of Tennessee make a request that you testify about the notebook in this case that you found?
Yes,
Okay. Did the defense make a request that you testify about cellular telephone records in this case?
yes,
Did the defense make a request that you testify about your interview with Mr. Britt?
yes,
Now, you performed a lot of other activities in this case, is that right?
yes, I did.
Interviews,
Yes.
analysis, but those things, those items were not requested that you testify about them.
No, they were not.
So you're not authorized to say what else you knew about the case or what else you did in the case.
That
are
is
you?
correct.
Had that been requested,
Your Honor, I'm going to object to relevance.
It wasn't requested in the last bench conference we covered.
I know, but
You don't need to open the door to what we covered in that bench conference with his superior.
right, but my point, Your Honor, is that's
I'm
why
gonna object to relevance to anything he hasn't testified about. How can anything that he was asked to do or did, if it's not being testified to, be relevant?
she just went through such a long fuss with him about what did he know about the investigation? What did he do about the investigation? I can't cross-examine him about all the rest of the investigation because he's not been authorized to testify to it, Your
Let's
Honor.
move on.
No further questions.
Done. All right, step down, you're free to go.
John, can we approach before you excuse it?
Hold on, Mr. Walker. Yes. All right, call your next witness. Do what?
Christy Gaskell. She'll have to spell that.
CHRISTIE or Y. I can spell it.
Gutsell. It's Gutgsell, I think.
We'll
Christy.
get her to spell. I've been doing it with every witness. Raise your right hand. solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Be seated, state your name first and last, and spell for the court reporter, please.
It's Christie, Kristie. Last name is Gugasell, Gutgsell.
Would you,
On the Christie, is it IE or Y? I missed that.
I'm sorry, IE.
Okay. All right, keep proceeding.
so how is it that you are employed currently?
Currently,
Yes.
I work at a medical clinic currently.
Okay, and what were you doing in April of 2011?
I was a bail bondsman,
Okay, and what company were you with?
professional bonding.
Okay, and in April of 2011, did you happen to bond out Zac Adams?
I did.
Okay, can you please tell the jury what happened and what that was about?
I believe it was April the 4th. I bonded Zac out. Was when he was at Natchez Trace and he got several charges, drug charges and evading arrest. And I got him out on those charges that day.
Okay, and so when you bonded him out, did you happen to observe him and his physical appearance?
I did. After I bonded him out and he was released from jail, that's when we do our paperwork and talk and go through what I expect from him while he's out on bond.
And what did you observe?
I observed basically he had scratches all over him, like he had ran through the woods basically. And he also had like old scars on his arms.
And what were the old scars on his arms from?
Objection, Your Honor, because I feel like
If she knows.
If you know.
unless she was there, I don't see how she could know.
We'll strike it, Your Honor. Okay. And what about his legs?
He had scratches all over his legs, his arms, his neck.
His neck also?
Absolutely.
Okay. No further questions?
Cross.
No question.
All right, step in. First guy.
Yes, sir.
If our time restricted witness is not here, I'd like one more time just to see if he's here.
All right.
Mr. Garnett, just check and see if Mr. Garnett is outside.
This is the first time, and it's military, I believe, very short window of time that he has.
Yes, and our next witness is going to be fairly lengthy, so if he's available. No, okay. Then we'd like to call John Reeves.
Raise your right hand. So it's read testimony that him is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Be seated, state your name first and last, and spell it for the court reporter.
My name is Jonathan Reeves, JONATHANREEVES.
And can you speak up, please? Your voice is... Can you move the microphone closer to you?
Am I that tall? Is that better?
Yes. Okay, and Mr. Reeves, how is it that you're currently employed?
I am president of JDR Telecom Solutions. I consult for wireless carriers throughout the U.S., designing cell phone networks and troubleshooting, optimizing, and essentially making sure that they work. When you hear the guy say, "Can you hear me now?" I'm one of those guys.
Okay, and so let's go back to the beginning. What's your training to design cellular telephone networks?
Initially, I have a Bachelor's of Science of Engineering from Grove City College in Pennsylvania. Since then, I've been trained throughout the process with different companies on how to design the RF engineering, the implementation of cell sites. Been trained on the actual individual vendor equipment, the different technologies.
Can you go into detail on some of the training that you've had, the vendor equipment, the technologies?
At this time, Judge, I've had this chance to speak with Mr. Reeves quickly this morning, and I'll stipulate with regard to his expertise.
All right. They're willing to stipulate you can check on it some if you feel it's important, but he's stipulated with an expert in cellular phone technology. Would that be the appropriate?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay. And so in this case, did you have an opportunity to review materials regarding Holly Bobo's telephone and the telephones of different persons in this case?
I have, yes.
And did you prepare a report?
I have, yes.
Okay. And I would like to, this time, I'd like to ask that this report be put into evidence, Your Honor. Let me pass it up to you.
The 240.
See if you recognize this. It's,
Just making sure it's here. Yes.
A 240.
and have you prepared a PowerPoint demonstration?
Yes, this report has essentially just been presented in PowerPoint on the board behind me. And if I could request the clickers right next to my laptop. Just
Clicker's right next to his laptop. He said.
thank you.
So which telephone numbers did you review?
The numbers that I reviewed are listed on the screen here.
Okay.
They include Holly Bobo's, Zac Adams.
Well, let's just go in order. So the first one belongs to,
Zac Adams.
okay, the next one,
And I'm going from memory on these, but I believe the next one is Jason Autry.
yes. and
The next one is Holly Bobo.
Yes.
And the third one is Shane Austin.
The fourth one,
Oh, sorry, fourth one is Shane Austin.
yes. Okay. So,
I reviewed them
Let me
for,
get that order again. Holly,
no, sorry, the order is
Zac.
Zac Adams,
Zach, okay.
Jason Autry, Holly Bobo, and Shane Austin.
Okay, thank you.
So the information I reviewed was the information that was provided to me that my understanding was provided to law enforcement as part of this proceeding, including the locates that were performed on Holly Bobo's phone the day of her disappearance.
Okay.
Um,
So what is the locate information that you have?
So there's two general sources of information. I know you guys have already heard about some of this, and that's great because it makes my job a little bit easier. You guys have already gotten the brief crash course on this. But the information I have is both call records, and those are the call detail reports that you've seen Agent Frizzell last week present to you, as well as the locate records. And the locate records were the queries that were sent out looking for Holly Bobo's phone on the day of her abduction. The difference between those two pieces of information are pretty stark, meaning the call records are all historic. So we can go back to those at any point in the past and pull up the call records in order to see what activity was done on a phone at any given date and time. That includes text messages, voice calls, even data sessions in some cases, depending on the device. So we have the ability to look back in history to find that information. The locate records, on the other hand, are one of those real-time things. You have to do it at that moment that you're looking for that device. And if you do it an hour later, it's going to be different information because that device may either be off or moved or somewhere else. They're the two general categories of information that I had. The interesting thing about the locates was, at the time that they were performed in order to try and find the missing person, in this case, Holly Bobo. The information that comes back from those locates, an ideal world would be, here's a dot on a map that says where that device is. Unfortunately, that's not possible in this case.
And why is that?
There's a number of reasons for that. The primary one is just the technology that at that time didn't support it. We are talking about 2011. The technology, in addition to that, isn't a technology that specifically supports that as well. The phone and the devices that were all used for all four of those numbers that we provided are actually GSM technologies, Global System for Mobile Communications. It's an older technology at this point. Even for 2011, it was a little bit older at that point, but the networks were still evolving and upgrading at that point. So that was probably the most common technology back in 2011. Specifically though, GSM doesn't have GPS embedded in the phone. If you have a CDMA phone, like if you're on Sprint or Verizon, those phones are based on a different technology. So each one of those phones has its own GPS receiver in the phone that allows you to, see your location on a map, to actually go out, in some cases, query that device to find out where it is. That's not what we're talking about here, though. I want to make that clear. The GSM device that Holly Bobo had the day that she disappeared didn't have any of that GPS technology associated with it. So the best thing that they could do was go to AT&T, who is the service provider, and say, can you do your best case to find out where this device is in the network? And that's what these locates are. I guess contrary to Agent Frizzell's assertion of what these locates are, I have a slightly more nuanced and more detailed approach to what these locates are, knowing how the networks actually operate.
And have you ever done locates personally?
Yes, I have.
And when I said done, what does that mean? If you,
I mean, in some cases, it's literally just typing the command into the computer that says locate this device, enter, and it'll come back and give you the information on where that device is, the specific raw data on that device.
So you're saying that, have you done locates as a service provider for other people wanting to know where a phone is?
Yes.
Okay.
I've done it. I've done it both internally for testing, verification. We'll do it on technicians that are out in the network so we can find out where technicians are, make sure the right information is coming back. But I've also done it in previous cases where they're trying to find a missing person.
So you've been actually the person that gives the locate information to someone that's requesting it?
On occasion, yes.
Okay.
So the important thing to understand here is when law enforcement or anyone goes to AT&T and says, I have a phone number, I want to know where this device is, AT&T ideally would come back with coordinates to say the phone's right here, but that's not possible in this case, as we just covered. So instead, AT&T provides the best information they have available. Now, if AT&T comes across and says, hey, we have this cell site, it's at this address, and it's got these antennas on it, and you're in the middle of trying to track down someone, that information doesn't do you any good because you don't know what that cell site is, what the antennas are, the sectors are that are on that cell site. So what happens instead is they try to take that raw information and put it into more, we'll say, generally understandable format. In this case, they're actually providing a pinpoint coordinates, and then they describe it as an uncertainty radius. So they essentially put in a dot and a circle around that dot and say, this is the area that the device could be in. But the reality is that because of how rural these sites are, the only information they really have is just what serving cell, by serving cell, I mean the sector. If you recall, Agent Frizzell last week, he discussed how individual cell sites are divided up into thirds, essentially. He used the clock as an example. Maybe I like my food too much. I like to use the analogy of a pizza or a pie. You cut the pizza into thirds, and each third of that pizza is where that sector serves. If you're looking down, from the sky at the cell site.
And do you have a slide that demonstrates this?
So in this case, this is the raw information that was provided to law enforcement at the time of Holly Bobo's disappearance. And they're marked as locate and the time. And the pink center point in each one of these cases is the location of the coordinates. And the yellow shaded area is the radius or the uncertainty that went along with those coordinates. When I first saw this information, I thought perhaps that this actually was based on, we'll say, some sort of network-based, location-based services. I think you guys might recall Agent Frizzell using that tagline on Saturday, location-based services. But as I looked at this, let me back up, actually. Location-based services, and what he's talking about is the ability for the network to do some extra, I hate to say magic, but just some extra processing to try to find more information about where that cell or that device is at the time of that locate. Based on this information, though, it came pretty clear to me that there was no location-based services associated with this data. The thing that's most obvious is that in each one of these cases, the center points are just the center beam of that individual antenna for that sector. In addition,
what do you mean by that?
Okay, so we talked about dividing the pizza up into thirds. So in this case, the sectors are made up by individual antennas on each one of those faces that essentially serves that slice of the pizza. In this case, and may I stand, Ron? So what I'm showing here is the actual predicted sector location for that antenna. And the actual bearing, I think you heard Agent Frizzell describe it as an azimuth. The actual main focus point of that antenna points right out at 60 degrees in this case. And when we draw a line at 60 degrees, it comes right on the center point of that locate that was returned. In addition, every single other one of them does the same thing with their respective sectors. In each case, it's within half a degree, if not right on the degree of the azimuth of the antenna. In addition, as
So
you
you're
look,
saying it's dead in the center of that sector's antenna, the locates are.
it's at exactly the azimuth that antenna is pointed at.
Okay.
And I will get to why this is important in just a second as we cover the radius as well. If you look at the radius of each one of these circles, in each case, the radius from the center point that they provided is essentially just enough to get it back to the cell site with a little bit more to spare. So it goes around the backside of the cell site. So in this case, it's 180% of the distance. It's 104% of the distance, 105%, and 105%. That's important because those numbers aren't random. Specifically, I've been responsible for many of my customers to actually fill out the data that goes into these systems for 911 services. And you specifically enter in for these locations, you specifically enter in all the antenna information, the azimuth of the antenna, and the serving distance. This information up here, as I see it, is strictly it's just saying this is the sector that the device is on, and this is our best approximation of where that sector serves. So let's take it back for a second. At the point where law enforcement requests to locate on the device, AT&T, someone at AT&T goes in, types in the command, locate this number, they get information back. Now, if they just came back and said, it comes back on cell 10961, which these are the labels for the individual cells in the cyst. If they say it comes back on 10961, that doesn't mean anything to anybody. I wouldn't know what 10961 is, and I'm an expert. But if they provide the location information you see up there with a dot and a circle, that's their best attempt at trying to say, hey, look, if you're trying to find somebody right now, we don't have any other information we can hand you easily. Here's the best way to try to find it. My statement here is that it's certainly valid for what it is, but it's not as detailed as actually tying it back to the cells themselves. And the reason for that is that the previous slide, these are just approximations of the coverage area. This is literally the simplest way that you can try and just say, she's somewhere in this area. You know, in the example of the locate at 120 degrees on the right side, that's a huge area. And if you look at it, it actually almost reaches to the very next cell site. Realistically, if we were to instead say, you know, we're really only looking at where she's located in these individual sectors, we can narrow that area in significantly. The important thing to note on that as well is during Agent Frizzell's presentation to everybody here, he repeatedly made the statement they were in the same general area at general times, or they were on the same tower at the same general times. The thing that's really unique about this, though, is if you look at these sectors and the way the coverage from the sectors works, there's not going to be a situation where the locate at 9:10 a.m. on cell 31522 would ever overlap with the locate on 857 10961. They're two distinctly different areas. And even in a scenario where locate 9 and locate, I'm sorry, I think I mislabeled. It's locate, 902 and locate 910.
Can I interrupt you just a second? Your little controller there has a laser pointer on it too.
Oh, it does.
Because I'm getting lost just a little about.
Oh, like that, okay. So you can see that in this sector here, there is a very distinct difference between being in the sector in the area that this covers than being in this sector in the area it covers. Now, there were maps that were provided by AT&T to law enforcement during this time that specifically showed their own internal predictions for where they expected these cells to cover. So now, instead of looking at the big circles, we now come back and look at the individual, what's called a predicted server map. If we look at that, we can now narrow in those areas much further.
Can I pause you just for a second?
Yeah.
It's not even showing. Let me just bring this up to you, and I think this is Exhibit 219. When you say the overlay map, is that what you're referring to when you talk about an overlay map?
That's correct. This is a predicted best server map.
Okay. Just to show that to the jury, I know they've seen that, but.
So the key here is that now, rather than looking at individual points and a large circle around it, we can now narrow in on specifically where we know these devices were at the time. And certainly the day and the morning of her abduction, to try to narrow it back to this and have a predicted server map, it's unfortunately not realistic and it's not available. But after the fact, being able to actually look at the engineering that goes into the system and know where these cells serve, we can make a much more educated estimation of where the devices were throughout these times.
So rather than have a big blob of where everybody was, you're saying you can, are you saying you can narrow it down to a specific area?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. We can use the combination of these individual sectors as well as that predicted best server map to be able to narrow in on where these devices were. So rather than saying the devices were on the same tower, they happen to be in the same general area, we can make much more precise estimations as far as where these devices are.
Okay. So doing that, what were you able to determine?
So really the only key difference here is that rather than putting in locates with the large areas on them, I've now assigned the locates to the individual sector that would have been serving the device at that time that that locate was performed. So you can see on the right side here, well, first let's discuss what this is. This is call records for Holly Bobo and Zac Adams from 8:19 a.m. to 9:50 a.m. Technically, it's from 8:17 because that's the first record on here for Holly Bobo's device. But it's 8:19 was the first activity we had that morning on Zac Adams' device. I found it a little bit odd that the statement made by Agent Frizzell last week was that there was no activity on Zac Adams' device or Jason Autry's, or I believe it was also Shane Austin's device during the abduction. You know, as far as how I'm looking at this, I'm not looking at a time frame relative to any other event other than just saying we have activity on Holly Bobo's device, be it a call or a locate, all the way up until 8:25 a.m. So wherever there's overlap here, that's what I'm presenting. I'm just presenting where there's overlap between the devices in time.
So you're saying there were other calls that were made, text calls that were made on the devices, but you're just picking out the ones that were close in time to Holly's phone
Correct.
to show where devices were located.
Right. I'm trying to show if there's any sort of correlation between the devices, the device location, and the times.
Okay.
So you can see here at 8:17 a.m., there's a text from, well, essentially 1100 was a voicemail notification to Holly Bobo's phone. It was made on 10962. 10962, when I define that, that's the cell, and that's that sector there. The important thing about that that event was that was that was the first record on Holly Bobo's device that morning that was not on one of the cells that would otherwise serve her home area. Her home location is marked on here. I know Agent Frizzell covered that as well, that there were several different sectors that would cover her house, and that's because she is in a very rural, hilly area, and it's possible that different cell sites down in this area all could see her house at different times in different ways. So prior to 8:17, all of the other activity was still on sectors and cells that are down in that area between Parsons and Darden.
So this 8:17 is the first cell signal that shows her phone has moved away from her home location.
That's correct. The information that's presented here is color-coded with Holly's records in pink lettering, Zac's in black lettering, and then the backfill that you see here is for the individual sectors that it associates with. So where you see this one's in blue, this sector in blue is the one that she was on. So even if you don't want to be able to match up that number, you can just look at the colors to be able to see where each one connects. So you can see at 8:17 a.m., there's activity on Holly's phone on the, I'm going to say it's the south sector of the Natchez Trace site. But 2 minutes later, there's activity on Zac's phone on the southeast sector of the Cox Road Tower. So within 2 minutes, Holly has activity here and Zac has activity over here. They're not in areas or on sectors that are significantly overlapping. It's not like they're in areas where they're, you know, literally two sectors that are right next to each other, pointing into each other, where you could think, hey, within 2 minutes, you could be back and forth between these two sectors. Not typically. Once again, at 8:25 a.m., there's activity on Holly's phone, also on that same sector. So she's still in the same south sector of Natchez Trace. And 4 minutes later, there's activity on Zac's phone, still on that home sector. I say home sector because you can see that his house is actually located where that sector would be the one most likely to serve. It has been consistently shown to be the sector that serves this home location. So within 2 minutes, we have very discrete locations for both devices. And then within 4 minutes, again, we have that same breakdown of different locations for those same two devices. My conclusion looking at this is that this is not conclusive, or is not expected to be that the two devices were at the same place at the same times. Certainly there is a 2 minute gap between the one and a 4 minute gap on the other, but that's not really enough time from looking at the maps to be able to transition those two sectors and move from one sector to the next. Likewise, so until 8:38, Zac remains on his southeast sector of Cox Road. At 8:53 to 8:55, he then transitions over to the southwest sector. Now you can see that this actually starts to become at least closer to Holly's device. Holly's device at 8:57 has a locate on 10961 up on this sector here, the northeast sector of Natchez Trace. So within 3 minutes, they're now on two different sectors. And now they are getting closer, but they're still not necessarily in the same exact location.
Now, let me ask you this. If Mr. Adams was at his home, let's say he walked over to his grandfather's house, you say that he's on sector 2, that 31522, but he's not actually within that piece of pizza. He's kind of in the middle there. What does that have to do with anything?
There's a very important distinction. While we can sit here and say that that he's here and he's most likely to be on the sector, he's actually in a kind of between area. So anytime you're between these two sectors, you're in that gap, there's a possibility that you could be on one or the other, just depending on what your activity, utilization, movement looks like. So it's not impossible that he would still be at that same home location, or at least very close to home, but still have transitioned over to this other sector. So to follow through with the rest of the locates on here, you can see at 8:58, Zac's device, at 8:58 and 8:59, Zac's device transfers back over to that southeast sector of Cox Road. At that same time, 2 minutes after that, there's a locate done on Holly's device that then moves it into that southwest sector of Cox Road. At 9:06, there's another activity. There's actually a voice call on Holly's device that was unanswered, still on the same sector. So the 901.
And let me ask you, see right there on that Holly's device at 9:06, that 901-552-9905, is that a voicemail call? That phone number, does that represent a call going to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, none of these calls were answered by Holly's device throughout this period.
I'm just specifically asking you about that phone number, that 901 number. That's indicative of the voice call.
Going to voicemail.
Okay, voicemail number. Got it.
So at 9:10 a.m., now granted, Zac has been back on the from 8:58 and 8:59. He's back on his home sector. At 9:01 and 9:06, Holly's device is still on this other sector to the southwest. And then at 9:10, there's activity on Zac's phone and on Holly's phone in that same sector. And there's also activity again at 9:12 on Zac's phone. So at 9:10, there is an overlap on these sectors, a one-for-one overlap that they're both using the same sector at the same time. And then to complete the loop, I'm going to come back to this in a second. To complete the loop, at 9:25 a.m., the final locate that was performed and successful on Holly's phone placed it down off this northwest sector of Parsons. As I review this information and I look at the data for that morning on Holly's device, the general trend is that it starts down and around a residence. She travels up for extended period of time in the south sector of the Natchez Trace site. She then transitions fairly rapidly. Well, I say fairly rapidly. From 8:26 to 8:57, there's no data on Holly's device to know where she is or what she's doing, or where the device is, I'm sorry. So there is a significant gap in there, almost of a half hour, or more than a half hour. But when she registers on this site for that locate, it fairly rapidly from 8:57 to 9:01, 9:06, 9:10 proceeds to move in this direction. And then ultimately coming back down in order to be on this northwest sector of Parsons. So the general trend is that the device spent some time down in this area or even up between these two sectors, but then ultimately completed a loop back down this direction. By contrast, Zac Adams' device stayed either on his home sector or for a brief period was back onto the southwest sector and then returned back to his home sector.
Okay, and then the final one, you do have a final one down there at the bottom that's in purple.
Yes, I included this. It doesn't show up real well for everybody on here, but I included this last record for Zac at 9:50 a.m. because it places him far, well outside of this area and to the northeast of the Birdsong Tower. And there's going to be some slides that we'll use to cover that period of time as well. I just wanted to show you that there was, this is the nearest record to 9:25 is that 9:50 record for Zac.
And that Birdsong Tower, is it over there by the Tennessee River?
It is.
Okay.
Excuse me, what page is this? I'm just trying to keep track of your report.
This particular one,
The one,
yeah, I'm sorry, they're not numbered.
Seven? Mr. Reeves, is this page 7? That, where you have that chart? Oh, you're going to count.
Yes, it's page 7.
Can I just make a notation of 7 at the bottom of your report here?
Certainly. The next pages in my report essentially just summarize what I just went through here as far as the individual call records, the time frames, where there was activity, who it was by, and it's all color coded in here with Holly Bobo's records in pink and Zac Adams' records in blue. And then ultimately the conclusion that I just gave you regarding the transitioning of the phone and the movement of the phone is presented as well. So in this slide, I essentially cover that same time frame, but I cover it for Jason Autry. And to be clear, I don't include everybody's records all in one page because frankly, there's too many, it would get too jumbled. So if I tried to include Holly Bobo's, Zac Adams, and Jason Autry's all in one slide, there would be too much information, too many records to actually fit onto the slide to be able to be seen. So there's a couple of slides later on that you'll see where it gets a little bit small, hard to read, and that's why I had to split them out into separate slides.
And now we're on page 10 of your report. Is that so?
Correct.
Okay. I'll put a 10 on the exhibit if that's okay with you.
Yes. So in this map, it's the same exact map, same locations, same color codes. The only difference here is that we're now looking at Holly Bobo's phone and Jason Autry's phone. You can see the same exact records that we just discussed for Holly Bobo. And now we're looking at Jason Autry's records instead of Zac's. We can see that This 819 call looks very similar to Zach's because that was actually a call from Jason Autry to Zac Adams. So they both had calls at 819. We can see that the Jason Autry calls, all these in the lighter shade of yellow or cream, are actually for this sector up here. I know it's not a real good contrast, but all of these records.
Can you say out loud for the record what sector you're pointing to with your pointer?
Well, yeah, I was going to say the sector that I'm pointing at is the cell 31521. And it's the north sector of the Cox Road Tower. So during this time frame when Holly Bobo's device is down on the south sector of Not Just Trace, Jason Autry is on the north sector of Cox Road in very discrete and different location than anything that would be served down here. He remains in that general area until 8:40 a.m. And then at 8:52, he transitions into the southeast sector of Cox Road Tower, 31522. Up till 8:55, he remains on that sector, so still in that southeast area. We have these same activity on Holly Bobo's device from 8:57 to 9:25 a.m. with no activity on Jason Autry's device during that same time frame. Lastly, and it's cut off on there, but lastly, I included the record at 9:42 a.m. where Jason Autry's device transitioned to the northeast sector of Birdsong.
That's the last call there.
Yeah, and we will cover that in a separate slide for that time frame. I just wanted to include his next record just so you can see the gap in the time when there was activity. So the next page of my report covers essentially exactly what I just discussed, the individual call records, what the activity was. And it does go into a little bit more detail further down the time frame to 11:40 a.m., but there will be a separate slide that I'll discuss that activity in more detail. So my conclusion on Holly Bobo's device doesn't change from this. Her activity and her records are still the same. So what I discussed before about the movement of the device in a generally clockwise manner remains the same. The only thing that's new on this conclusion is just that Jason Autry's device during the timeframes and the records that were available don't place him in any of those locations at exactly the same times or locations. There's certainly there are records, where he's at 8:55, he's on that southeast sector, but Holly Bobo's device does not reach that sector until 9:10 a.m.
Now, on that same slide number 10, page 10, at any point does Jason, where would you expect Shane Austin's home tower to be?
So it's labeled on here as the Austin residence. And the sector that we've consistently seen that serves him and is predicted to serve him is that southwest sector of Cox Road Tower.
And can you give us a number for the record? Because she's writing things down.
Cell 31523.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, 31523. And we'll actually get to Shane Austin's record in the next.
Okay. At any point, though, from these records on page 10, does it appear that Jason Autry is on Shane Austin's home tower?
There are no records or activity that indicates Jason Austin used that 31523 sector.
What page is that?
12.
So 12, would that be page 12 if
this
it's
is
2
12.
pages down from 10?
And then this would be page 13.
Is it okay if I just go through and number the pages in your report?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
So this map and the information on it depicts essentially the same information that we've been covering, but in this case, it's for Holly Bobo's records, as well as for Shane Austin's phone records for that morning. In Agent Frizzell's report, he didn't include any of the information for Shane Austin. He just said that there was no activity on his phone during that time frame. And while that's correct, I thought it was important that we at least present what activity there was as it relates to Holly Bobo's device and her time frame. So specifically, Shane Austin's first activity is at 9:23 a.m. So there is some overlap, meaning it does slot between these two locates that we discussed before on Holly Bobo's device at 9:10 and 9:25. But Shane Austin's activity at 9:23 a.m. is on cell 31523, which is the cell that we discussed previously, is expecting to serve his home location. You can see then from 9:45 on, he continues to have pretty consistent activity all the way up to 10:55 a.m., all the while on cell 31523, that home sector. It isn't until 11:01 a.m. that he actually leaves that cell and transitions onto the southeast sector 31522. You can also see, based on these two locates, that there is a 9:23 a.m. Activity on Shane Austin's device, and there's a 9:25 a.m. locate on Holly Bobo's device on two discretely different sectors. But there could be some, because they do point into each other, there could be some potential overlap or some areas where they would be adjacent to each other, where you hand off from one sector to the next. And in this slide, I'm just discussing, the details of what we just looked at on the map for the individual call records. There's very little that we can actually determine from these call records because there are so few of them in the overlapping time frame. The closest one is the 9:23 to 9:25. So I can't come to any definitive conclusion or make any predictions on exactly what was happening with regard to Shane Austin's device during the time where there was no activity. So as we discussed previously, I was going to also cover the time frame where Zac Adams and Jason Autry's devices left the holiday area and traveled to Birdsong. The information in here, it's still color-coded to the individual sector. So where you see it in purple, that's that purple sector at 39077 for cell 39077. Where it's in brown, that's that northwest sector 39079. This particular sector, it's color-coded, but it's never actually used in any of the records. So if they were transitioning through this area, it never actually has any activity on that sector during that transitioning. And then you can see these sectors are still color-coded the same. So you can see, they start from the top at 9:12 a.m. There's activity on Zac Adams' device on this home sector. There's a gap till 9:42 a.m. where both, 9:42, Jason Autry has activity on that northeast sector of Birdsong, 39077. At 9:50 a.m., Zac Adams also has activity on 39077. There's considerable number of calls by Zac Adams during this time frame, all the way up to 10:30 a.m., 10:32 a.m., at which point they both start transitioning back into this northwest sector, back into the southeast sector, at which point we don't have any more records for Jason Autry for some time, but Zac Adams does return to the southwest sector of Cox Road.
Okay. Now let me ask you about this transition. If you look at the last purple row up there, that's a Zac Adams call. It's a text actually, and it's a text out from his phone. Is that right?
That's correct.
At 10:32?
Yeah, at 10:32 a.m., there's a text from Zac Adams' phone to 731-733-1346.
Okay. Perhaps a girlfriend's telephone number. Did you analyze Rebecca Earp's telephone records?
I did. I don't have it memorized off the top of my head.
Okay. So based on this call, he's at the Birdsong 7 tower. Is that right?
He's on the northeast sector of Birdsong. And there may be some questions on this, so I do want to cover this. As we've discussed in the past, we've always discussed it being 3 slices of pizza, evenly distributed, 120 degrees each. But when you get into the real world and the engineering, sometimes that doesn't actually work that way. So what you can see here is that these 2 sectors don't actually make up perfect slices of pie. They're actually a little bit more off of their azimuth. That's why you see a larger gap up here. So the actual engineering information that we were provided shows that these sectors were a little bit more east and west to shoot up and down, east and west down the interstate for that particular site. It's not that it's anything critical, but it is a difference from what's kind of standard and what we've been discussing to this point.
And if somebody were over, okay, I'm sorry, scratch that question. So then his next call from and I'm calling it Birdsong, but you're calling it 39077 tower.
Correct. This is the northeast sector of the Birdsong Tower.
And that's at 10:32. At 10:35, he has a voice call, and that is on the 39079 sector.
That's correct. That's the west.
It's directly west of where he was before.
That's correct.
Okay. And then he has another call at 10:35, another voice call. Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay. And then he has another call at 10:36. Does that look right?
Yes.
Okay. And then he has another call at 10:36. Oh, well, there's a text there and then a call.
Yes, there's a text message at 10:36, and then there's a phone call.
Okay. And then at 10:37, he has a text message.
Correct.
And all of those are in that that 39079 sector.
That's correct.
And that goes from 10:35 to 10:37.
Correct.
So that's a 2-minute gap there.
Correct.
Okay. And then the very next thing he is at 10:38, he has a text call and he's back in Cox 2.
Yeah, he's on the southeast sector of Cox Road, and it's 31522.
And we're calling these Cox 2 because the tower is actually located on Cox Road.
Yes, there's many different names that even AT&T uses for these individual sites. And
But when I said that, what I meant was it's 31522.
that's the correct cell number, yes.
Okay. And if you just indicate where that is for the jury.
That's the record, and that's the location.
Okay. So that is 1 minute later at 10:38.
That's correct. And there certainly could be some questions over that, but as you transition from this sector, as you drive west from Birdsong towards Cox Road, whether you do it on the highway or you do it on one of the back roads, at some point there's going to be a transition where you go from one sector to the next. And this one seems pretty clear that they transition from the one sector on the northwest sector of Birdsong to the southeast sector of Cox Road at right about that point. And it doesn't bounce back after that.
And he's made that trip in a total of 5 minutes from 10:32 until 10:38. 6 minutes.
Yes, that's the difference in time.
And he does not during that time hit off of 39078, which would be Birdsong South Tower.
That's correct. There were no records that utilized 39078, that south sector on Birdsong during that time.
And I'd like to show you that. Okay, are we going to be able to switch back and forth?
Yeah, if you unplug the cable from my laptop, it should.
I think it's possible now. I'll never get it back working.
My laptop will never work again. There's 2 ports on the back. It's got to go on the one towards the back of
Display
it.
out, not computer in. That's helpful.
There you go.
to show you a map here. You can see this map. So on this, what? This is exhibit number for the record. Um, 237. So if somebody were at the Tennessee River, starting up here, and this is I-40. Can you see that it says I-40 there? I can make it zoom
Yes,
in more.
I can see it. Well, I could.
You see now that it says I-40 up there? Yes, okay. So if you were over here at the Tennessee River and you traveled straight down till you get to this part of the water that kind of jerks out there around Nick's Landing, and then you were to cut over, would you expect to show up in that Birdsong 8, that lower quadrant cellular tower if you were on the phone at that time?
If there was activity during that time where they transitioned that area, I would expect to see it on that south sector of Birdsong or the 39078. So, yes.
Okay, and do you ever see any activity this morning on that Birdsong 8 sector?
No, there was no records of activity on that 39078 sector.
Okay, so now we're back to your report.
And before I move on from this particular page, are there any other questions on this page?
Not that I can think of.
Okay.
So now we're to page 17.
So once again, I'm just recapping the discussion that we just had as far as the time frame, the sectors that were used during those times, and the conclusion. It does appear that both devices traveled at that same time through those same areas because there were records that tied them up in very close in time, as well as on the same sectors. So it would certainly be within the realm of reason that those two devices were together as they made that trip, at least until the point where they returned, back onto the southeast sector of Cox Road. At which point there are no records from Jason Autry, but Zac Adams does continue on to the southwest sector.
Okay.
And this is the last map and the last analysis that I have, and specifically the the time frame that we're looking at here is after Zac Adams' device returns from Birdsong. So if you look at that previous slide, the last record was 10:49 a.m. And if you look at this next slide, it's 10:49 a.m. on the top line. So this map covers a time frame from when Zac Adams' device returns back to the Cox Road site, and the activity of Zac Adams' device and Shane Austin's device for essentially the next approximately hour and a half. And during that time frame, you can see Zac Adams and Shane Austin are both on that southwest sector of Cox Road, 31523, until 10:55 a.m.
So that would be Shane's home sector.
Correct. That would be the sector that we expect to serve, and we've been noted to serve Shane Austin's home.
Okay. So they're there what looks like about 6, maybe 10 minutes.
So yeah, somewhere between 6 and 10 minutes.
Okay.
Because at 11:01 a.m., Shane Austin's device transitions to the southeast sector of Cox Road, 31522.
And that would be back by the interstate, anywhere from,
Yeah, it could be anywhere down in this
right.
area. And then from there, and the colors don't match up real well, but you can see the color code here. This is red to match up with the red sector, the south sector in Parsons. This pink doesn't match up real well with the pink that shows through there, but this 12571 record would match up with 12571 cell. And then all the rest of these records from 11:15 a.m. to 12:10 p.m. are all on that south sector of Parsons. At 12:18, that's the first record we have on 12571, that northeast sector of Parsons, most likely as they start to travel back to the north. And then at 12:35, they're back up on the home sector for Shane Austin.
Okay.
The key takeaway is that both of these devices were active during that time frame. They both traveled the same general direction, were active on the same sites. So it may certainly be reasonable to conclude that they were together during that time frame in those locations.
Okay, so reasonable to conclude that Shane Austin and Zac Adams' telephones were together since they seem to be making transitions together. Is that right?
Correct, based on the activity on the same cells within the same time frame.
Okay.
Very similar to the analysis that we had just gone through for the birdsong sectors as well.
Okay. Okay. Did you also do some analysis regarding activity on the birdsong cell tower and different dates?
Yes, I specifically looked up activity and made some notes of how often both Zac Adams, Jason Autry, Dylan Adams, and to, I believe, a lesser extent, Shane Austin. I think I said Shane Austin already. Zac Adams, Jason Autry, Dylan Adams, and to a lesser extent, Shane Austin, their devices were over on that same northeast sector of birdsong. So
Okay,
specifically this sector here.
Let me see if I can have a minute, Your Honor. Let me see if I can find that. You did a spreadsheet, is that right?
I did. I don't know if it was printed out or
Okay. Let me
presented
see
in that form.
if I can have a minute to find it. Your Honor, there's a spreadsheet I'm looking for, and in all these papers, I can't find it right now.
I think he said he wasn't sure it was published.
No.
I know I had prepared it and emailed it. I don't know if I ever printed it.
Okay.
Okay. I think I need to print it. It's close to lunchtime. Would it be possible for us to take our lunch break now?
We can do that. Usually they bring their food in about this time, so we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess. You folks take about an hour. We'll call for you. So call the admonitions. I gotta get the outfit. All right.
So they are going on a lunch. I know that we do have our time, that we don't have to wait for these things, but you guys, this phone data is something else. Like, if I'm going based off this phone data that they actually put in here, how do we come to the conclusion that Zac did it again? You know, so even when we listened to John Marshall earlier, right? Not John Marshall, Mr. Walker. So his testimony kind of like contradicts everything. It's like the state did not call people that did not fit into their box. If you didn't fit into their box and say what they wanted to say, and they couldn't get you, they didn't call you, which I find weird. Me personally, I find it weird. So remember, we are in the final day of testimony with the defense. We will be going into the closing statements, and of course, we'll watch the verdict all together. But yeah, this case, like, I can't see how they can get away with this case not being a retrial. But you know, it worries me for other people. Like I told y'all, when I seen Alex Murdoch might be looking for a retrial this morning. And also when I seen what is it called? When we're looking at our girl that has the Chandra, like she want a retrial. Everybody want a retrial. We gonna talk about before Alicia Andrews, her hearing date for her sentencing is on December the 8th. She has asked for a retrial. Like everybody wants a retrial. Like if we can't get justice real clean the first time, we gonna spend a lot of time doing retrials. And it just seems weird to me. But guys, I also want to put in here that if anybody wants more coverage on this, just from a different angle, please go check out Katnat Williams. I'm going to put her link in there for more coverage. And I also put her information in the link. It's in our description box. I'm trying to get better at doing this and taking time out to make sure that I am recognizing people that are helping me so much and giving me so much coverage on it too. Because like I told you guys, when I'm not here, I'm out here in these YouTube streets, and with us covering this, and every time I listen to this, I don't care what shape, form, and fashion I'm listening to it to, I always find something different. And just remember, she's like covering the same trial. I think they're on day 5. Although we're on day 8, I'll go back and I'll listen to her day 5, depending on how she's streaming it. And like yesterday, she streamed some information that we don't even have. We're not privy to. I'm trying to get us some privilege to it, so we can see it. But yeah, just checking out her stuff. And then they have the Trial and Error podcast, which y'all probably find very fascinating if you want to go down this rabbit hole real deep. They have some real good information. So this stuff that we're watching and we're doing, we're not even scratching the surface of this case. We have determined just from the information that we see, most of us can agree that he needs a retrial. But if you see all the stuff that they have on Trial and Error podcast and the stuff that, and I think Katnat Williams, she has a lot of their stuff that they have too. If you see see that stuff, oh my goodness, you like, why are we even coming back at the end of December? But my plan is to try to get everything together for us. So at least post conviction wise, that's going to be a good thing for us to kind of check out before we go into December. The hearings that we'll have in December, I want to try to get the hearings from May, August, November, get them all together so we can kind of watch them and understand the flow, because there are a lot of days that and a lot of testimony that we are missing from those hearings that we have not seen. Yeah, it's called the Trial and Error podcast. They have a YouTube channel. Let me see. I can find that and drop that in the link too. Wait a minute. Okay, yeah, let me drop theirs in, because y'all gonna see some stuff over there that y'all probably really like. Far as they now, they are definitely on this whole thing with this Holly Bobo. Oh my goodness. One of them, Dr. Katie, and I can't remember the lawyer's name, but I definitely know that Dr. Katie, don't quote me, but I think she interviewed, what's his name? Jason Autry. And they have on everything the recant video where he actually recanted his testimony. I'm hoping that we can one day play it over here, but got to get permission, so I'm kind of waiting to see. But if you want to go check it out, definitely go check it out here. I will put more their stuff in here. Hey, Barb, welcome back. How was your appointment? Oh, it didn't put it in there. Wait a minute. Okay, there we go. Just so y'all know, I did break our chat bot. So I don't know. I messed up the timers. So I got to put it in there one beat at a time, whatever that means. I don't even know. I don't know what I did, but I did it. Whatever. So here we go. So I got to try to do this at different points in times. And remember, I know it was kind of annoying, right? So I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. I don't know. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's a bad thing. But that means that I got to keep looking at my notepad and keep trying to remember when the heck to send out these little Nightbot things. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know, but I broke it, damn it. I don't know. I know y'all don't like the Nightbot, Fightbot. But shit, I like him. I think I like him. I'm going to name it him because I like him. I like the Nightbot. I thought that y'all would like the Nightbot a little bit too, but whatever. I got to learn how to spread it out. I don't learn how to spread it out so much that I broke it. Shit. So now the Nightbot don't want to talk at all. Oh, boy. Oh, so let's see here. Let's see. Yeah, I got to figure it out. I'm going to figure it out. No, the 8-ball is still working. And yeah, I think you might be still BPMs. Yeah, I think you might be. The 8-ball works, so he working just fine. The problem is like, to kind of help people make sure that they like and, so the mods don't have so much work to do, right? I don't know what I did this morning, but damn it, I did it. And the only thing now that the 8-ball will tell us about is make sure you can receive some free gifts. Like, how dare it? The only thing they want to keep is goddamn free gifts. They want to tell everybody how to get the free gifts with the timer, but they don't want to tell about anything else. Like, what is that about? I mean, of course, I want to make sure that everybody can receive their gifts, right? But out of all of the commands for it to do, it definitely picked that one. So everything else, it decided, screw it, put it to the side, it's not doing it. So whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, it's so retarded. Yeah, I was trying to spread the timers out this morning. I'm trying my best to try to make it so it only comes in like once in a blue moon. And I do mean once in a blue moon. You know, I mean, we be on here a while, right? So it's plenty of times to catch people with stuff. So we shall see. Oh gosh, drunkie. I just happened to read up. I see what SD put. Like, oh no, and not a prune. Oh my gosh. I don't know what you're gonna do. It's bad enough with the little balls. Oh, I remember I used to have a bunny. No, I did not name my bunny Bunny. You know, because that's the first thing. Everybody like, hey, I got a bunny. My bunny's name is Bunny. Or I got a bunny. My bunny's name is Rabbit. My bunny's name was Skipper. I guess that's not too far off. Skipper. Yeah, and I'm telling you, every time I got out of them cage and them little balls, oh my goodness, like I could not keep up with them balls of shit for the life of me. Oh, they are not fun cleaning up. It's all thinking about her saying a prune. I'm like, oh no, I don't know. Does it come out like little balls still? Thank you, Beezy. Yup, it was Skipper. I came back from Vegas and Skipper was no longer skipping. I don't know what my sister did to him. Oh, that would be a cute name for a bunny. Cotton. That would be a nice, cute name. I like that. Cotton. Oh, too bad I'm not in the bunny business no more, so I can't probably deal with the little balls. Oh, really? I didn't know you could train them, drunkie. Really? I did not know you can train them. Oh, interesting. Did you do it yourself, drunkie? Or do they get trained at, Oh gosh. Barbara talk about eating them. God damn it. We're not talking about eating the damn rabbit. Damn. Oh gosh, she got Skipper on the damn table. Holy crap. Oh my. Oh, well, drunkie, keep your dang on rabbit away from Barbara because it's like good eating. It's chicken. It tastes like chicken to her. I don't know. I don't. Oh, really? That's good. Yeah, that is so awesome. Yeah. I mean, I know people, eat rabbit. Don't get me wrong. I know people eat rabbit, toad, shit. They eat anything that they can fucking eat. I don't know. Oh, look at me, I'm cussing. Sorry, y'all. I'm like really cussing. Like, oh yeah, y'all getting a cuss word every second. Sweet pea. Yeah, well, I know people eat like duck. Like I've never tried duck, but I heard it tastes like chicken. Toe legs. I'm not surprised because people eat pig's feet. Shit. Like depending on what where you at, people like pig feet. They eat chitterlings. Are they called chitterlings? Like pig intestines. So I mean, shit. I guess eating a rabbit like ain't that bad. You say told you it was chicken. Yeah, chitlins, like those is pig intestines. And like I heard corned beef is the cow's poo nanny. That's what I was told. Yeah, yeah, chitlins. Ugh. The smell of chitlins. Ugh. I know. It smell like, I mean, you know why they smell like that shit? When you eating goddamn intestines, they throw hot sauce and coleslaw on that. They be eating that. They eat everything. Y'all gonna hear me cuss because this, I mean, you can't do nothing but cuss. It's not the poo nanny SD. Okay, what's the cow stuff? What's corned beef? Because somebody told me it's the cow's vagina or some part of the vagina. This is why people become vegetarians and don't eat nothing because they take advantage of animals. Like just because you can eat a part of the animal don't mean you got to eat every goddamn part of. I mean, well, I guess you got to take. I guess you got to get it all. I don't know. They eat it all. Shoot, damn! You give a goddamn person a pig, they gonna eat every inch of that damn pig. Golly, poor pig. I don't eat pig. Look, I don't eat pork, but I used to eat pork. And I used to love me some pork chops. Woo. Okay, so the lower chest. Okay, good. I'm glad. I don't know why they kept telling me it was punani. And I was like, well, it's the best punani that I've ever explored. And I don't know. I wasn't gonna stop eating it. Don't get it twisted, boo, because I still like me some corned beef. So it didn't matter if they said it. I was like, it's the best one I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna enjoy this in all types of different ways. Smack it up, flip it, rub it down. But that's just me. That's just me. Certain things I'm gonna go with. So, okay, so do anybody eat Euros? Yeah. We just learned that. Well, we didn't found out it's from the breast, the brisket. I don't know. It's good. Shoot, Euros. Okay. Well, I don't know what they part of, but I love me a gyro. Some people call them gyros, or hey, hey, Lynn. Yeah, I know. And you say, there goes the good Christian chat. Yeah, we can only be good so long. Pig brain and eggs. What is that called? Is it just called pig brains? I mean, I done seen pig feet, pig toes, pig fingernails, pig intestines, pig bacon. I don't know what part of the body of that come from. I got the chops, we got the ribs. I mean, you give somebody a pig foot and they probably just go crazy. I mean, I'm telling you, like, I don't know. I guess it's from the South, but you talking about getting a pig foot. Like, they act like that's the best thing cooking. Oh, the brains, it actually look like scrambled eggs, Marilda. Holy moly. I will not. Oh, I like me some lamb. Oh, shoot, now lamb. What you eating every night down there in Tennessee? Beezy, tell me what. Talk to me about that. I gotta see what you mentioning up here in this chat that you be eating. No, although it ain't no shame. Everybody is. Everybody like what they like. You say all of this. They be roasting the whole damn pig, had a pig on the damn stick doing the dance around it. And you be doing that down there? I went to one of those when I went to Hawaii. They did one of those. Like the pig be on that bed with the damn apple, with the apple in his mouth, like, ooh. They sure not do some shit. They gotta be so extra dramatic. Gotta put the pig in the apple. The apple get on the pig's mouth, like, ooh. Then they had a bit on the thing. They be just slowly turning. Like, we gonna slowly roast your ass. We gonna eat every part of you from the goddamn nose to the damn feet. I love me some lamb. Ooh, you get me some lamb chops. Ooh, oh, and some. No, you ain't had the best kind. You ain't had no lamb. You ain't have no lamb. I ain't never seen no lamb that's greasy. I haven't seen any lamb that's greasy. Like, especially if I can go get me a gyro with that tzatziki sauce. Oh, I had one. Was it Tuesday night? I want to say Tuesday night because I went into the city. And I had me a gyro. Oh my goodness. I said, give me some extra red onions. My breath was smelling like onions for like 2 damn days. It wasn't enough toothpaste or nothing. I don't know what kind of damn extra onions, red onions they have, but I like me some red onions. And they put some red onions in there that was so strong that, I mean, like, I had to brush my teeth for days. But I like onions, so it is what it is. And like, I was blowing that hot onion breath for 2 days, and I swore I brushed my teeth, like, and used my little mouthwash, right? I just couldn't get rid of the goddamn smell. Like, every time I would breathe, woo, shit. But anywho, I ain't gonna talk about my onion breath, but I will tell you that, oh my gosh, I had me a Euro the other day, and it was like heaven to me. I gotta go all the way into the city to get it, but it's dang on sure worth the drive. Yeah, they call them euros here, or gyro. I call it gyro sometimes. Like, most of the time I'm calling it a gyro. I don't even call it a euro. I call it a gyro. Because it's spelled Gyro. So I'll say gyro. That's what it looked like to me. Gyro. Yeah, so I think like when people go into dinner, when I go in there, the people, they be like, it's a euro. So I'm like, all right, whatever. And y'all know I can't pronounce shit anyway, so there you go. I probably pronounce it all wrong. I just go in there and say, give me that. Oh, it's a difference? Yes, yeah, I don't know the difference. I just go in there and say, hey, I want that with the pita bread, extra onions, extra tomatoes, and give me some of that tzatziki, whatever that sauce is, give me that too. Give me all of that. Yes, I like those. What other weird stuff I like? I like me some oxtails. Now I will eat oxtails. Beef ribs. Yeah, I kind of eat everything else. I just don't. I don't know. I don't know about. I don't eat a lot of wild. I don't eat it. I think the only wild game that I might eat is lamb. I think. Yeah, because I haven't had duck. I haven't had duck or anything. Like, I know a lot of people do eat duck nowadays. I don't eat duck. Oh, she got it back to working. I don't know what I did. I know, right? No, we about to going back into the dang on trial therapist. I know, I like food. I like to talk about food now. That is definitely my love joy in the world. You say you don't eat duck, but I do like food grass. Oh, really? Drunky, really? Wow. We got a Trader Joe's down here too. You know, they like Aldi's, right? You know, Trader Joe's and Aldi's, they best friends, they cousins, right? SD do a lot of illegal things, Drunky. No. Drunky said, isn't that shit illegal? Shit, SD still may be doing it. She may not know. Oh, man. No, I don't know what it is. I don't know what that is. Don't just send me. She said it's illegal, and I don't know what it is. And send me the definition because I don't even know what the fuck it is now. It's duck liver. Oh, okay. Okay, why you gotta be doing all that special with that old name? Why couldn't you just say it's duck liver up in the chat, SD? Be using all the fancy names. You know I can't pronounce shit. Like, really? No, I'm not gonna say it again. She put it in there. She said it's called duck liver. Don't be using them fancy names. Yeah. Trying to make it sound like it's something extra special. What is it? Full gas? Full grass? I don't know. But just call it duck liver. I'll eat me some liver. Liver good for you, but I don't know if it's that kind of liver. It's just liver. It's nasty looking too. You got to cook it real good. You got to make sure it's tender. It's so dang on bloody. Yeah, you got to do your liver right, Barbara. You got to make sure you have a whole bunch of onions and gravy, some good gravy. Yeah, I never had that kind. And there go my audio message that I'm gonna listen to it, but I don't care. I'm gonna call it duck liver. Why I gotta call it this whole fancy name? Here go my voice note. Wait a minute. I'm gonna turn on my phone so I can hear it. Foie gras. Oh, hell no. I don't want to know how to say foie gras. I like the way I say it better. Foie gras. I want to say foie gras. Foie gras. I want to say foie gras. I want to say it just the way the hell I'm saying it. It sounds better the way I'm saying it. Foie gras. Yeah. Look, this shit sound boring. Look at this. Listen to that. Foie gras. Foie gras. Flap, flap. No. Y'all know when I say foie gras, that's what I'm talking about, the same shit SD talking about. Foie gras. I can't even get my foie gras. I can't get my damn little. No, foie gras. I'm saying foie gras or just damn liver. I'm gonna say the illegal liver that SD be eating, because foie gras. I will not remember that. I'm gonna still say foie gras. Foie gras. Sound like Mike Tyson. Foie gras. Oh, foie gras. Oh man. I'm gonna keep this one so I can have this one, but don't put that shit in the chat no more. I'm gonna call foie gras. And y'all just know what I'm talking about. Foie gras. Mm-mm. Well, Drunky, I definitely love the way you spelled it. Why couldn't they just spell it like that? Why I gotta be looking like foie gras to me? That's what it looked like to me, because I said F-O-I-S. Okay, four is. That's where I get four is like, why they gonna be telling me shit in there silent that I don't think it should be silent? And grass, like if you put another S on that, that's goddamn grass. Whatever. And they come to foie gras. Deal. Foie gras. Whatever. I would have never got that out of that. Yeah. Don't be using those fancy words with me. Just say liver. Illegal liver in some places, but it's legal where I'm at. All right. Okay, well, let me get us into our day 9, part 2. You say it's French. Well, no, I don't know nothing about no. I can barely speak English. So y'all know I don't know nothing about no French, no Spanish, no Mandarin, no nothing extra. I can barely speak the language that I'm supposed to be speaking. Shoot. Damn foie gras. I'm gonna say that to somebody. I'm gonna go to the damn grocery store. I'm gonna ask them, do y'all got some foie gras? I'm gonna let them listen to this thing and see if somebody know what this means. They gonna be like, what? I'm like, this, y'all got some foie gras? Yep, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna see if they even know what I'm talking about, and I'm gonna say, yeah, I call it forced glass. That sounds like how Mike Tyson would say, he got forced glass. Yeah, yep, I got forced glass. I don't know, but you tell me if you got some foie gras. Foie gras. God, forced glass. So that's gonna be my thing. Forced glass. Okay. I am going to take us back into the courtroom in order for us to be able to continue with our day 9, part 2. That was a good wake me up from this testimony. If at any point in time, because I know the phone data person is probably going to be back on the stand, if y'all want me to expedite the speed, just let me know. Okay. All right, guys, I'm taking us back in.
You remain under oath, Mr. Reeves. Continue your direction.
Yes, I was asking you about whether or not you had done some analysis on the Birdsong Road, Tower. And by that, I am referring to the tower that number 39077, which is the one that's in the upper quadrant by the Tennessee River.
The sector here.
Yes. And did you pull records from the calls of these men for that sector, that Birdsong 7 sector?
Yes, I did. I pulled the records for the month of April 2011
Okay.
for Shane Austin, Jason Autry, Zac Adams, and Dylan Adams.
Okay. And what did your record show? I know we have quite a few phone calls here, but
The briefest synopsis I could give is that they, all 4 of them, to varying degrees, used that sector throughout the month repeatedly on various days, various times, quite a few times.
okay. And do you have a spreadsheet that reflects that?
I do.
Okay. And on the top of that spreadsheet, will you just write the Birdsong Sector 7 at the top of that spreadsheet? Okay, and Your Honor, we'd like to have this marked as the next exhibit.
241.
Okay, and let me hand it back to you. In general, then, can you just give the jury a general idea of what days? And these records are color coded. Is that right? They're color coded?
That's correct.
So, okay, so without going into too much detail, when does it look like these records are collected? Each person has their own color, is that right?
That's correct. Although I will say, looking at this, it doesn't appear that the color difference between Jason Autry and Dylan Adams is all that clear on this particular printing.
Okay,
If you look at the second page, you'll see Dylan Adams also has a background of orange. It's just that his text is black instead of white.
okay.
So yes, the attempt was to color code it, but I think that there was a little bit of discrepancy on how the colors turned out in the printing.
Okay, so just quickly, can you just kind of quickly give us a rundown when it looks like people are there?
Sure. Shane Austin used that sector on April 2nd. Jason Autry, sorry, at 11:45 a.m. Jason Autry used that sector on April 6th from 12:13 p.m. all the way through 8:13 p.m. Zac Adams used that sector from.
Wait a minute, that's April 6th, and then there's another one there.
I'm sorry, you're correct. Sorry, April 6th from 12:13 p.m. to 1:56 p.m. And then April 9th from 5:03 p.m. to 8:13 p.m.
Okay.
Zac Adams used the sector from April 10th at 7:10 p.m. to 8 p.m. Dylan Adams used that sector on April 11th from 12:06 a.m. to 12:51 a.m. Zac Adams also used that sector later in the day of April 11th from 9:28 a.m. to 9:55 a.m. On the 11th, then also Jason Autry, and this is the.
This is the same day.
That's correct. Same day, different time. Jason Autry at 10:13 a.m. and also Zac Adams at 10:13 a.m. Jason Autry again at 10:33 a.m. and 10:34 a.m. Zac Adams at 11:11 a.m. This is still April 11th. Jason Autry at 12:04 p.m. and 12:05 p.m. on April 11th. All the way from, and then again 12:50 p.m. to 4:53 p.m. on the 11th. Then on the 13th.
So we've reviewed the 13th, so we can skip that.
Correct.
How about on the 14th?
So on the 14th, Jason Autry has activity on that sector at 6:44 p.m. and 6:46 p.m. Zac Adams likewise has activity at 6:54 p.m.
Same day? as Jason?
Same day, yes.
And close in time?
So 9 minutes apart. So, and I'm going to kind of summarize this because there's quite a few on the 14th. On the 14th, both Jason Autry and Zac Adams have activity on that sector all the way from starting at the previous page, 6:44 p.m. all the way up to 10:59 p.m. on the 14th. On the 15th, Jason Autry used that sector from 1:26 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. Again on the 16th, Jason Autry used that sector from 5:43 p.m. or just at 5:43 p.m. for 3 different activities. On the 22nd, Jason Autry and Zac Adams used that sector in close proximity or close time, 1:58 for Jason Autry, 2:02 for Zac Adams, and then again for Jason Autry. On the 27th, Jason Autry used that sector from 2:53 p.m. And the last record for Jason Autry was 6:35 p.m., but there are also records for Zac Adams around the same time frame from 5:49 p.m. to 6:41 p.m. on April 27th.
Okay. Yeah, we heard you talk about the fact that you used telephone records with locations in order to decide where the phones were located. I'd like to pass some records up to you and see if you recognize these records. First set, I'm going to pass up to you. And do you recognize what those records are?
Yeah, so these are the call detail records for Zac Adams from AT&T.
Okay, will you write on the top call details, Zac Adams? And then what's the second set I passed you?
Right, so the first set was the call detail for voice records. The second set is the call detail for SMS or text message.
Okay, will you write that call detail for text message on the second one? I guess go back on the first one to write voice. Second one, call detail for Zac Adams text.
So the first one is labeled voice call details, Zac Adams. Second is text call details, Zac Adams.
Okay. I'd like to have these marked as the next two exhibits.
The 42 and 43.
And I believe, in Mr. Frizzell's report, he actually has a little section in there about how to read these records. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
I'm going to pass you the second set, and if you would just tell the jury if you recognize what they are, and then write on the top of the record what it is.
So the first one is the voice call details for Jason Autry. And then the second one is the text call details for Jason Autry.
Okay, and I'd like to have these marked as the next two exhibits. Right?
44 and 45.
And then I'm going to pass you two more. Another set of records. If you recognize those, you tell the jury what they are, and then write on the top of them.
These are the first page is the voice call detail records for Shane Austin. And the second page is the text call detail records for Shane Austin.
And I'd like to have these marks.
The 247, 247.
So, Mr. Reeves, in your expert opinion, what is your conclusion regarding Zac Adams and Holly Bobo's devices and whether or not they were together on the morning of April the 13th?
In very general terms, the devices were not together at the same location at the same time during that morning. There was certainly one occasion that appears as Zac Adams' device was located in his home sector. The Holly Bobo device transitioned into that same sector at 9:10 a.m. So there are records that shows that Holly Bobo's device did travel into that area where Zac Adams' device was, but there were certainly cases prior to that where the devices were not together, clearly not together based on the call records.
And you're saying her device was traveling towards him at one point and then moved on.
Correct. Her device made a general clockwise loop from her home location up north, then to the east into his home sector, southeast sector of Cox Road, and then back down south again towards Larson.
And in your expert opinion, what is your conclusion regarding the devices of Jason Autry and Holly Bobo on the morning of April the 13th?
There was no correlation between that I could determine from the call records between Jason Autry's device and Holly Bobo's device.
Okay. No further questions.
We could understand the PowerPoint. Do you have some control over that?
Well, it's got to be plugged in.
It's your computer, right?
It's not plugged in.
Would you like me to plug it in? Or?
You get that. Let me quick explain.
I think you're probably better at it than me. I don't really think I'm going to keep you that long. Okay.
Thank you.
Can you advance to slide 7?
I believe that's slide 7.
Before we get to the questions I'm going to ask you, let's ask you, let's just take one of these towers. I'm not even asking which one it is, just take this one. Okay. Our diagram here has these 3 pie things, like you said, like a pizza, right?
Correct.
And this, I assume this is an attempt to provide some sort of understanding to everybody about how these towers work and how they're separated.
Correct.
Doesn't correspond.
To be clear, though, it's more in the previous maps you've seen it just divided up into 120 degree, just 3 individual lines around the tower. The information shown here is more indicative of the actual antennas themselves and the characteristics of the antennas on the tower.
Of the antennas on the tower versus the area that it covers.
Correct.
Okay, 'cause I understand what you're saying, and I'm not sure this is not any sort of type of trick. If I'm looking at this as a layperson for the first time, well, I mean, this man right here has no cell phone coverage. That's not right, right?
That's correct.
And-
What it does mean is to get technical on it, the areas that are shown, the lines that are shown up there are the areas of the maximum power on those antennas.
Exactly.
So it's not that there isn't power between those two antennas or in that gap area, if you will, where you're pointing in. So there's still power that comes out from the sector over here. It's just that there's not as much of it as there would be in the main beam of that antenna.
Exactly. I still got my cell phone service when I'm in this little gap-looking area.
For the most
Correct.
part, correct, yes.
I mean, we hope I do.
If,
Right.
if you can hear me now, yes.
If I can hear you now. And in reality, the coverage isn't a pie piece slice. Is that right?
From the individual cell sites?
Well, this is what I'm asking. These are straight lines out here, and then there's a border right here. So it looks like if I was unfamiliar with stuff, that if I'm, standing, I've got laser. If I'm standing, if I'm standing out here outside of my boundaries here, that I may not have any service from that tower, but that's not sure.
Correct. Those pie slices that are shown are not trying to be indicative of coverage.
Absolutely. That's all I'm trying to do.
Yes.
This isn't a trick. This is to help us represent things, but in reality, my actual coverage areas are going to extend here. They're going to extend outside here. Isn't that true?
Further away from the towers, correct.
And even beyond that, if let's say, look at this here. If you shaded this like light blue, let's say, whatever color that is, okay? You see that?
Yes.
And you shade this one dark blue.
Yes.
But if I looked at and I think there's one in evidence, and I'm going to call it the wrong word, that overlay map or that propagation map, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, we discussed the predicted best server map.
Absolutely. What I would actually see is I'd see dark blue stuff up here. I'd see light blue stuff dispersed in. There's overlap.
Actually, no.
You talking about this tower?
Well, I'm talking about between the sectors of the tower.
Okay.
And I'm glad you asked that because I want to make sure this is clear. I know when Agent Frizzell got up there, he did his example of, let's assume or pretend like these chandeliers are individual cell sites. And he made the analogy that, when you're standing here, he could get service from that chandelier or that chandelier or that chandelier. That's all completely accurate. But when we're talking about the sectors now, in each case for those sectors, the signal is going to be coming from that same location at the tower. And the antenna that's pointing towards you will always have stronger signal than the antenna pointing away from you, just by the nature of the physics of it. So when you start walking your way, let's say you walk around that, and so if you went like this, you would, by necessity, as you went into each sector, you would always be onto the sector that you are in the main beam of. Now, the exception would be as you travel out of this sector around into the next one, you would have some area in here where you would be still on this one, but this sector would be getting stronger. And there was actually a reference made by Agent Frizzell to side lobes or back lobes and indicating that it's possible to get on a sector that's pointing away from you. The reality is in this scenario, I'd say never. I'm going to say 99.999% of the time, engineering term, never happen. The reason for that is that all of this signal, the vast majority of the signals coming out here, and any signal from this antenna that would be in the back lobe would be so weak that the signal on the main lobes of the other antennas would be much, much stronger.
Okay, so with regard to, I think I got you. With regard to, if you look at the light blue area, if I'm in this light blue area, and of course it may extend out, but if I'm in this light blue area, then that's the sector I'm going to be in.
As opposed to the other sector of that same site, absolutely.
But if I'm in one of these, I'm going to use the wrong word, overlap or transition, whatever you want to say. If I'm in one of these areas, then not so much.
There would be some potential to be between those two sectors, one or the other.
Creating possibilities and probabilities about where I am.
Correct.
All right. I'm looking behind you, and it's Bobo residence. You made a comment while you were testifying that the question was asked of Agent Frizzell about the time of the abduction. Generally, you made that comment, correct? Let's say the abduction, for purposes of our testimony here, takes place at 7:45 a.m. at the Bobo residence. Okay. And these are some of her towers that you're showing on the left and the right of the Bobo residence.
Correct.
And actually, I think there's another one probably down here. Her phone.
There's a couple more further south that are from here.
Even though she has her house at her house that home when it utilized different towers.
Correct.
And that's not uncommon, you said, in rural areas.
Well, specifically in areas where you don't, it's very rugged and mountainous. So there's certainly the possibility that, and let's go back to Agent Frizzell's example again, using these individual chandeliers as cell sites. As I said here, I can see every chandelier. Frankly, they all look about the same brightness to me. But as I look underneath the desk here, where the light's being blocked, I get shadowing. So there's no light from these chandeliers making it down here. Whereas if this chandelier was on, this chandelier would have a better view down to this area. So ultimately, what happens in these areas where they're kind of between all these cell sites, they're not right in the main beams and they're not right in the main coverage of it, is you can have that scenario pick up where you end up on some sites that may be further away but have a better view to that particular location.
Various variables can interplay. I may go to that one versus that one or whatever. Correct. That's still my phone's still at my house.
Correct.
Your phone's still at her house until 7:45 when she is abducted. 7:45. Can you tell me where Shane Austin's phone is?
I cannot render any opinion on that based on this call records or the data available. I cannot.
Because we don't see any activity on Shane Austin's phone at all until 9:23.
That sounds correct, but I will verify that. That's correct.
7:45, we don't know where Shane Austin's phone is.
Would you prefer that I go to the slide that has Shane Austin's records on?
Let's just take this one. Shane Austin's phone, 7:45. We have no idea where it is, correct?
Correct.
Could even be turned off, correct?
Correct. I would have no way of knowing that based on these records.
7:45. Can you tell me where Dylan Adams' phone is?
No, I cannot. For the same reasons. There's no,
Could even be turned
Raise
off.
your voice a little bit. You're having problems picking up all the way back. I'm having a
My
little
apologies.
problem. You're basically to me, but
Could even be turned off, right?
that's certainly a possibility, yes.
Shane Austin and Dylan Adams' phones could both be turned off in their pockets as they're right outside the Bobo residence at 7:45, abducting Holly Bobo. Correct?
That is certainly,
This is not speculation.
no, he's asking, he's stating the phone could be, it's his area of expertise and express opinion on it.
that's correct.
Then we see her phone, if I'm understanding, I think I'm traveling north,
Correct.
generally. And that's what the blue here indicates, correct?
That's the sector that she used.
That's the sector she used. Can you tell me when she uses this sector where Shane Austin's phone is?
No, I can't. She uses those sectors at 8:17 a.m. and 8:26 a.m. Sorry, her device uses those sectors at 8:17 a.m. and 8:26 a.m.
Can you tell me where Dylan?
And Shane Austin doesn't have any records, as we discussed, until 9:23.
Can you tell me where Dylan Adams' phone is when she hits this northern tower?
No, there were no records for Dylan's phone during that time.
So Shane Austin's phone could be in his front pocket. Dylan Adams' phone could be in his front pocket. They could have Holly Bobo in the truck at the time of this North Tower ping or whatever it is.
I have no information on their devices during that time.
So they could be.
Yes.
Then her phone, and I'm going to get the word wrong, but transitions to this other side of the Shiloh Tower, correct?
Correct.
And as we said before, this is here. This is the overlap or whatever we want to say about the area between the two sectors here on the Shiloh Tower, correct?
Correct. There's a transition between the two.
So the first here and the second here. And this is, again, these lines should be going on further, right?
Yes, I would refer you to that predicted bus server map.
Absolutely. You're familiar with what this area is here?
It's pretty rural, but
It's rural, absolutely. It's called Yellow Springs. Did you go to the area?
I've been through the areas.
Were you aware that Mr. Austin's house was in Yellow Springs?
Yes,
Were you aware that Mr. Austin's grandmother's house is right around the corner in Yellow Springs?
I had heard that, yes.
Were you aware that they're both in a very rural area?
Yes.
Now, you testified about Mr. Adams's phone. And I believe the first activity we see on it is around 8:19. Is that correct?
That's correct.
It actually had activity earlier that day, like at 4:50 or something in the AM.
Very early, yes.
Right. But between 4:50 and 8 AM until 8:19, it doesn't have activity on it.
That's correct.
And can you tell me between those two times? Okay. Do you know where his phone is?
No, I do not.
Could be off.
Could be on.
Could be on with no activity.
Correct.
And basically, could be anywhere as long as that gives him enough time to get back to this general area at 8:19.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, during the time period, during the time period that we have these pings and this activity of Holly's phone in the Yellow Springs area, we do see Mr. Adams' phone transition to this sector here, correct?
Correct.
And that's the sector that includes Mr. Austin's residence, correct?
Correct.
And that's the sector that includes Mr. Austin's grandmother's residence.
Correct.
And then we also see on Mr. Adams' phone during the same general time period, I believe, a time gap of around 20 minutes of inactivity. Is that correct?
You're making me do math in my head. I'm sorry. I believe it's closer to 15 if I'm doing the math right.
8:38 to 8:53.
Correct.
Okay. And that's you did math better than me. 8:58, I'm sorry, 8:38 to 8:53. And in those 15 minutes, his phone could be on or off, and it could also be anywhere on here, correct?
Well, obviously within the travel time.
So I could get back to,
Correct.
right. And we're talking about getting back to, we're talking about the difference between this sector right here, which again, there's transition and everything, and these lines should keep on forward, and this sector right here, which there's transition and everything, and these lines should keep on going forward.
Correct.
And then we even see after that, her phone, Hollis, transition into his home, what we're going to call his home sector.
Correct.
Right? But, and I'm fine calling this home sector, but actually, if we look at it
he's in this other sort of area, that whatever we want to call it.
Well, and one of the reasons I do call it his home sector is because historically, looking at data, when we have every reason to believe him being there like at 4 a.m., that is a sector that is utilized. So it's based on historical evidence as well as what we're analyzing here.
If we look at it on the diagram, it is in whatever we want to call this area between the two sectors.
Correct.
And then after her phone travels through that home sector, we see her phone again, right?
Correct.
Her last ping.
Or last locate, yes.
And that's going to be, I don't think, is this it?
Yes.
We see it way down south. Is that correct?
Well, we see it sort of off that south crack.
Sort of off that
Yeah,
southern.
that Parsons northwest sector.
Exactly. And at that time of that ping down south, after it's traveled north, after it's gone through Yellow Springs, after the time gaps and everything we talked about, when we see it for the last time down south, where's Dylan Adams' phone?
We don't have any call records for that time frame.
We don't know.
No.
Could be in his front pocket, and her phone could be in his truck.
We have no way of knowing.
At the same time, if I understand it right, Jason Autry's phone and Zach's phone go off to this birdsong tower, right?
Correct. In the general time frame, correct.
The general, and each of them, I think you said before, the phones may even be with each other based on some of your observations or whatever.
It's possible, yes.
Okay. So off to the river together, or the area of the river, the birdsong tower
Correct.
area together, and then back together.
Correct.
And you were asked before about, there was another little map that had like a light green line. It wasn't part of your PowerPoint, I don't believe, but you were asked about a sort of timing issue about when one of Zach's calls was and what tower it was on, or what sector of the tower it was on.
Specifically related to birdsong
Birdsong.
and the return trip.
Exactly.
Yes.
The return trip. So you're asked a question about Zach's return trip.
Correct.
And you pointed out, if I understood it, that he was on a certain sector of that tower at a certain time.
Correct.
And then 6 or 7 minutes later, 7 or 8 or 6 or 7.
If you're going to ask me the times, I'm going to have to look at the map.
I think it's 32 or 38, but I don't know if that's 6 or 7 because of the way things are counted.
I believe that's the one that you're referring to.
32, 38. Is that right?
Well, no, so the information that you're seeing here, this is that northeast sector. Everything in purple is that northeast sector of birdsong.
Yes.
Everything in brown is that west sector of birdsong.
Yes.
And this is the sector that I think you're referring to that was missing. So there was no, if the route back was down south and then west, we would have expected, if there was activity during that time, we would have expected to see activity on that south sector, 39078.
This is the tower, right?
That's the tower location. Yes.
This is the river.
Well, that's the interstate, that's the river.
Yes, the river is
Yes,
the,
north south.
is the blue, right?
Correct.
And this is the tower. It's the purple one, right?
It's the sector, that's the purple one.
Sector in the purple. So he starts out in that sector at 2:32, correct?
His last record in that sector is 10:32 a.m.
It's 10:32 a.m. And that sector includes an area south of that tower, correct?
Yes.
It's not the southern sector, if you want to say that.
Well, no,
It
I mean,
includes an area
it's
south of that
exactly
sector.
what we've discussed before. It's
Exactly.
as if there is a transition as you go between those sectors.
And then he transitions to this sector. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And at the time, this is the only, I just don't want it to be confusing, okay? You're not testifying that at 10:32 a.m., okay, that Zac Adams is standing as far as he can over here next to the river bridge before he starts his trip back.
No.
He could be anywhere as far as that goes.
Anywhere that's being served by that sector, correct.
Including
The,
any sort of
the
overlap.
interesting thing here, though, is if you look at it, it is 10:32, he's on that sector. Within 3 minutes, he's on this west sector. And having been through this area, that's not a quick drive through that. So
Yeah, but-
to me personally, 3 minutes does seem odd. If there was activity for all the rest of that, those 3 minutes, I don't necessarily
But you know,
jump to the conclusion that it would be enough time to pass through that sector.
you know when it is a quick drive? When you're driving really quick. And so he goes through this western sector
Correct.
on the way back to the home sector.
Correct.
And actually, on the way back to the yellow sector.
Correct.
You know where the Yellow Springs Church is?
Right up the road from Shane Austin's residence.
In that yellow section.
Correct.
That's it.
Britney Spears, I'm gonna fall.
Realize you have not authenticated that exhibit.
This exhibit, okay. I would like to, at this time, authenticate this exhibit. You recognize that as something that you've used in this case, is that right?
That's correct.
And then the other one right there. Your Honor, I'd like, and that's an AT&T overlay coverage map. You've seen those before.
That's correct.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move.
Be right there, David. What did we say, 217, 219?
And you recognize this map also. That's a map of coverage as you drive around different roads, and which tower is actually being used. So it's also an overlay map, but it's just specific as to road.
This is actually, there's a significant difference between this map and that map. Not just because it's the roads that are drawn out, but this map is actual collected data from the device that drove these roads and showed what cell sites served through these areas, whereas that map is produced based on predicted physics modeling and calculations.
Okay.
So this is what I would call real world data. This is what was actually in place when they drove it, whereas that other map is prediction. It tries to model real world data.
Okay. And so, Your Honor, I'd like to move the second item, and it is 218 in evidence this time.
Move into evidence. 218.
So we'll look at this map 219, right here. And would you agree with me that this area right here is the Shiloh Road Tower?
Shallow Road or Natchez Trace Tower. I think we've called it by both names.
Okay, the Shiloh Road Tower, and it's, will you read the number for the record off as to what the number here is?
So the tower number is 1096, and the sector numbers are 10961, 10962, and 10963.
Okay, and right here, what color is the sector 3 of the Shiloh Tower?
I believe you're actually pointing to sector 1, right?
Okay, is that sector 1?
Yeah, sector
Okay,
1, sector 2, sector 3.
So sector 1, what color is that sector 1?
Well, there's lots of blue on there, so I'll call it blue, but it's a medium dark blue.
Okay, and what is this green color right here that leads into it?
It's an olive green, I guess.
Okay, I mean, what sector number is that?
That sector number is 31523.
And is that what we were calling Cox 3?
Correct. Cox Road, southwest sector.
Okay, and so this Shiloh Tower sector, that's a fairly weak sector as you compare it to other sectors. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there are other sectors on here that you can see. Even the south sector here reaches out much further than that one does. You can do kind of a similar analysis even on like the parts of the sector, just as far as how much area it covers.
Okay, and you at some point actually were overlaid this map with a road map, isn't that right?
That's correct.
And that Yellow Springs Road where Shane's, Austin's house is, and Yellow Springs Church is, and where his grandmother's barn is, those all showed up in Cox 2 sector clearly, didn't they?
That's correct.
They were not in that small Shiloh Road sector.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I want to ask you about a spoof card. If somebody had a card that they could call up, well, first of all, you're familiar with people being able to spoof other people's telephone numbers on caller ID, aren't you?
Yes, I know that it's possible. Sorry, yes, I know it's possible. I'm not going to claim I know everything about the availability or how to get them, but I know that it is possible, yes.
But even if you were to try to send out a different caller ID number, these call records that you review would still show that a call was made from that particular device.
That's correct.
Because in fact, as we look at the call records, let me see. I'll just take a one of the last little exhibit I just put in. This is the subscriber information right here. This column, it's called IMSI.
That's correct.
That's the subscriber
This is
information.
subscriber information.
So it records what telephone number is in the SIM card itself for an AT&T phone. The identifying number.
Correct.
For that AT&T phone.
Correct. It is the subscriber identity. Rather than trying to link a number to a subscriber, this is the actual identity for the subscriber. Nobody knows what their IMSI is. They just know what their phone number is. The IMSI is how the networks actually manage that internally.
Okay. So that's not something that a spoof card would be able to change. This is what it is, regardless.
That's correct. As far as any knowledge that I have, I've never seen a way to spoof the IMSI.
Okay. So any call made with this subscriber information, and then this other column, and it's the IMEI, that's the equipment identifier.
That's correct.
That also doesn't change even if you're using some kind of dial-in spoof calling card information.
No, the IMEI is specific to the device that you're using. Some of you may be familiar with it, but you can actually have a SIM card in your phone, and you can take that little chip out and put it in another phone. So the IMEI will follow the actual handset itself, whereas the chip that you pulled out would have the IMSI information on it. So the IMEI, equipment identifier, is unique to each handset, whereas the IMSI is the information on that chip, the brain of it, if you will.
And based on Zac Adams' phone, his IMEI, you actually were able to cross-reference that with what kind of handset he was using on that particular day, weren't you?
Correct.
And it was a flip phone handset.
That's correct.
It wasn't a smartphone.
No.
Okay. So, as far as Shane Austin, let me pull the records up. I can see, where did his report go? Okay, so Shane Austin's telephone, I'm looking at page 13 of your report. You can go ahead and
Would you like me to plug that back in again?
What?
Would you like me to plug that back in again?
put it upside down. I've gotten it. This one is upside down, that one's right side up. Gotcha. There. So if you go back to page 13, where we're looking at Shane Austin's records, that's it, right there. Okay, so Shane Austin's telephone is on the Cox 3 tower at 9:23 a.m.
That's correct.
Okay. Holly Bobo's cell phone is down on the Parsons tower at 9:25 a.m.
That's correct.
So 2 minutes later, she's down on the Parsons tower.
That's correct.
And then 20 minutes later, Shane Austin is on the on his home tower still, the Cox Road home tower, Cox 3.
Yes, at 9:45 a.m. he's on cell 31523.
Okay. And going back to the information about Zac Adams and Jason Autry being over by the Birdsong Road exit off of Interstate 40. And that's page 16. Yes, oh, you're there. Had they gone down, do you see, it's kind of hard on your map, but right below where you have the number 39078 in that sector, the Birdsong 8 sector, right there. There's that little jig of water that sticks out from the Tennessee River, which is kind of hard to see on the.
You're talking about this area over
Yes,
here?
I'm talking about that kind of slough, little area of water. So if somebody were driving along the edge of the Tennessee River and then across the top northern section of that slough of water, and they were on the telephone, they would have to be in that 39078 sector. If they're on the telephone while they're driving along there, they would have to be in that sector.
That is the sector that serves that area, correct?
Okay. So, for cross-examination, the prosecutor was asking you a lot of questions about the phone could possibly be in somebody's pocket. All the times the phone is silent, such as at 7:45 that morning, 7:40 that morning, it's just as likely that phone could be on the nightstand next to somebody's bed that's sleeping.
That's correct.
If the phone's not speaking, then there's no information to be gained from that. You don't know.
That's correct.
And the portion of time, going back to Zac Adams, which I think is probably page 10. If you go back to his page 10, is he that page? No, that's Jason Autry, so he must be page 7. So we look at Zachary Adams' records on page 7 that morning. At 8:38, he's on his home sector, which is the Cox 2 sector. Is that right? Can you point to that record up there at 8:38? Yes.
That's correct.
Okay. And then at 8:53, he's on Cox 2 sector. But it is possible that he didn't even leave his home that morning. He could still be
I'm
at
sorry, I
his
just want
home.
to make sure I'm clear on something. You said at 8:53 he's on the Cox
2.
Wait.
Cox 3, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry. So at 8:53 a.m. he has a voice call out to Jason Autry, and it is on the 3rd sector of Cox Road, the southwest sector of Cox Road, 31523.
But it's just as possible that he could still be at his home at that point.
It's a possibility.
And then at 8:58 or 8:59, he's on his home sector, Cox 2.
You said 8:59?
Yes.
That's correct.
And at 9:10, he's still on his home sector, Cox 2.
That's correct.
And at 9:12, he's still on his home sector, Cox 2.
That's correct.
No further questions.
Further cross.
That's actually,
Here, I think there's a typo.
And that's actually, I was doing bad math before. Now I see what the problem is. 8:38. 8:38, we're on orange, correct?
Correct. You're on cell 31522.
But we're not back to the orange until 20 minutes later, right?
Correct.
So there's 20 minutes in which the phone is in the yellow.
There's 20 minutes between the two call records that place him on that's Cox Road, Southeast Sector.
And I think as you just answered, is it possible that he's in the yellow, but he's actually at his house? I think your answer said it was possible, right?
It's possible. It's not the most likely scenario, but it is certainly possible.
And equally possible if he was showing in the orange, that he was actually in the yellow. Just the reverse of what we just said.
Well, not if you say in the yellow, that's not very specific. If the question is, was he over at Shane Austin's residence and it showed up in orange, that's not likely. It's not likely at all. Just because you're so
not possible.
Anything's possible. It's very, very unlikely.
And you mentioned something earlier, a good way to get real world data or to see what's actually happening in the real world, right?
Right.
Would be to drive test stuff.
Correct.
Well, you were asked about the Birdsong River and this route. This is a very hilly, very mountainous, very rural area, right?
Correct.
Well, did you drive test that?
Well, number one, drive testing today with whatever the network is today wouldn't be indicative of what it was back in 2011. Certainly in the last 6 years, AT&T could have and most likely did modify their cell sites. The drive test data that we were looking at earlier was actually done by AT&T back in that time frame. It was my understanding they drove the areas that they were specifically concerned with, which did not include the area out by Birdsong.
Exactly. So this wasn't drive tested in 2011. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And isn't it true that that limits your confidence with regard to whether or not a route passing through, what color is that? Green? Olive green?
Teal.
Does that limit your confidence when we're talking about 2011, an undrive tested route through a hilly mountainous area, and your answer about the route?
It doesn't limit my confidence because what we're looking at here is still the predictions for the between the sectors. So we know that there's no other service that would cover through that area.
Predictions.
Predictions, that's correct.
But the drive test you described to us in your own testimony as getting information from the real world.
That's correct.
Oh, wait, one second. I just want to correct a typo.
Did I miss one?
There
Or two
is
or 10?
Page 12. I think I asked you to write that page number down.
Yes.
I just try to approach with his example, George. Just should try to trick him by anything like that. I'm going to, with your honor's permission, there's just, all this is a typo. It's not intentional or anything like that. At the top of page 12, this exhibit, I'd like to do this just to change the time to what's actually correct.
Yes, I incorrectly wrote 8:23 a.m. instead of 9:23 a.m.
When you were just talking about the route, it wasn't draw tested back in 2011.
Yes.
You said something about a predictive map. Is that right?
The predicted best server map? Yeah, it was a map that we were just looking at on the screen.
Is that a map from April 2011?
I don't know if it was prepared in April, but I know it was prepared in conjunction with their analysis.
I can have that exhibit. I just want to make it one thing. The overlay map, that crazy map. I'm looking at exhibit 219. This is like that predictive map.
Correct.
And it's crazy to look at, but I'm looking at it. I don't see the river on it, and I don't see that tower on it.
That's correct. It's not on that map.
That's all the questions.
Mr. Reeves, you build cellular telephone networks based on your physics prediction about coverage areas, don't you?
I do.
So when you call it a predictive map, it's accurate enough that you build entire networks based on those calculations, don't you?
That's correct.
And I know that the government's attorney has asked you a lot of questions here today. Is there anything about any of these questions that would make you change your original conclusion that Zachary Adams' device and Holly Bobo's devices were not together, or not moving together on the morning of April 13th?
No, my opinion remains the same.
No further questions.
All right, you can step down here before you go.
Thank you.
You want to call your next?
Yes, we'd like to call Mr. Garrett. Garnet.
This one we said should be very brief.
Yes, Your Honor. You want to take it home with you?
Raise your right hand, please. I'm sure that's the same that you have is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please state your first and last name, spell it for the benefit of the court reporter.
James Garnett, JAMESGARNETT.
Judge, we can stipulate something amongst ourselves, if you'll just give us a minute. We're gonna redact something, and then before it is published to the jury, we'll substitute it.
And how were you employed in April and the spring of, in January, February of 2012?
I was a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Okay, and you remain with that department, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And if it helps, I will stipulate to his credentials, his computer search of the computer interest.
Mr. Donovan, you did an analysis on Terry Britt's computer in the winter of 2012, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you were able to determine some search terms that Mr. Britt had been using?
I was, yes.
Okay. And I will come up here. And I'd like to pass this document to you first. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this kind of a brief report of some of the search terms that you found on Mr. Britt's computer?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to put this into evidence, but we're going to swap out one without a Sharpie on it.
Okay.
It's an exhibit.
Exhibit 248.
Okay. I'm going to put this up here. So, I've got it marked up as plus. It's a nice Sharpie. So, can you explain to the jury, please, and I'll see if I can do a little zoom here. Can you explain to the jury how we know what search terms are being used here? So such in this top line, what search terms are we seeing that Mr. Britt has used on his computer?
That would be a web history for the website xnxx.com. In the search bar at the top of that website, he would have typed abducted.
Okay, and what's the next line show us?
Web history again for nudevista.com. In the search box at the top of that, the user typed rape and scene. The
Now,
plus,
you didn't type the plus, you just typed those two separate words, is that right?
no, ma'am. The plus is put there by the code.
Okay, and then what's the next search that he did?
Another search on the same website, nudevista.com.
Can we get the dates for all of these, please?
Sure.
Which let me.
Read the date along with it then.
Yes, this first one is a little bit confusing for going back to the xnxx.com and the abducted line at the very top. The program, the tool that I use, switched the day and the month in that line. So it's still in January, but it is January 8th of 2011 is when that search was conducted.
Okay.
The next one, the rape scene, that one was conducted on January 6th of 2012.
Okay.
The next one, the Nude Vista, and the search term was rape and anal. That one was conducted on January 12th of 2012.
Okay.
The next line was conducted again on January 12th of 2012 at 8:27 a.m. And that was nudevista.com again, and anal rape was the term typed into the box.
Okay.
All three of these next ones are actually the same search term. It would have been typed by the user one time, but these are referring to on the results when they're presented in a gallery form on the web page. There'll be more than one page. So if they click next, for instance, if they're presented with 20 various images or videos on that page, they click next to get the next 20 images or videos on the next page. So when you see ones like the three, they're all three done the same results, just different start. It says start equals 144, start equals 96, start equals 48. That's just another page. The user has essentially clicked next and gotten a new page of results. Same search term, same instance where they typed it in the box, just another page of results. So on these, it was nudevista.com and the user typed anal rape into the search box. That was conducted on January 12th of 2012 at 8:27 a.m. And the different dates on 8:26 versus 8:27 is just, again, hitting that next. That was the time the next page actually loaded. The next one, nudevista.com, anal rape, conducted on 1/12/2012 at 8:26. That one is the initial one. So that's where the user typed that the first time, and that's the first search for it that led to the previous three above it. Underneath that, we have conducted on January 12th of 2012 at 8:18 a.m. nudevista.com, abducted. That was just a plain term abducted. Okay. Below that, we have January 12th of 2012 at 8:18 again. That was the initial search, nudevista.com, abducted. Below that, we have January 12th of 2012, 8:18, nudevista.com, the term typed in was kidnapped. Below that, January 12th, 2012 at 8:18 a.m. Again, newvista.com. The term was kidnapped and raped.
And you actually type the and there.
That one, yes, ma'am. You actually typed the and. Below that, January 12th of 2012 at 8:17 a.m. newvista.com. The term at the top was kidnapped. And the last one, January 12th of 2012 at 8:17 a.m. The site was newvista.com. The term was kidnapped.
No further questions.
Cross.
Very briefly, if I'm correct, you were asked to do an analysis on this computer using, I guess, a history associated with like S&M type things. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And for what period of time did you look at this computer for?
The entire history of the computer. I didn't limit this to any particular period.
All right, and so the search warrant was conducted on January the 17th, 2012.
Yes, ma'am.
And you looked at the entire history of the computer.
Prior to it being seized.
And then in the end, so take it down now, I'm assuming, so in the end, there was a search done on January the 8th, 2011, January 6th, 2012, and then the remainder were all one, I don't know what to call it, one period of time between 8:17 in the morning and 8:59 where he looked, browsed, or whoever was using that computer, a number of different sites.
Yes, ma'am. That was all one group.
All right, thank you. Not anything else.
Send this with
Yes,
you.
Your Honor.
All right, you be excused.
Thank you.
It's the end of our proof, Your Honor.
Let's take a recess, about 15 minutes. All right, Mr. Adams, have your attorneys advised that I wanted to discuss with you your decision whether or not to give testimony? All right, stand up, raise your right hand. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. By virtue of the Constitution, we all have certain rights. One of those rights is you can't be compelled to give testimony. You were present when I read that to the jury at the outset. Said if you do not take the stand to testify, that they can draw nothing from that. That's constitutional right. Also, you have a constitutional right to give testimony if you you take the stand. If you do, you'd be subjected to cross-examination, and your credibility would be judged by the jury with the same standards I've already charged them. This is your decision, okay? You can make it having consulted with your attorneys. I would expect you to consult with your attorneys, but this is not their decision. This is your decision. You're standing there between two of your attorneys. Mr. Gonzalez came on the case late, but you had ample opportunity to discuss it with Mr. Simmons and Ms. Thompson. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Having said all of that, is it your election not to give testimony?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Are you doing this freely and voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
You don't feel you've been pressured either way, to give or not to give?
No, sir.
This is your decision.
Yes, sir.
All right. Want to address anything further?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right. You can be seated. There's no reason the attorneys have to feel that Mr. Adams can't make an informed decision, like no type of mental illness or disease or anything that has arisen during the course of this entire time that you feel like would make him unable to make that decision.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. All right, the other thing, you want to renew your motion?
Your Honor, this time, Mr. Adams would renew his motion for judgment of acquittal pursuant to Tennessee Rules of Procedure 29, would simply indicate that the state has failed to carry their burden of proof as to all counts.
All right, thank you. We went into more detail at the conclusion of the state's proof concerning corroboration of an accomplice and some other things, but those factors still apply, and the court feels it's a jury question. Okay? I don't think they've renewed those. Earlier, there were pre-trial motions to dismiss certain counts. By this court's actions, obviously, I'm not dismissing any counts. You understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The state has indicated that they do wish to present rebuttal. So let's get our jury in. And I told counsel that a trial is a search for truth, and rebuttal testimony should be confined to rebuttal. It's not just an attempt to see who can hit it the ball right. So I think that's the analogy I gave earlier, but I expect you to confine your proof to rebuttal or serve rebuttal as it might be. All right. All right, be seated. They earlier rested their case in chief. The defense is now rested. So at this time, I told the parties if there's any rebuttal proof, you'll be confined to rebuttal, but you may call your first rebuttal witness on behalf of the state.
Before we start the short rebuttal, Your Honor, we announced we're in the trial with the defense. There's going to be a stipulation with regard to
So wait a minute, before they go into their rebuttal witnesses, I just wanted to kind of point out some things that I took notes on in regards to our last witness that was on the stand, guys. That stood out to me. So what I got from Jonathan Reeves when he testified is the reviewing of Dylan's phone, you know, of course, Zach's phone, the cell tower coverages, the zones, right? Now, his testimony helped the defense, I think, in so many ways because he admitted the phone towers, they do cover wide ranges of area. So one could be in one area, but definitely could be at home, right? They couldn't pinpoint any exact locations. And the evidence it rebukes that Zach's phone was ever with Holly's phone. Like, that is really big to me. Because if his phone was never with her phone, you know, either at the abduction or at the murder site or the grape site or the dumping site, if their phones were never together except for that one time, because there is one time where they kind of overlap a little bit, I just don't see him being out there that day without his phone. Yeah, I don't get that part, and that's the one big note that I put down on my little list is that they couldn't get that. So it looks like we're going into the part where the state has some rebuttal witnesses. So I guess we'll see. Let me go ahead and let this play out so we can look at it.
Records and a list of numbers associated with people. We just felt we'd like to do this at the end of the proof. So I have this marked as next number is in honor.
P249.
Dana Bobo.
He's been put under oath. I'm going to put him, it's been a while. I'm going to go ahead and place him back under oath. Raise your right hand. I'm just going to back in. It's the truth. I'll prove that. Let the truth say that. I do.
Mr. Bobo, I'm not going to ask you, but a couple of questions. In particular, do you recall 2 or 3 days after Holly was abducted on April the 13th of 2011, so that Friday or that Saturday, do you recall going to several different locations with your cousin who's in the courtroom, Sheriff's Department?
Yeah.
Was one of those locations the trailer, property surrounding the trailer that belonged to Shane Austin?
Yes.
Do you recall, and can you tell the jury whether or not you noticed a burned barrel?
Yes, there was a burn barrel.
Did you walk around the property?
Yes, I did.
What else did you notice?
It was I couldn't tell you what, it's a black truck sitting behind the trailer. I didn't know if it's Chevrolet Ford, what it was, black truck sitting behind the trailer.
And you were in the courtroom earlier when your wife Karen testified. I'm not asking you, this was a different occasion to go to his trailer than the time that you went and actually spoke to him. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
On the day that you and your cousin Anthony went there, did you speak to anyone there in the trailer that day?
Not that day, no ma'am.
And do you remember whether it was Friday the 15th or Saturday the 16th?
It was one of the two, and I'm pretty sure it was Friday the 15th, 2 days after she abducted.
Is there any doubt in your mind that there was a burn barrel?
No, there's no doubt in my mind.
Tell the jury where it was,
It was on the right-hand side of the trailer.
front or back.
It was kind of toward the front.
Thank you. Nothing else, John?
Cross.
No questions,
Cross
John.
that in. Next.
Jack Van Hooser.
Raise your right hand, please. Show us where the testimony is give. Is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Be seated. State first and last name spelled, please.
Jack Van Hooser, JackVanHooser.
Mr. Van Hooser, can you tell me if you're currently employed?
I am.
Where do you work?
The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
And prior to your current position, did you work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
I did. Yes, ma'am.
For how long?
A little over 30 years.
Okay, and did you retire from that organization?
Yes, ma'am.
In what year?
Late June, early July 2015.
Prior to your retirement from TBI, the summer of 2015, what office were you assigned to and what was your position within the office?
Immediately prior, I was the special agent in charge of the West Tennessee Criminal Investigation Division.
And so they would call you the SAC, right?
That's right.
Right. As the SAC, did you supervise a person by the name of Terry Dicus?
Yes, ma'am.
Supervise a person by the name of Brent Booth?
Yes, ma'am.
Joe Walker?
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody assigned to one of the two different offices in West Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
Memphis and Jackson.
Correct.
Tell me when you got that position.
That would have been August, September of 2012.
So when you came to that office, the investigation of Holly Bobo was well underway.
Yes, ma'am.
Had you previously been involved in that investigation?
I was the regional crime lab supervisor. Prior to that, I know evidence came and went from the crime lab. As far as my personal involvement in the investigation, no, ma'am, I not.
So when you became SAC of that office, would you agree with me that you were sort of a fresh set of eyes on the investigation?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And did there come a time pretty soon after you took over the position of SAC that you felt a change needed to be made?
Yes, ma'am.
What change was it?
The case agent on the case needed to be benched. He needed to be put on an administrative duty as opposed to following leads. So
Who's the case agent?
Terry Dicus.
Okay, what did that mean as the case agent?
The case agent leads the investigation. He should have the big picture view of the investigation, and he should be leading things from that objective position.
In the 30 years that you were a special agent with TBI, had you ever made that sort of decision before?
No, ma'am.
And why was he benched?
In my opinion, based on statements he made, as well as statements other agents made to me, he had lost his objectivity. He had tunnel vision on a particular suspect and was not objective about all of the facts coming into the case.
And who did you select to take over as lead or case agent for the Holly Bobo investigation?
Special Agent Joe Walker.
And to your knowledge, Joe Walker remained in that position as case agent until the conclusion of the case, or I guess until you retired?
To my knowledge, yes, ma'am. Certainly till I retired, to my knowledge, till today.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Now, when exactly did you say you took over the case, or you came?
I'm sorry.
When is it that you came in to your leadership role?
August, September of 2012.
And at that very time, that's the time that the TBI had determined they were going to focus on Clint Bobo, isn't it?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to being outside the scope.
I don't recall it being exactly at that time, no, ma'am.
Okay. It's at that time that you gave Clint Bobo, you brought him in for some additional questioning, didn't you?
He was brought in sometime after that for additional questioning.
And as a matter of fact, there was a letter that was written to the Bobo family about how many times Clint Bobo had lied, wasn't there?
I recall the letter. I don't recall any details. I didn't write the letter.
But you recall that it outlined all the times that the TBI thought that Clint Bobo had lied or changed his story.
His story had changed over time, yes, ma'am.
And also, you all were, at the time, the TBI was very focused on the fact that they thought that Clint Bobo was somehow involved in his sister's abduction.
We're kind of getting outside the area of rebuttal.
Which is why I objected.
Your Honor.
Actually, if we're going to go outside, I have a whole lot more questions than I would have asked. I tried to keep it narrow.
It's not narrow. They're saying that they've taken Terry Dicus off because he had tunnel vision. I say that the TBI at that time had tunnel vision in another inappropriate area, and that was the Bobo family.
You're outside the area of rebuttal.
Okay, no further questions.
Done? All right, sit down here for you.
Thanks, sir.
You sir rebuttal?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I kind of mapped out a schedule for you folks earlier. I think everyone's good with that. I think it's unfair if I were to continue to go today. We're going to let you folks out early. If we don't, I promise you it will be very late. We will bring you in as close to 8:30 as we can in the morning. We've got to get fed through the chill zones and everything. The order that we will then proceed is you will be handed additional materials for your notebooks that will go behind the next divider. Unfortunately, you don't have to set this. It's a lot of material. It's a very long charge. It will take me perhaps close to an hour to read that to you. We will then take a recess because I don't like to break up closing argument if I can keep from it. I'd rather there be some continuity and some flow. So we'll take a break after that charge that I read to you. Sometimes you got that in front of you, but still it can be somewhat dry. It's very important, but it can be somewhat dry. And I can't read it like Richard Burton or somebody. That's old days. I can't think of who it be now. I can't make it any more interesting, okay? I can't sing it, I can't do anything, it's gonna make it, anything other than pretty tedious and dry, but it's very important, but you will have that material with you so that you can refer to it later. Once we've taken that recess, the attorneys will have an opportunity to speak to you in their closing statements. The state goes first because they have the burden of proof, followed by the defense counsel, and then the state can speak last in their rebuttal argument. At that time, I will mix these up. If you're all still healthy, everything's good, I'll draw 3 names, and then the remainder of you will then start your deliberations. You've heard the proof, so there's kind of a danger, but I'm telling you, don't form any opinion in this case. Wait until you go back with your fellow jurors to deliberate toward reaching an agreement in this case. So don't form or express any opinion. Don't talk with anyone, not even among yourselves. Don't allow anyone to discuss the case with you. Remain in the presence of the officers anytime outside of that conversation with them or anything else. Do you have any questions? If everything goes well, you should get this case. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Who the alternates are chosen, will they be just sent like back to the thing? They won't be released.
They actually, once you start your deliberations, I can't substitute an alternate either. So I'm. Yeah. There's the lady that says me. We're gonna keep the alternates. So don't get too happy.
You know, what I'm saying is like, will they, even though they really don't have no footing, I guess they'll need to hear this information, right? In case something happens to one of the others, or will they be kept separate?
I have to deal with that. They'll be kept separate. Okay. In the event that there's a sentencing hearing, they might be put in at that time because it's kind of like a mini trial. But this is all way ahead. It's theoretical, so don't hold me to anything yet. But that's a pretty good question. All right, anything else? So everybody understands, as much as I'd like to go forward, I don't think it'd be fair to these people. Matter of fact, they're going to stay with me a few minutes to further discuss the details that will make tomorrow look pretty good. Okay? So you folks at this time, please start. Listening to the evidence in case something comes up and someone is discharged so that they can be substituted. But
yeah, Marilla says she think JT. I don't know. JN look like she a little bigger than JT, man. I don't know. I think she'd probably give it to her because she got so much fire in her. I don't know. JT don't look like she about that life. Excuse me. Ugh, that was disgusting. Sorry, y'all. I don't know if that was a hiccup or what it was, but I got this Coca-Cola, it's 0 sugar, but yeah, whatever. Let me see here. You say yeah, she had to hit her in the knee. I just don't think she got enough
all right.
Enough.
Yes, at that time I was on the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task.
Like the way she act, okay, so somebody objects. So Jennifer will object, right? Jennifer, on the prosecution, JN, she will object, right? And the judge will side with JN, and Jennifer T, she just goes in the corner and cry. Like, she's not gonna.
Probably they get a gavel and we'll get Mr. Darnell to.
Like, she be just going in the corner and crying and stuff. That's why he need an appeal, because she wasn't giving it her all. So as I told y'all before, we are going to skip jury instructions, and let's go right to the closing statement. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, about 4 hours worth of closing statements. It looks like the prosecution's closing statement is, the first part is 44 minutes. Oh my gosh, it took him an hour to instruct the jury. Like, I can't with him. I wouldn't. Nope. I hope. That seems like a lot. To me, that seemed like a whole hour. Like, good grief. I know he only had 8 charges. No, I shouldn't say only had like he only had 1. Like, only is a lot. That doesn't seem fair. He had 8 charges. I'm gonna say only. That wouldn't be good. Okay, now let's go ahead and get into this. Ooh, Friday fun day. Thank you, SD. Friday fun day. I think it's like a Friday stuff day. I can't imagine how many people are just like eating and rolling over, eating and rolling over, eating and rolling over. I mean, Marilda, if you wanted your name taken off of the screen, that's all you had to say. No, I just went. Look at here. Wait a minute. No, I ain't got nothing to say. I wanted to take that thing out. Yeah, so I don't know why they would do that. In that regards. My medication arrived about an hour ago, so uh-oh. That's okay. We like those kind of calls. Talk about nothing. That's okay. It's perfect. I'd rather them talk about nothing than talk about something. You know what I mean? All right, guys. Well, let's go into their closing statement. Let's see what we have here. Let's see what they say. What do y'all think about the guy? I can't remember his name. Is this Hagerman for the prosecution team? Is it Hagerman? I can't remember his name. Hagerman? I can't remember his name. I got to look it up again. I be getting all these attorneys' names mixed all up. This one is easy because I got Jennifer and Jennifer. Pick one. We can call Deanbag Jennifer, which is the defense, or we can call Mean Jennifer, which is the prosecution team. Let's go here.
6 years. And we've been here 2 weeks. But this is not the first time that Miss Karen has been in the same room as the man that killed her daughter. She told you when she testified that she had gone to him, to Zac Adams, described the man who led her daughter into the woods, who took her. And she testified that he said that was shame. From the mouth of Zac Adams. That was shame. April 13th, 2011, Shane Austin took her through the woods. They kept her. They raped her in a barn. And then Jason and Zac took her to the river under a bridge. You stand in that place under the bridge. And there's water, there's trees, there's rock, there's cars. They whiz by on the I-40 bridge over the Tennessee River. A bridge that we've all crossed and crossed and crossed. But as you do it, you can't see down to this place at all. There on the rocks next to the river in the trees. Stand in that place, you're all alone. All alone. But she wasn't all alone. Wrapped in a blanket under that bridge with the cars whizzing past, she was not all alone. Because two men, two bad men, one stood at her feet and one at her head. and with a shot echoed under that bridge. With a shot that echoed under that bridge. Those two men did what they chose to do in secret. What happened to Holly Bobo started, and it was bonded together between these two men who had just done this terrible, terrible work. I want to come back to the secret. I want to come back to that. But first, I want to take a timeout. Because just like y'all, I listened to at least an hour of reading. Legal terms, lesser included offenses, things about the law. There was one thing that was read that I found particularly confusing, even misleading. And I'd rather go ahead and take a time out and talk about it quickly now, and then resume with the secret about what happened to her. You were read an instruction about alibi. And in that instruction, it says, if the defendant was not present when the crime was committed, he cannot be guilty. That's what it says in the alibi instruction. The problem with that is it doesn't account for what we talked about the very first day, which is also in the charge. Remember, we robbed a couple banks that first day, and we did it together. We did it to demonstrate what's also in the charge, which is criminal responsibility for the conduct of another. I was the only one on the scene of the crime. I mean, I walked into the bank and I did it. But my accomplices, whoever planned it, whoever drove away from it, whoever split the money with us, whatever it was, there's no necessity under the law that those people be present at the scene of the crime. The alibi instruction has to be read in light of criminal responsibility. Okay? That's important in this case. We'll come back to it, but I wanted to go ahead and say it because I don't want that misconception out there the whole time everybody's honest. Okay? The secret began with a gunshot under the bridge that echoed. These two men bonded together because of the terrible hands-on work that they just put in. But not just these two men, these four men. Zac Adams, Jason Alter, Shane Austin, and Dylan Adams. All criminally responsible for each other. All part of this terrible, terrible, terrible thing. Their secret bonded together. But even in the early days after that shot, secret wasn't kept very good. If somebody had been listening, if somebody had just been listening, they'd realize that that secret wasn't even kept through the first 2 weeks of this thing. Within 2 days, Holly's papers are found right there by Shane Austin's trailer. Other of her papers found right there in front of Shane Austin's grandmother's house. Within the first days, Zac Adams is seen by Trooper Rainey running frantically, sprinting, and then by the watchers in the woods, vacuuming mattresses and cars for hours after the police talked to him. The fear is that Holly's DNA was on him, and he had transferred it to his mattress or to his car, and he had to get rid of any trace of her. Within the first weeks, a girlfriend that he had lied to and that he had threatened already knew that he had done it. Within the first weeks, he has no alibi at all. Instead, he says he's with Shane and Dylan, the other people who committed the crime. Within the first weeks, Jason Autry tells the lie that I'm working on a farm. But what do you know? Once it's checked, absolutely not. All that within the first weeks of this investigation, if somebody had just been listening. The very day of the abduction, the night after the abduction happened, 911 has to come to his house. You want to know what mental state he's in? He's trying to get guns. He's trying to get a vehicle. He is crazy. Fighting his grandfather, desperate. Within the first weeks, this secret had crack and crack and crack and cracking. But nobody was listening. Agent Dykes, Investigation 101, check their alibis. Check their alibis. But he didn't. Investigator Dykes follow the facts. Instead, he came up with some theory about sexual predators. Follow the facts. Just the facts. Dragnet? Just the facts. But he wouldn't listen. In those first few weeks, this thing could have been done. But he wouldn't listen. If he had been listening, he could have gone to the people that hung out with Zac Adams. He could have asked Anthony Phoenix, and he would have heard that Zac said, I couldn't have picked a prettier bitch. It was fun. He could have gone to Jamie Darnell, and he would have heard, he said he can't clear his name. He's in too deep. He could have gone to Carl Statler and heard, he said Shane hit it. He said he did it. Could have gone to Cooper and Kirk, the inmates in the lockup, and he could have heard, tell my brother, Dylan, to shut his mouth, or else I'm going to lay him in a hole beside her. They could have heard him say, you got to kill a bitch to get a $2 million bond. They could have heard him say, they have no body, they have no gun. They could have heard person after person after person that hung out with him and was around him. And this already cracked secret could have been done. Finally, the people around Dylan Adams come forward. And when they do, finally, somebody listens. Finally, somebody goes to Dylan Adams. And what do you know? The same names we've been hearing since the second day of the investigation. Zac Adams, Shane Austin, Jason Autry, Dylan Adams. To Dylan's friends and to Dylan, and we got the same people. This secret wasn't even well kept. Not early on and not later. Except by one man, Jason Autry. You see, Jason Autry knew, just as we know, that when he drove up to that trailer and the body she was in that blanket and he agreed to help, he was in it for the whole thing. He was in it for the whole thing. He knew that when he agreed to help and took her in that blanket to the river with Zac, that he was just as responsible as Shane Austin, just as responsible as Dylan Adams, just as responsible as Zac Adams for what happened to and what was going to happen to that girl. She was never going to come out of that blanket alive. Not a chance. He knew just how guilty he was, just how guilty they all were. And for years, he kept his secret. Until late 2016, when I think the best way to put it is he just told it. He just told it. To investigators, just like last week on that stand. Every question, he just told it. Trip to the river, he just told it. Taking the body in the blanket, her in the blanket, out of the bed of that truck and laying it down on the rocks. He just told it. What he himself called her, the fucking bitch, is still alive. He just told it. When the shot rang out, when Zac killed her while he was not trying to help her, looking out to make sure the coast was clear, he just told it. For a whole day, question after question after question, he just told it. The early cracks in the secret, all the people around Zac, Dylan Adams and his friends, and now the man who was under that bridge with his hands on the blanket that she was in and still alive, he came in here and he just told her. But even more than that, his account is corroborated and corroborated and corroborated. What did he tell us Shane was doing when he pulled up? Y'all got to get out of here. I got a cable guy coming sometime. Well, what do you know? He had a cable guy coming that day. Cooperation. What did he say Zac said about the rape? Other than the crude part that Zac said about Dylan during the rape. But what did he say Zac said about the rape? He said we had to end early because somebody started cutting their grass. We had to get out of there because somebody started cutting their grass. Well, what do you know? Brian Britt, a neighbor to Shane's grandmother, where that barn is, the neighbor. What was he doing that morning? Cutting his grass. Cutting his grass. Jason tells us later that afternoon, we go to Victor Dinsmore's, well, not his house. He's working at Miss Dottie's house. He says there's a scuffle or a fight. Something about hitting it. And what do you know? Victor Dinsmore describes the same thing that afternoon. But not just that. The particularly interesting part of that is Jason says, you know, Victor was there, but some unidentified, that was his word, unidentified female was there. What do you know? Debbie Doris, the cleaning woman. And what'd she say? Men. Including who? Jason.
Objection, Your Honor. It's hard for me to pass on that.
It's up to the jury what the facts are.
What do you know? She saw a man. Including who? Jason. Cooperated. Jason tells us how, because he was dropped off at the church. He was dropped off at the church after they came back from the bridge. When the body was disposed of, he wasn't there, and he told us he doesn't know where it was, except that Zac had told him near Kelly's Ridge. So he told us he went out there looking for it one day after this. He said he went up to a house pretending like he was asking to fish, but the people wouldn't let him. Well, what do you know? What do you know? Within 2 weeks of this crime, Miss Brenda O'Brien calls in, and it's documented. Strange man in a PT Cruiser just came to my house asking if he could fish, and he was acting strange, and I told him no, and he kept on asking, and I told him no. What do you know? That's exactly what Jason had said. Cooperated and cooperated and cooperated. But even that, there's more. Because what did Jason say in late 2016? Shane Austin and me sold the gun. The gun. No body, no gun. Sold the gun to Victor Dinsmore. Go to Victor Dinsmore. Gun was disposed of over by Joe Holiday Road. Small little street. Years and years and years ago. They sold it to me sometime after Holly was killed. And that's where I got rid of him, me and my wife. And what do you know? The gun. Right there. The man and his wife that Jason and Shane sold to years and years ago. He has cooperated and cooperated and cooperated. Early cracks. Zach's friends and all the things he said. The friends of Dylan Adams and Dylan Adams. Jason Autry just told it, and he was cooperated and cooperated and cooperated. But even then, there's more. 2 confessions, admissions, while he was in jail to 2 entirely different people. Christopher Swift, who doesn't, is he lying on Zac? Is Christopher Swift lying on Zac? He told us he doesn't even want to believe that Zac is capable of doing this. But nevertheless, he tells you what Zac said. I was there for the worst part of it. I was there for the worst part of it. One of us killed themselves. I was there for the worst part of it. Talking about Holly. And explained later that one of us, Shane Austin, killed himself. Corey Rivers, entirely different person, who sat up straight, bright-eyed, and told us and answered every question about his past, his horrific childhood, what happened to him, what happened to his mother, and also told us what Zac told him. that he wanted forgiveness for what he had done. That when she was taken into the woods, Holly Bobo was taken into the woods. She was killed. That her body was chopped up. There are the cracks. All the statements Zac made to his friends. Dylan Adams, Jason Autry, all the corroboration, and now 2 confessions to 2 entirely different people. So why do I have to hear so much in this trial about other things? About all the other people that were investigated and excluded? Why do I have to hear about, pick a name, Jonathan Dodd, Jason Nickel, whoever it was? Why do I have to hear about all those people that were investigated and excluded? Why do I even have to hear about Terry Britt, who Agent Dykes, the one who had tunnel vision on Terry Britt, the one who had to be removed because of his unobjectivity and his tunnel vision? But even him, when I asked, after all those searches, after ripping into this man's life, he's not a good man. Good for them for ripping into his life. Good for them. He's in prison. That's fabulous. But after ripping into his life, after all that, Agent Dykes, what did you find that connected him to this crime? And his answer was what? Absolutely nothing. Not a drop of blood, not a hair, not anything at all that connected him to Holly Bobo. No evidence. No evidence. So why are we even talking about him? And then I had to listen to Johnny Walker, that marshal, cell phone expert? No. An investigator who understands that when you talk to somebody, there's certain things you got to do? No. An investigator that understands that you need to write a report that actually records what happened when you talk to somebody? No. An investigator who remembers that if you're going to testify, you need to probably remember what happened that's in your 20-line little report? No. An investigator that understands when he's being messed with? Terry Britt's not a brain surgeon. But Johnny Walker didn't even understand he was being messed with. Well, it sounds like you got it all figured out. That's from the words of the man that calls law enforcement what? Whores. Well, it sounds like you got it all figured out. He came in here to say that. Johnny Walker came in here to say that. Why don't, Mr. Walker, you look at the evidence? Why don't you look at the evidence? Were you aware, Mr. Walker, that as we sit here right now, we've heard 7, 8, 9 people say what Zac Adams said about killing her? Mr. Walker, as you sit here right now, do you know we've heard 2 different people, entirely different people, testify about how he confessed to them? Mr. Walker, as we sit here right now, do you know they went to Dylan Adams' friends? Do you know they went to Dylan? Do you know Jason just sat in this courtroom for a whole day and just told it? Did you know that his entire story corroborated? Yet we had to listen to it. Don't tell me about that. Don't tell me about that. Don't tell me about the 4 times in 3 years that Terry Britt searched bad porn. Don't tell me about that. Tell me about the facts and the evidence in this case. We spent way too much time on speculation that had already been shot down, on suspects that had already been shot down. We even heard Agent Dykes himself admit from his suspect, Terry Britt, that we found, quote, absolutely nothing. Two things. The math. The math in this case is actually pretty simple. The only question in this case is, do you have the right people? Because everyone agrees. She was taken, she was kidnapped, and that kidnap started when she was taken, and it continued all the time until she was killed. That she was taken, that she was kidnapped, that she was raped, and that she was murdered. You just listened for an hour about lesser included offenses or something like that. I heard crazy stuff, like negligent homicide or like sexual battery. I heard crazy stuff, and the only things at issue in this trial are not whether or not she was murdered because she was, not whether or not she was murdered in the perpetration of a felony because she was, not whether or not she was kidnapped because she was, not whether or not she was raped because she was. The only question is, do we have the right people? And the math on that is pretty simple. 4 people. Zac Adams, Jason Autry, Dylan Adams, Shane Austin. 4 people. 1 killed himself. The one at the coon hunt. The one looking at him. The one with the hidey holes behind his house. The one with the paper 75 yards from his front yard. The one with the heat coming down on him. 1 killed himself. Dylan Adams. They went to his friends. They went to him. And what do you know? After they did, got the right people. Jason Autry. He just sat in here and told him, you got the right people. Zac Adams. Holly Bobo. Holly Bobo. Face to face with him. In the same room. The man that took her into the woods. And he said, that was Shane. That was Shane. He didn't say, I don't know who that was. He didn't say, oh, that was, pick a name. Pick a name that we've heard. Doesn't matter. James Barnes. He didn't say, it was Terry Britt. He didn't say, I got no idea. He said, that was Shane Austin. 4 people. 4 people. So we got the right people? You can go one by one by one by one. And the second thing. In any case, there's details that matter, and then details that don't. We talked about that the first day, what color shirt people were wearing, or exactly what time something happened. We talked about any case has all sorts of details, but some details can be real important. It was just 2 more witnesses. There was so many witnesses around the stand, but it was just like the others, 2 more witnesses, and you may not have caught how important what they said was. Cooper was the inmate who was sitting in the Chester County lockup. He was the one who was going to be transferred to Obion County. Kirk was the inmate who was sitting further, waiting to come to court. That's Cooper, and that's Kirk. Cooper described how Zac Adams came into that lockup, asked him if he would be able to talk to the federal prisoners in Obion County. He said, yeah, maybe through the door. Zac says, we'll get a message to my brother. Tell him to stop talking, or else I'll lay him in a hole next to Holly Bobo. Kirk hears the same thing. Hears Zac talking to Cooper. But do you know what else they both hear that they told you? They both heard Zac say, because remember, Cooper didn't want him saying this to him. He said, I got angry with him, and maybe even I threatened to slap him if he didn't stop talking. But he didn't stop talking. He said, not worried or something to that effect, because they got no body and they got no gun. Remember that? Not just from Cooper, but from Kirk. They got no body and they got no gun. Well, when did that happen? When did that conversation happen? They testified it happened on March the 4th. March the 4th of 2014. March the 4th of 2014. March the 4th of 2014. When was her body found? When was her body found? September of 2014. So his first statement makes sense. They got no body because in March of 2014, they didn't have a body. But what else did he say? They got no gun. Who on earth, on this planet, who on earth knew on September, in March, before September, who on this planet knew in March of 2014 that she had been shot? Who knew it? Her body hadn't been found. This didn't exist yet. This was still in the woods. The hole in the back of her head is a bullet hole that's consistent with the 32 that I got laying on that table. Didn't exist yet. Nobody in this world knew if she was strangled, if she was stabbed, if she was run over, and certainly not shot. Nobody in this world knew except the 2 men who were there when it happened. You want to talk about a confession? In March, before the body's even found, while everybody in this world has no idea what happened to Holly Bobo and how she died, he's talking about a gun. He's talking about a gun 4 months before we even know that she has been shot and has a bullet hole to the back of her head. Under that bridge, you're all alone. You're all alone. The cars whiz by, they can't see fair. Under that bridge, she wasn't alone though, because she had 2 men, and they had a gun, and they killed her. Only 2 men in the world knew that. The 2 men that did it, Zac and Jason. And Zac's talk in March before that body's found tells you everything you need to know. We spent time in this trial, almost like a time machine, going back to 2013 and the status of the investigation, for whatever reason, 2013. But this isn't 2013. This is 2017. And now, 6 years later, in 2 weeks in this room, with the man that killed her daughter, it's time to do what is right. It's time to listen to the evidence, to make decisions on the evidence, what matters. Time's now. Time is now. Shane took her, just like Zach said. Was Dylan with him? Was Zach with him too? But after Shane took her, they all raped her. They all still had her kidnapped. Zach and Jason drove her to the river, ready to kill her. Then they drove real fast back, dropping Jason off at the church. Just like the defense's own cell phone expert said, the phones are consistent with Shane Austin taking it, her going to Yellow Springs where that bar is, and being raped. And then Jason and Zach going to the river, Dylan getting rid of her phone and her property, killing her, and coming back real fast, dropping Jason off out of all things church. Let's help this thing to end.
Zachary Wright Adams is 100% innocent of the charges he is facing in this case. And the important thing for you to remember today is that non-evidence is not evidence in this case. Think of all the, quote, non-evidence that the government has put in their case. They put in the evidence of a white truck through Christy Clinic and John Babb. But that, in fact, was not evidence that Mr. Adams committed the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Holly Bobo. It's not related to the crimes he's charged with. Think about the shoe print in the carport that the government put in regarding the, quote, evidence in this case. That's not evidence that points to Mr. Adams being involved in this crime. Think about the pink underwear that was found at the side of the road. The government went to all the trouble of putting that underwear in the case. Turns out that, in fact, was not Holly Bobo's underwear. The man mowing the lawn, that's not evidence in this case that points to a crime. The mattress at Zach's house, Zach vacuuming his truck, the camouflage clothing, the scratches on Zach, and the nervousness. All of that is non-evidence in this case. But yet the government went to the trouble of putting it in. The white truck, the white pickup truck. The government showed that the truck was traveling south while Holly's cell phone is traveling north. That, again, is not evidence in this case, but it makes it sound suspicious. It's just a way to get people's suspicion in this case, get their suspicion riled up and thinking about, well, it's possible. I mean, what is possible here? The cases in criminal defense or criminal law are not made on what is possible. It's what does the evidence show beyond a reasonable doubt. What about the shoe print in the carport? Again, the government knew that the shoe print was made by Clint Bobo shoes. They knew that, but yet they put in the shoe print to try to show something suspicious. Remember, it's the defense that put in the fact that that shoe print was made by, or quite possibly made by, Clint Bobo's croc that he was wearing that day when Holly Bobo disappeared. It's the defense that actually put in law enforcement to come in and say, no, that shoe print was made by, that shoe print was consistent with the shoes that Clint Bobo was wearing that day. What about the palm print on Holly's Mustang? The government went through a lot of trouble to try to put in this palm print when it's the defense that brought in the fact that all four people that the government has spent their whole first part of their argument arguing were involved. Dylan Adams, Zachary Adams, Jason Autry, and Shane Austin were all four excluded as being the person who owned that palm print, that hand print on Holly Bobo's car. And yet you heard one of the law enforcement involved in the case say that Terry Britt was never excluded as being the owner of that palm print. Why not? Why didn't they go to that trouble and get his prints and try to exclude him on that? Think about the pink underwear. They put in the pink underwear. It's the defense that actually put the evidence in that questioned Brent Booth and brought it to your attention that, in fact, that pink underwear did not belong to Holly. But yet it's found outside Shane's trailer there by his driveway, and the government wants to put that in just to add the creep factor there. The government is really trying to pump the creep factor in this case. The man mowing the yard, that Brian did was there mowing the yard. The government puts that in as though it corroborates Jason Autry's story. But in fact, what Mr. Bitt specifically said was he didn't notice anything unusual that day, and he was outside mowing his grass while this alleged crime was occurring. down the street. The mattress at Zach's house. The government knew that that mattress belonged to Rebecca Earp. Rebecca Earp testified that yes, she had a mattress there at Zach's house, and that was during the time that they were in the process of breaking up. That mattress is outside. The government knows that mattress has nothing to do with it. Besides, the government's story was that none of this crime occurred at Zachary Adams' house, and yet they bring in that mattress and the vacuuming of the mattress and just to make it look suspicious. The same with that truck, the vacuuming of the black truck and the camouflage clothing. All of that was done in order just to have some kind of evidence in, because the government knows that juries expect evidence. So the government has gone to all this trouble to put some kind of evidence in, so you have something to take back with you, something to look at as being possible evidence of Mr. Adams' connection to this crime. But when in fact, all those different pieces of evidence that they put in are not evidence. Next, you have the scratches and the nervousness. Again, the government had reason to believe that these were not connected to Zac Adams being involved in the case, but yet they put it in so they have some kind of evidence. So here's what the government story is that we have. We have Candace Woods, who says that she sees Shane staring at her and Holly at the coon hunt in a creepy way. Then you have Clint Bobo. Clint Bobo describes somebody who has dark hair. It's down his neck to his collar. He's 5'10", 5'11", 200 pounds, looks like his cousin Richie Kraft. You got John Babb, who says he sees a white truck headed south going at a high rate of speed down the road. And then you have a fact gap, because now the government isn't able to explain what happens in between. They have a fact gap, and thank goodness Jason Autry comes along. So in the government's case, here's what happens. Jason then steps up and says that Dylan gives Zach oral sex, and then Zach is able to rape Holly Bobo, but Zach describes it when he's talking to Jason Autry as a brief encounter. Jason shows up at Shane's house. That's when Jason gets involved. There's a body in the back of Zach's truck. Jason gets high. They drive to the river. Jason didn't do anything wrong, according.
Sorry, guys. Did I just hear what I just heard? Sorry, objection. No, just playing therapist. Don't get pissed off. Did you just say Dylan was giving Zach oral sex? Or am I missing something? Did she make a mistake? Oh, gosh. Am I hearing things? Did she say the brother was giving the brother oral sex? Or is that... Rewind. Okay. I'm like, maybe she's talking too fast, because I know she just didn't say Dylan was giving Zach oral sex. So I got a problem with this. Come on, Jennifer. I need you to get it together. Let's see.
Evidence in, so you have something to take back with you, something to look at as being possible evidence of Mr. Adams' connection to this crime. But when in fact, all those different pieces of evidence that they put in are not evidence. Next, you have the scratches and the nervousness. Again, the government had reason to believe that these were not connected to Zac Adams being involved in the case, but yet they put it in so they have some kind of evidence. So here's what the government story is that we have. We have Candace Woods, who says that she sees Shane staring at her and Holly at the coon hunt in a creepy way. Then you have Clint Bobo. Clint Bobo describes somebody who has dark hair. It's down his neck to his collar. He's 5'10", 5'11", 200 pounds, looks like his cousin Richie Kraft. You got John Babb, who says he sees a white truck headed south going at a high rate of speed down the road. And then you have a fact gap, because now the government isn't able to explain what happens in between. They have a fact gap, and thank goodness Jason Autry comes along. So in the government's case, here's what happens. Jason then steps up and says that Dylan gives Zach oral sex, and then...
Yeah. So it says Jason then steps up and says Dylan gives Zach oral sex. Yeah, come on, Jen. The brothers is not giving each other oral sex. The judge got his hand on his head like, what the fuck? What is she doing? Even the judge probably caught it. Like, what is she doing? Oh, gosh. Can you object? Like, say, she got co-counsel over there. Could they object? Be like, objection. She's saying the wrong stuff. I wonder, Jason then steps up and says, Dylan gives Zach oral sex. And then, okay. Okay, tell us, Busy. Tell us what we got here. I think maybe Jason said something about Zach and Dylan doing that during the Grape of Holly. Well, I don't know. She said Jason steps up and says that Dylan gives Zach oral sex. So they were supposed to be getting oral sex from Holly? I guess my thing is that she's saying that two brothers were doing it to each other. So that had to be a mistake in what she's saying. I think she made a mistake in what she's saying to the jury, but I don't know if she's going to come back and correct herself, guys. Maybe she'll come back and correct it, say she didn't mean to say Dylan was giving his brother oral sex. Yeah, well, I don't understand how. So what you saying is that Jason saying that he saw Dylan and Zac giving oral sex to each other? She did mean to say that? Wow. No, the SD, that's more than, that's like incest. Brothers are not supposed to be giving oral sex to each other. Oh, so Jason said that the two brothers were giving oral sex to each other? Ew. Why would they have to give oral sex? So if you got somebody, I don't understand that. All right. Okay, so that's something new we learned today, that the brothers were having oral sex with each other. Jason and Dylan gives Zac oral sex. Who would you say, SD? I don't believe that. Like, I don't even understand why would you need him to give, especially if they got a girl there that they about to grate. Like, this is stupid. Oh, okay. So right now she just throwing out everything that Jason claimed happened. That don't, that he said where it don't even make sense. Because she said Jason then steps up and says that Dylan gives Zac oral sex, and then she should be telling the jury, like, that doesn't even make sense. Why would two brothers be giving each other head? Like, there's many and plenty of people that can give them head. Why would Zac need to get head from his brother? Why would his brother have to be doing deep throat dives? Like, why would he have to do that? Like, why would he have to let it hit the back of his tonsils? Like, they had a whole girl there. Okay, let me stop. Hitting the back of his tonsils. Oh, I don't know. Maybe he needed the strong draw. They said some, men, they be having like a stronger draw than women, so sometimes it works out. You say that's bad in southern small towns. Oh gosh, I hope not. Yikes. Gosh. Okay. Yeah, I know she talking real fast, so I just like, well, maybe I didn't hear what I heard. Yeah, I'm in the background trying to see if I can I don't know. And therapists, maybe you can assist with it if you out here listening. I am trying to get all of the I think the hearing started back in May. I'm trying to get all these post-conviction hearings together and get them in some type of order if we are going to rewatch them. I even noticed the other day they had opening statements for the post-conviction hearing. Like, I hate when they have all this stuff all mixed the fuck up. Like, it's just real terrible. So I'm trying to see if I can find it. Everything. So if we are going to watch them, even if it's me premiering them, we doing like pre-record, is that we have them all together and watch them in order. Because all of this stuff out of order is just like, ew. But let's go ahead and finish listening. That's what I'm doing. Yeah. BZ, if you got it, I appreciate it. Anybody, yeah. Yeah, if anybody, just email it to me or emailing is probably the best way. Yeah, that way I can have it and we can, if we want to watch it, we got to watch it in some order. Even if it's just go to this link. This is day 1. Go to this link. This is part 2, because I know they didn't have hearings in May, August, November, and December. And although we watched a good amount of the coverage, we are missing so much more. So much more. Because I want to look at his recant story. I think that's going to be very interesting for all of us to look at. Like, what did he really say in his recanting story? Why did he recant? I think it was eating that, like bothering him. That's what I heard, quote unquote. But yeah, awesome. Okay, thank you so much, BZ. Yeah, whatever we can get, and and then we can talk about how we want to do it. All right, I'm gonna take us back in.
Zac is able to rape Holly Bobo, but Zac describes it when he's talking to Jason Autry as a brief encounter. Jason shows up at Shane's house. That's when Jason gets involved. There's a body in the back of Zac's truck. Jason gets high. They drive to the river. Jason didn't do anything wrong, according to Jason's story. He just grabs Holly. He watches Zac grab a gun and shoot Holly with a gun that he recognizes as being Shane's gun. They just pick up the body, put it back in the truck. Jason gets driven back to the Yellow Springs Methodist Church. He's dropped off there, and then that's the end of Jason's involvement. So that's the government story. Government then says several hours later, Jason shows back up at Zac's house. He's looking for a pill. Jason, Shane, Zac, and Dylan go over to Dottie's to see Victor. Jason says to Zac, "You don't have to kill her." Jason claims that Shane says to Zac, "You didn't have to kill her." Zac says to Shane, "You're just as guilty. You hit it." Zac punches Shane. But this is all just part of the government's story. Again, none of this directly relates to evidence that shows that Zac Adams was involved in the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Holly Bobo. These are things that Jason's claiming is said later. 2 days later, Jason meets with Zac and Dylan at the gas station. Zac tells Jason he threw Holly's body near Kelly's Ridge. Zac tries to make a deal with Jason to have Dylan killed. Jason accepts the deal. Jason takes Dylan to the river, but his whole plan gets spoiled by a random boater. Sometime later, Jason says he sees buzzards at Kelly Ridge. He asks the homeowner to fish their pond. And then while stealing deer equipment, Zac tells Jason, "Looks like we got by with this shit." And Zac tells Jason the real reason they were there was to show Clint how to make meth. But Holly saw us raise hell, and that's why we took her. So that's the government story. It's complete with its own little motive there, as the motive being to cook meth with Clint Bobo. The government also has Dr. Mark Ross that comes in. He says that the cause of death is a gunshot wound to the back of the head. The range of fire is indeterminate. The size of the hole is 9 millimeters by 11 millimeters. 32 caliber bullet is 32 inches in diameter, and anything that's 0.32 inches in diameter. Anything that's 0.36 inches or smaller could have made the hole. The government pulls in Victor Dinsmore, who comes in. He argues. He says that he hears Shane and Zac arguing about who's going to hit it first. Victor trades morphine for Shane's gun at a later point. Victor gives the gun to his wife later. Victor tells his wife to get rid of the gun. The wife throws the gun in a creek. The gun is retrieved 6 years later. They have Steve Deaton come in. He's the water rescue man. He says that after 6 years, the gun is found laying under 15 inches of water, sitting on top of a drainage feature. And Mike Frizzell is the government's cell phone expert. He comes in and says that Holly's phone traveled north, and because of the locate McCall records, it puts Holly and Zac in the same general area. The end. That is the end of the government story. Well, now it's time to listen to the rest of the story, because when you dig down deep into what the government says and what the facts really are, you'll see that their story is absolutely full of holes. What they're wanting you to do is to ignore all the many mysteries and the holes that they have left in their story, and to just completely then buy into their theory that what the government cannot explain, that's what Dylan and Shane did. That's going to be the mistakes. So the rest of the story is what we have is Candace Wood. She says that she sees a man staring at Holly and her at the coon hunt, and then he's standing there scooting dirt. So what she notices, and she says he really creeped her out, but it's a guy who's talking on the cell phone. She says he's standing there the whole time talking on the cell phone, scooting dirt with his foot, and he keeps looking at her and Holly. And what she also says is that he's standing still in one location, which is what you would expect if somebody's talking on the phone. She said part of what made her suspicious about him was that he just kept standing there and he didn't move anywhere and was watching them. And she said it was for 10 or 15 minutes. Well, that's what you would expect if somebody's on the phone. And I'm certain that there were two very attractive women there at the coon hunt. Maybe the guy was a creep. Maybe he just happened to be on the phone and noticing two women. But she says that she felt threatened by it. And of course, now, years later, knowing that Holly disappeared a few days later, she has
feelings of what if she told, but clearly at the time, what she saw did not upset her so much that she even would mention it to her boyfriend. At the time, she didn't even say, hey, boyfriend, Justin, do you see that guy over there staring at me? He's bothering me. So what she sees at the time isn't enough to really bother her. It's only when it comes up days later and Holly has disappeared that she starts to think about it and as she thinks about it and as she stews about it, it to her mind grows worse and worse, but all she describes is a person talking on the phone scooting through. The other thing is, so she draws this sketch of this person, and then she's shown a picture after she does the sketch of Shane Austen, and she says yes, and she identifies the person at that time as being Shane Austen. But she leaves out some very important features of Shane Austen at the time. The first feature is that Shane Austen has a very big, noticeable scar on his face. His mother even testified about it. He'd been in a motorcycle accident. He wasn't wearing a helmet. He hit a tree. He was life-flighted to Vanderbilt. And he has a deep scar between his nose and his mouth, and it goes across his cheek. The other thing is Shane's whole right eye socket was decimated. It was flattened, and they had to have multiple surgeries where they were rebuilding his eye socket, and it left his eye droopy, which means the white of his eye, when you looked at him, the white of his eye was showing underneath the iris of his eye. That's something that's very unusual about people, and people would absolutely notice that. If you're looking at somebody, I can see even the people that have on glasses, I can still see the whites of their eyes, and I can see the iris of their eyes, even if you have on glasses. So she's looking at somebody, and it has a distinct deformity of his eye where the eye socket and the nose bridge has all been broken and it's not seating the eye properly anymore. That's something that you would notice. The other third thing that she doesn't mention is Shane's goatee. Shane wore a goatee because he was self-conscious of the scar, and he wore a goatee to try to help diminish the look of the scar, even though the scar was further out on the cheek and it didn't diminish the whole thing. But Shane had a goatee at the time. Facial hair would definitely be something that you would mention. So she draws the picture first. She leaves out the three very important distinguishing features of Shane Austen in this picture. And then later when she's shown a photo, she said, well, yeah, that's the person. But it doesn't quite fit. Even if you all were to say, well, I do think that that's Shane Austen there, there's no other evidence that Shane knew anything else about Holly Bobo, that he knew where she lived or who she was, or that he did anything more than that day. His mother clearly testified that he did not have a car, that his truck that he had that was parked behind his trailer had been wrecked and it barely drove and it drove sideways, and they took the keys. She specifically said they took the keys. Shane didn't have a key to her house and they had locked the keys away. So Shane, first of all, had no opportunity. He had no transportation that he himself would have followed Holly home or known anything at all about Holly and where she lived. So even if you all were to decide, well, it's possible that it was Shane at that coon hunt that was looking at them that day, there's nothing that he did that showed that he would have been dangerous, and certainly nothing that then ties that into any type of kidnapping or rape. Then we hear Clint Bobo's description of the person that took Holly. He says that person had black hair down to his collar, down his neck to his collar, so it's long black hair. He is 5'10" to 5'11", weighs 200 pounds, and looks like Cousin Richie Pratt. And then we also heard John Walker, who's the marshal, talk about Clint's description that the man was barrel-chested, had skinny legs, was dressed in camouflage shirt with a ball cap. And when you look at the pictures, first of all, if you look at these four men in this case, definitely Zac and Dylan are thinner than 200 pounds. Shane, who might have the physical height and weight, did not have a barrel-chested. He did not look like he used to work out and didn't work out anymore. He was not barrel-chested and didn't fit the description of having skinny legs. Plus, Shane had short hair. He had short hair, and it was reddish blonde hair. It was not dark. It was black or dark brown hair, and it wasn't long down to his collar. The person that took Holly that day thought that Holly was alone. The person that took Holly on April the 13th didn't bother wearing a disguise because that person had been watching Holly's house. That person was confident that Holly was going to be alone that day. That's why you would bend down in front of on the carport for a few minutes talking. If you really thought that somebody was in that house and dialing 911, you would absolutely not have paused there for several minutes, maybe as many as 10 minutes, while you're bent down on the carport talking to her, and you would be getting out of there. Also, so that person that came that day dressed that way was not wearing a disguise. That's how they looked because they thought no one was going to be at home and they would never be identified by anybody. And then Clint Bobo also identifies Terry Britt's voice that day as being 80% sure that the voice he heard when he heard Terry Britt's voice was the same voice that was outside on the carport that morning with his sister. You all heard Zac Adams when he got up to say he was not guilty. He's the one in this case that said he was not guilty. He had a high voice in that case. He does not have that low, husky smoker's voice. You all heard Terry Britt testify in front of you. You know that's a very distinct voice that he had, and it's low. Then, as part of the rest of the story, we have John Babb. So John Babb says he sees a white truck headed south that morning, and it's a full-size pickup truck. Christy Plenty also says she sees a white truck a couple of weeks earlier, or a week or two earlier, but that it was also a full-size white pickup truck. Well, first of all, this Nissan truck that Jason Archer is trying to put Zac Adams with on the day that Holly disappeared, it's a mid-size truck. It's not a full-size truck. And John Babb says also that truck is heading south on the road that morning, whereas Holly's phone is going north. And he hears that truck approximately around 7:30 that morning, And so what you did hear from James Barnes, Ed James Barnes, when he's testifying, he said that he's there at his truck. He hears the scream that just kind of stops him in place. He's then very concerned about the scream. He walks over to the fence. He doesn't hear anything anymore. He comes back to his truck. His wife comes out. He yells at her, get in the truck. And remember, he's facing the end of the driveway. So from the time he hears the scream, he's watching to see what cars are going by. He's facing the end of the driveway. They get in the car. They drive straight to Holly's house. They park there in the driveway at Holly's house. No cars come by because he's testified to that. And he's watching for cars. He has heard a scream that changed his morning. He now is driving a different way to work because of the scream. He's looking for cars. He's aware of what's going on. So that white pickup truck did not pass him. That means that white pickup truck came by before Holly came by. It's not evidence. It's not evidence in this case. So let's talk about Jason Autry. Jason Autry has sold his death penalty to the government. That's what's happened in this case. Jason Autry has a death penalty just like Dylan Adams and Zachary Adams have in this case. And of all the three men, Jason's the one who sold his death penalty to the government. And he sold it to them, and the only price he had to pay was this tall tale that he came up with in January. Because you heard Jason testify that it was around January 20th, January 17th, 18th, 19th, and 20th when he came in and had a 3-day proffer with the government in this case. And so he has attorneys. He has 2 attorneys, and he pointed them out in the courtroom. He had 2 attorneys that were sitting here. And so, in a death penalty case, if you have 2 qualified death penalty attorneys in your case, those attorneys, Jason says, well, he just expects he doesn't know what he's going to get, and he just expects to get something in return, but he doesn't know what it's going to be. But good and well, if you've got 2 qualified death penalty attorneys, those death penalty attorneys are not going to let you go in and just talk up a storm and put yourself in the middle of something unless they know that you're going to at least get death off the table. And a death penalty, I'm sure that all of you members of the jury can imagine, the death penalty changes everything. When somebody is sitting there facing the death penalty and they know what that is, they have incredible pressure on them to have something change, to get that death penalty off the table. And so Jason Autry was able to sell his death penalty to the government for a tall tale. And he didn't do it until January. And what that means is he's arrested in the spring of 2014 on this crime. And he had years and years. He had 3 years to sit from 2014 until January of 2017 to sit and perfect his story so that he could finally sell it to the government. So let's talk about Jason Autry and some of what he did. And as you can see, Jason Autry has kind of come across, sitting up here on the witness stand as we looked at him, he comes across as, oh, shucks, I'm just a good old boy, and just trying to do the right thing. And I was lying when I said I was innocent, and now I've come to you and told the truth. But Jason Autry is no shrinking violet. If you watched him closely and how he handled this whole thing, he absolutely was in control of the courtroom. I mean, he's the one, he just looked over at the judge and said, Judge, may I approach, when he was looking at the maps that the government had for him to look at, and when I was trying to show him, when we went through that whole long, extracted mapping out on the map where he went that day, he absolutely was in control of that. He is a controlling person, which is going to be important in this story, but Jason Autry doesn't let other people boss him around. He absolutely took charge from the witness stand, was in command of things, and so the fact that Jason Autry is controlling and tries to be the master of things is going to be important when we continue to talk about his story and what kind of story he came up with that day. So another thing to remember just about the white truck while we're still here, remember John Dodd had a white truck, and there were several people that said they saw John Dodd in that area that morning. And the thing about Jason Autry's story is he's able to combine it with a little truth, because the best lies that people tell, anytime somebody tells a really good lie, it has some elements of truth in it, some elements that you can confirm with other people. And that's what Jason Autry has done here. So first thing he says is that Zac raped Holly as a brief encounter after Dylan gave him oral sex. And this is an absolutely incredible allegation. One of the things Jason has done is, as he's told his story about Zac Adams, who at one time
Thank you, therapist. Thank you, BZ. She said Black Friday the right way. Yeah, I commute that. She ain't talk about nothing. I don't know. She might be talking too fast for me. I may have her sped up too fast. Because I'm trying to hear what she's saying. But in the same token, I know she just, talking about everything. I know I keep hearing Jason's name come up, but That's about all I keep hearing. All I keep hearing is Jason. Not Juicy Jason. It ain't Jason, our Juicy Jason, right, Morel? That's his name, Juicy Jason. It ain't that Jason. I don't know what Jason she talking about. She talking about Jason Autry. She lost me. Once she told me that the brothers was giving head to each other, I was done. So I clocked out on her. I mentally checked out. But thank you so much, Beezy. It's Beezy, baby. All right. Yeah. Well, therapists, these are definitely not milk chocolate, but they definitely like nuts in their mouth. Oh, I shouldn't do that. This is a perv mind. Gosh, my mind stay in the gutter. All right. I got a gutter mind. I think I don't. Yeah, I think I do got a gutter mind. I'm just gonna just admit it and just leave it there.
Was a friend of his. They were drug buddies. They were drug buddies into doing drugs together. And one of the things he does is he's able to weave so many little pieces in there just to make Zac sound like a bad person. And so one of the first little facts that Jason weaves into his incredible story from what happened that day is that he's talking to Zac and says, well, how is it that you're able to rape her? And he claims that Zac replies, well, that his brother had to suck him off so that he could get hard and rape Holly Bobo. And he adds that one just to make a dig at Zac.
Jennifer, you do not get to just say that fast. Okay, so now we know why they was giving head to each other. His brother had to suck him off to get him hard. Dang. Ugh, how does that go? Yeah, I didn't know she was gonna come back and explain it. I thought that they was because I couldn't understand why they would do that. But then on the same token, like, how does he get? I mean, I don't know. Like, why he just didn't have Jason do it? Yeah, why Jason didn't do it? Like, why would you have your brother do it? Why not just get Jason to do it? Yeah, Jennifer is not just gonna be saying this stuff real fast, and we not gonna be able to catch it. Like, I catch all this pervert stuff, lady. You say Jason wasn't even there. Jason just making up stuff. You know, it's so funny because I don't know, was it you therapist? I think it was you therapist when you was like, I think somebody had mentioned it was either therapist or Rachel. It was one of y'all. Well, one of y'all was like, hearing the sound of an echo is not something that somebody would normally make in a lie, making a lie. Was it you therapist that said that that's like not a normal sequence of, okay. You know, yesterday I was listening on Cat Not Williams show. Y'all know I love her. Let me drop her stuff in the chat. Every time I'm gonna have to tell y'all where I get my little nuggets from, because when I was over there listening yesterday, I thought about that comment. Yeah. Well, I thought about that comment. So they actually had somebody that went out there to the scene, and they did they brought up the so-called type of murder weapon to the scene, the redrum weapon to the scene. And when they brought it to the scene, they did I don't know, it's not called a recanting, like where they try to reconstruct it, the sound. And they said it's no way that what he described as that echo, that boom, 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 boom. They said there's no way it could have happened there. So I don't know. I think this guy did lie. Oh yeah. It must have been something that he must have. Yeah, it must have been something that because I was like, well, maybe I only say that because when you mentioned it, you was like, well, bringing up an echo really isn't. It was like I was like, oh, well, maybe he's not lying because that makes sense. Like, why would you bring up those particular details? But I guess it's some where people lie and then they mix some of the truth in it, and that's how it becomes a good lie, right? And then we hear this outlandish stuff, like, you know, the brothers had to suck each other off in order to get to a physical level of so they can enjoy or whatever they did. I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. But I don't. Yeah, I think that was a lie. He got a lot of lies. You say it was like a cap gun? You say you bet it's in his search history. Okay. Okay, so he just I mean, because like it just, and then I don't understand the whole reference of this boat guy. We heard something about that yesterday, didn't we, Beezy? Over there? I think we heard that yesterday. I don't understand the boat guy either. Oh, you saying it sounded like a tiny cap gun. Yeah, it's a lot of little things in Jason's story when you thinking about it, like it just don't make sense. Okay, so now I understand what you're saying, therapist, is that, and it's kind of the same thing of what Jennifer is up here saying, right? A little bit of the truth mixed in with a lie, that way it can appear is something that happened. It just didn't happen here. So it's kind of like some truth, but maybe not the truth that go here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So he probably just a good one. So he must have heard that echo somewhere else, like you said. He experienced it somewhere, but I just don't know if he just. Yeah, and it's so crazy because if we can watch all the stuff that we watched. I watched on Cat's thing yesterday and some other stuff. If we can get all of that stuff in order, that Beezy gonna work on it for us. That's why I said we missing so many pieces and parts to this old raggedy story that they put out here. I call it raggedy because I just do not like the way they pieced this together, but we missing so many pieces and parts. And this parts that I haven't even seen. Like I never know what to expect really when I go over the Cat's thing, what part she's gonna be covering, but yeah, it's like the state is actually getting on there, and when it's okay for them, y'all see this in the post conviction, and hopefully we can bring those points out. I think we kind of caught some of that stuff, but you'll see in the post conviction when we were looking at that and we look at it piece by piece, like all together, the state really like, okay, they like was good for us. He can be a liar for us, and no, we don't do liars, right? We don't do liars. So, but long as he, we believe some of his testimony. So, but the parts that we don't agree with, we want you not to believe none of it. Like it's so weird how some of the stuff is good for them, and then the stuff that's not good for them, like he'll say, "Hey, we don't put people on here that we know intentionally telling the story." But then in the same breath, they'll say, but we put Jason on there, even though we knew he was a liar. Like, okay, so you really contradicting yourself. That's very hypocritical. Like, okay, y'all can't we're not going to allow you to put on the liars or people that you don't know is absolutely telling the truth. But we're going to put on some people that we know they don't tell the truth, but we need them, so it's okay. Like you okay, so what's good for them is not good for you is basically what they're saying, and it's so apparent when they getting up there and they questioning. When the attorney now in the post conviction is questioning all these people, these players that were involved in all of this, you can see it coming out of their answers. Like it's like they can't hide it. It is really, really weird and very unfair. And so I could see where like Jennifer, when I say Jennifer, the defense, right? I can see where timid Jennifer is like, shit, I can't win. Like, I can't win. Like, they know this didn't happen, But, long as he tell them what they need to be told, and even if it's a lie, he can't do the same stuff for me. It's so weird. It's so weird. Yeah, it's like they want to believe what they want to believe, and it's some bull. But all right, let's go back. Thank you so much, BZ. Let's go back to listening to her. It's so unfair, and we'll catch a lot of those parts. I'm hoping. Yeah, I really would like to put this together, and we will see once BZ sends me the stuff. I want to really try to, and I think the way we should work it, and it's going to be kind of redundant for us and maybe silly, but certain key players in this, when we are listening to whatever they're like, the attorneys and stuff, what they're testifying to, I would love to take it back to the parts in this thing and kind of do a side-by-side comparison. Like, listen to what they saying now as they are on the stand. They have to give testimony in regards to this certain stuff and actually listening to it, if that makes sense. So kind of like side by side, like, okay, y'all said this and now y'all allowing this. So I think that. So we'll see. We'll see if I can piece it together like that. But I think that'd be a good way of looking at it. All right. Kind of like what we did with this, when we could see certain things that Jennifer testified to in the post-conviction hearing, and her attorney, the other attorney that also is working with her, that he testified to, Jerry, that's her co-counsel. The stuff that he testified to, we actually got to see that, right? We got to see the judge doing the football thing. We got to see, because when he was saying it on the stand, I'm like, no, he got to be kidding me, because I didn't see the first trial. But when we came back and started watching the first trial, I'm like, holy shit, he really did. He was really all into football more than his actual trial. So yeah, I'm hoping we can find some very good I got you moments, is what I want to call them.
Adams to hurt someone that was an old friend, and also just to add a touch of homosexuality and incest and just really complete the picture that Zach's a bad person. Because it's ridiculous to think that in the middle of this rape, if Jason wants the jury to believe that Zach, Dylan, and Shane all raped Holly Bobo, that then there's also a brief session of incest between Dylan and Zach in order to sexually arouse Zach to rape Holly Bobo. That's just a silly extra that didn't need to be added, but he added it to make Zach sound bad. The other thing he says is, the thing to keep in mind also is that when Jason is developing his story, he has access to the discovery, and that's the evidence in the case. When you think about the things that the defense put in to evidence in this case, first of all, we put in phone records, and phone records that have the locations with them. You all can go back there in the jury room and you're deliberating. You can look at those phone records, and you all can see that the locations are there. And you don't have to know exactly where that location is that day. If you look at Jason's phone records, you just have a location and it has a number. So if you can just match Jason's number with Zach's number, you know they're at the same location. And then you just mix it with a little bit of truth, because if you can remember from that day a little bit of what you did that day, if you remember, yeah, we were over there by the river area, we were over there at that bar, we're over there at the river area that day. If you remember a little bit of the truth there, then you've got some kind of story to tell. And then everybody else says, well, it's true. I mean, everything else must be true because they were there together and their phones were there together. Well, remember, Jason Autry had access to all the evidence in the case, the same access to evidence that Zac Adams and his attorneys had. The other thing that we put in is we put in the lab reports. We put in the shoe report that showed there was a shoe print there that day. That's what the defense put in. The defense put in all kinds of other evidence in this case and knew enough about reports and things to ask questions. If you think about, and I'll try to go through some of it as we go along, but a lot of the, quote, the evidence that Jason Autry talks about, the things that he's using that are going to bolster his story, are things and information that would have been available to him as he was going through the evidence. And you remember Rita Austin testified that when she went to go see Jason, he showed her the report on the pink panties that are found outside Shane's house, and that the DNA showed that they were not Holly Bobo's underwear. And the DNA showed that there was an unidentified female and male on the underwear. And he also was able to tell them that Holly was shot
and which direction the bullet in Holly's skull was going, where it entered, where it exited, and the 3 shell casings that were found at the site. And those are also that's the evidence that the TBI lab person at the body recovery site talked about, those 3 same shell casings. So Jason knew that Brian Vitt was there mowing his grass that morning. You heard Brian Vitt, when I questioned him, he admitted that yes, he had given that report to law enforcement early on in the case. And so he had made a report that he was outside that morning along Yellow Springs Road. So that's a fact that Jason would have known by throwing in that these things occurred near there. He now seems to have put himself actually there that morning because he says, well, I saw this person. But in fact, Brian Vitt didn't see Jason Autry there that morning. And so there's nothing that counter corroborates Jason's story. Jason also knew that the cable guy would have been coming to Shane's house that morning. That would have been in a report, and Jason would have known what Victor Dinsmore said because that would have been in a report. And in fact, Brenda O'Brien, she's the woman whose father owns the pond across from Kelly's Ridge, and said that a person, a PT Cruiser, showed up that day. Jason would have had access because Brenda O'Brien said she called the police just a few days later after that happened and shortly after Holly disappeared to report that as suspicious activity in relation to Holly disappearing. So that's another piece of information that Jason Autry would have had when he was preparing his story. So now we'll go to our next slide. So Jason Autry, he's talking about showing up at Shane's house. So he says that he shows up at Shane's house that morning. And if you'll look at the phone record evidence that's been put in and the report from our phone expert, Jason Autry's phone never hits off of that cell tower that's there by Shane Austin's house. It doesn't ever show that Jason is over there. So if you're looking at that as to when Jason might have been there, it's not on the phone records. It shows on the phone records that he's over by Zach's house. He's hitting off of Zach's phone tower that morning. But he's not hitting off. He does not hit off at any time Shane's phone tower. So he says he shows up to Shane's house, and this is just kind of an incredibly crazy story that he tells. He says Shane is running around with a gun in a holster. And initially, when Jason tells his story in January of this year, he says that Shane has a .357 or a .38, and that's the kind of revolver that he's got that day. And he specifically does not mention a .32. But later on, when the government finds a .32, it comes back to him and says, is this the weapon you're talking about? He says in court, well, yes, it's definitely the weapon I'm talking about. I can tell. Well, first of all, if you're going to believe his story, the gun that he saw, he says it looks just like the gun, but the gun that he saw years ago does not look just like that anymore because the gun that they have here today is very rusted. It's a rusted gun. It's been cleaned up some, but you wouldn't look at this gun right here with all this rust on it and everything and say, oh, that's the exact gun I saw, because if you're going to believe Jason's story, the gun has changed significantly. So, but yeah, he's a
Y'all, I gotta stop right here. Why she picking up this gun like that? That gun's so damn rusted and so old, it wouldn't work if they wanted it to. Like, she just waving the gun all around. I don't care what it got on it. Like, that is that even a murder weapon? Is that the redrum weapon? Is that the weapon for real? Like, that gun look like it is so rusted. If she just picked it up, she like this old rusty gun. She waving at the judge, waving it all around the courtroom. Normally they be so gentle with these weapons when they picking it up. Jennifer just got it and just waving it all around and everything. Like, really? She don't have no never mind for this weapon. The judge, y'all know he up there. He locked and loaded. He got his pistol grip pump on him. So I'm just like, gosh, I ain't never seen nobody waving no gun around like that at the thing. She must know it's rusted and can't do nothing. And yeah, BZ just put in there that it was never confirmed this was the murder weapon. They don't even have a murder weapon, the redrum weapon. Like, really?
Able to just look at that gun and say, oh yeah, that's the gun for sure. And anybody that knows guns, I mean, if you're a gun person, you would not confuse a puny .32 caliber revolver with a .38 or a .357. If you're a gun person and you know guns, you would definitely know that there's a difference between those two guns. So he says that when he pulls up, that Shane's running around with a gun and that Dylan's standing in the doorway with his shirt off, and it's a strong smell of meth. He can smell meth chemicals and meth there. So I think clearly, again, Jason is implying that in the middle of the whole going and kidnapping, raping, murder of Holly Bobo, they've also cooked up a batch of meth that morning. And boy, those guys were busy, because between, I think it's 8 o'clock that was testified to when Holly's phone leaves the area, and I think that's around the time that
Clint Bobo says he sees Holly walking off into the woods right before 8 o'clock, 7:58 approximately at that time. He sees Holly walking off into the woods. So that means between 8 o'clock and about 9:10, 9:15, whenever Jason says he arrives, they have driven that trip up there, which is a fairly lengthy trip. We have had our investigator map those times out so you can sit down and look at those times. It's a fairly lengthy trip. So it's a long drive that they've gone on. They've stopped at Granny's corn crib and raped Holly. All three of them have been raped Holly. And then they've come back and cooked an entire batch of meth. Again, that whole meth thing, the smell of meth cooking, that's a little fact that, again, Jason Autry has thrown in to make Zac Adams look like a horrible person. He just throws in another little semi-crime, just another little criminal behavior that he has there to make him look bad. So he says he pulls in, and here's how things are set up. We have the PT Cruiser, and he parks right behind Zac's truck. He claims at that time that Zac has his white Nissan pickup truck there with him. There's the PT Cruiser right there. The pickup truck is parked in front of him. And then behind the trailer, he says this Shane's black truck is parked behind the trailer. And this is going to be important because if you're going to believe the state's theory in this case, and their theory is full of holes. I mean, they have kind of this mystery, everything's under the veil, and if things are bad, but don't really pick up the veil and look under it, but here's kind of what's happened. And clearly the state is implying that after Zac and Jason allegedly leave to go to the river and take the body to bury it at the river, but then somehow Shane and Dylan are there, and they're the ones that go and dump Holly's possessions, and they're driving the phone around. I think that's clearly that Dylan is driving the phone around is what the government's trying to imply to you all and trying to argue. But how could that possibly be when Zac leaves this house? According to Jason's own testimony, all that's left there is this wrecked black truck that's parked behind the trailer. So there's not even a truck there for them to leave, a running car there for them to leave and drive this 20-minute drive down to where Holly's phone or her lunchbox is found dumped and where her phone pings then at 9:25. So that just doesn't make sense. Also, let's talk a little bit about Shane Austin at this time. Shane Austin, who the government wants you to believe that Shane has killed himself out of guilt over this case. But that's not accurate. You heard Shane's mother testify before you that at the time, Shane had years of a drug problem. He had years of being involved with drugs. He tried very hard to get off of drugs. The drugs started well before Holly. I mean, clearly, just based on what some of the government's witnesses testified to, Shane had been involved in drugs before Holly disappeared. I mean, Jason even says that Shane was into morphine and Shane was selling morphine. So if you're going to believe the government's witness, Shane is already into morphine, and this is before Holly is taken. And so, so Shane has had a drug problem. Shane had dried out for a while. He had gotten off the drugs. He'd gone to Florida, and you heard his mother also say at one time he'd been up in Pennsylvania working. And then he'd gone to Florida. He was working for his brother-in-law in Florida. And while he was down there, he had gotten back on drugs. He was making $1,500 a week. And after he died, he had no money in his checking account, or $200 in his checking account. So he clearly was spending a lot of money on drugs while he was in Florida. His brother-in-law found him high. He said that he was going to send him back home. Shane was facing the possibility of coming back home. He had gone off the wagon. He was given multiple chances. He was really, really acting out of control because he was too high to get on the airplane when he was supposed to come back home. And he had torn up his hotel room, so they took him to a separate hotel room. And so then they found him dead the next, or I guess by the time his parents got down there, they discovered that he had died. But the government wants you to believe that this is all related to Holly. This is not related to Holly. This is related to drugs, too many drugs, and somebody that has a bad problem, especially with a lot of money to spend and in a city far away from most of the family that could have kept an eye on him and maybe tried to intervene. So, and then also the state waved around some kind of note during the talking with Rita Austin, Shane's mother. They're waving around this note about read this and what does this say to you? Don't you think this means something? But remember, that note doesn't come in as for the quote truth of the matter. Whatever was said about that, that's hearsay. Doesn't come in. But there's no question that the people involved in this case had been big talkers and had said a lot of inappropriate things. But just simply because people were big talkers and saying a lot of inappropriate things is not evidence that in fact they are involved in this case or that they have in fact killed Holly Bobo. Remember, Terry Dykes testified that there were people in the case who had claimed to have Holly's head in their freezer. There were other people who had claimed to have Holly in the basement. And there were people that were using, unfortunately, and it's very inappropriate, but unfortunately people that use Holly Bobo's name like a verb. You know, you're gonna end up like Holly Bobo. I'm gonna Holly Bobo you. You're gonna disappear like Holly Bobo. And that's what Terry Dykes admitted to, that was really hard because there were, he said, up to 20 people that had made different statements like that during his portion of the investigation, and his portion of the investigation was just through 2013. So that's unfortunate, but simply because people are using those type of phrases or going around saying those type of things does not mean that they were involved. I mean, after all, there was a lot of meth dealing especially around certain people, because we heard a lot in that county. I mean, we heard a lot of people that testified on behalf of the state, and most of them, if they weren't law enforcement, came in and said, yes, at the time, I was using drugs, I was using meth, I was friends with Zac Adams and had been using meth with him. So definitely an issue. So all this stuff about waving this around and what was said, if it had been anything that clearly tied Zac Adams to the murder, certainly we would have heard more about it. So next we have, in this story, we have Jason Autry. He says that he shows up at Shane's house and notices a body in the bed of the pickup truck. And again, here's another point at which Jason Autry cannot resist his temptation to throw in another little bad fact about Zac Adams, just to try to taint him in your eyes, is what he's done. Because the first thing he says is, I thought it was little JoJo. I pull up and I see this body in the back of the truck, and I think it's little JoJo. And he cannot resist but go into this story about how Zac has a beef with little JoJo. Zac has planned to kill little JoJo. They'd already discussed killing him over some kind of beef that he has with him. And again, it's just another way to get in little digs at Zac Adams to make him sound like a bad person. But clearly, that's not an issue in this case. There's the government didn't present any kind of evidence to show that Zac was in fact involved in the planned murder of somebody else, little JoJo. Or the government didn't even bring up any facts at all about little JoJo or what happened there. Why? Because they're not there. The government cannot present false evidence to the jury, so they didn't present that because there's not proof in any way that anything happened to little JoJo, or that little JoJo, that there was even any kind of conspiracy to kill little JoJo, whoever that might be. So Jason says that he goes through this gate. There's a body in the back of the pickup truck. Jason says he goes through the open gate at Shane's house. Well, there was no gate at Shane's house at that time. Shane had only been living in that trailer 2 weeks. His mother testified that he'd moved in March 25th of 2011. By April the 13th, it's only about 2 weeks that Shane has been living in that trailer by himself. He got a dog later on. That's when they put the fence in, was when he got his dog. So at that time, there was no fence, no gate up at that trailer. But it's something that Jason Autry remembered from another time. He remembered at some point there was a gate there. That's how you know that Jason Autry's not remembering from that day and what happened. He's just taken an amalgamation of different memories that he has from that property and put them all together. He's just done a mishmash of things. So that's how you know that what he says on that day did not happen, because there was no gate. He also says that he sees a burn barrel. Rita Austin testified that at that time, during those 2 weeks, shortly after he moved in, that Shane did not have a burn barrel. That at that time, they were still taking Shane's trash for him. They'd gotten him a trash can from his sister's husband's work, one that had a lid strapped on it that they could keep the animals out of, and they took that trash can and put it up there. On rebuttal, the government brought in Holly Bobo to say that he remembers a burn barrel there. Well, if there were a burn barrel there, and if you're going to believe Jason Autry's story, that there's a burn barrel going and that the flames are shooting, so the burn barrel, 55-gallon burn barrel, is this high, perhaps even to mid-waist, and then the flames are shooting 3 to 4 feet above the burn barrel. One, that is a really hot fire you've got going if you've got flames going up that high in the burn barrel. And he didn't say it was just for a second or two. He implies that the burn barrel's going while he's there and everybody's running around crazy. Well, if you've got this burn barrel there, if the burn barrel truly was there, why wouldn't you throw Holly's things in it? I mean, it sounds like it's a really hot fire. It would have burned that stuff up. Why wouldn't you go ahead and drop those recipes coming at noon? You've got 3 hours to get your meth cooked, all the stuff in your meth cooking cleaned up. It smells terribly like meth chemicals. And they pause, everybody pauses, and they do a drug deal. So he sells them a morphine pill for $50 is what Jason says. So Jason's seeing the body there in the back of the pickup, because Jason says he sees the body when he pulls up. It doesn't faze Jason. Jason doesn't think, maybe I ought to go somewhere else to get a meth pill. They've got a body in the back of the truck. Maybe I don't want to get involved in this. No, Jason doesn't say that. He pulls up, parks his car inside the gate. Maybe when you see the dead body in the back of the truck, you think, I'll park on the street. No, Jason pulls his car down there, parks his car behind the pickup truck with the body wrapped in it, inside where he claims the gate was, parks there, gets out of the car, does a drug deal. So he now has gone ahead and made the purchase, and he's made the drug deal, and he's going to stick around and use the drugs there where this dead body is. Fine, if you're really craving drugs, go ahead, get your meth pill, and get out of there, leaving the dead body behind. But no, Jason's story is, because of course Jason needs to be there for more of this in order to sell his death penalty. He doesn't sell his death penalty. I mean, the state's not going to buy a death penalty for a story that's simply you saw the body in the back of the truck. The state needs more than that. So he stops, he breaks his pill in half, he gets out his spoon, he mixes it with some water he has in his car, he melts the morphine pill up and cooks it, he injects it in himself, so he gets it all injected into himself, and he sits there for about 10 minutes, I think he said, getting high. So that's what Jason does. And then when he gets out of the truck, he's like, hey, what up with the dead body? It's just so nonchalant. There's a dead body there, and you're like, well, hey, why'd you kill little JoJo? Like, it's just no big deal. They say, oh, that's not little JoJo, that's Holly Bobo. And So Jason Autry absolutely knows that Holly Bobo is his third cousin. He spent summers with his grandmother. His grandmother was Sudie Autry. That's his father's mother. It's his paternal grandmother. They all live right there in Parsons area. His grandmother lived not very far from Holly Bobo off of Five Forks Road. So they're all sitting there. He says, oh, that's Holly Bobo. Now Jason wants everybody to believe that he did not know that Holly Bobo was his third cousin, when his father and Dana Bobo are first cousins. It's like, who's Holly Bobo? And then Zac says to him, hey, man, can you do me a solid? Can you help me get rid of this body? And he's like, sure, I'm in. So Jason's just like automatically in on getting rid of a body. It's a person that he's not responsible for killing. Jason is street smart. He admitted he had a long history of convictions. He is street smart. A street smart person that sat there and testified does not just automatically put themselves in the middle of a murder with a dead body if they don't have a reason to. So that's a silly to believe that somebody like Jason Autry would just automatically be in on helping get rid of a body. Sure, I'll help you get rid of the body. And they say, bury the body. Will you help us bury the body? So he says, I'll do it, but I don't want these other two guys knowing I'm involved, so I'll meet you up at the church. Because he just, for whatever reason, he's willing to work with Zac, but he doesn't want to work with Dylan and Shane. Well, the reason it has to be that way is because Dylan and Shane's phones are not with Jason's phone that day. It's Jason and Zac's phones that are together that day out on that Birdsong exit, the Birdsong 7 tower sector of that tower. And he knows it. So he can't put those other two with him because he knows that they both have records that show them other places around the time he's out at the Birdsong tower. So he's not going to go there. So he says, sure, I'm not going to have these two guys. So they get in he gets in his PT Cruiser. He backs out first. He goes, parks at the church. He says, Zac comes up, pulls up, doesn't even pull in. He just pulls up on the street. He gets in the car with Zac and they're driving away. And it's about this time that he realizes they don't have a shovel or a pickaxe. Well, if you're going to go bury a body, clearly that's the thing you need the most. Why would Zac ask him to come help bury a body if Zac knew that he didn't have a shovel or a pickaxe? Why would Zac have prepared, at least in his head, about where they were going to get a shovel to bury a body with if Zac specifically said, will you help me bury this body? Because he didn't say Zac said, help me dispose of the body. He said, Zac says, help me bury this body. Surely, if Zac's already thought that they're going to bury it, he's already got a plan of where he's going to get a shovel or a pickaxe to bury a body with. But he doesn't, and that doesn't make sense as part of Jason's story. So Jason says, can you come help me? They start to drive, and Jason realizes, darn it, we don't have a shovel or pickaxe. And that's when Jason tells Zac that one time he had seen a body floating. So Jason just happens to have, on another occasion, seen a body floating in the Tennessee River, or at least that little slough there on the side of the river. A body he didn't report at the time. He doesn't mention to anybody that he sees a body, but he sees this body floating in the Tennessee River. And he says, I saw a body. The bodies that I've seen, the body I saw floating was floating because gases built up in the intestine, and you have to gut the body in order to make sure it sinks. So he says this to Zac. They have no discussion. Jason's testimony from this seat is they have no discussion about where this occurred at the Tennessee River. But Zac, he doesn't tell Zac where to go. He never says, drive here, drive there. Zac, by coincidence, drives to the exact place where Jason happened to have seen a body floating in the Tennessee River. The Tennessee River is a massive body of water, but he happens to drive to the exact slough, not just the same Nick's Landing area or Brody's Landing area. He happens to drive to the exact slough where Jason saw a body floating years earlier. Also, it just doesn't make logical sense that you go there. I mean, the one thing that Jason knows about bodies is when a body is in that spot, it is floating. And Jason even admitted on the stand that that spot right there is full of stumps. It's stale water, stagnant water. It's not flowing as part of the channel of the Tennessee River. It's a slough. And he admitted that there's lots of stumps there. So you're going to take a body, if there's stumps, it's shallow water. You're going to take a body that you're trying to hide from people and you want to sink down to the bottom. That's why you're going to gut it so the body sinks. And you're going to sink it in a place that's shallow enough. It has tree stumps sticking up from the bottom. That doesn't make logical sense that you would do that. So, and remember, at this time, Jason says that they stop there, they park the car, park the truck, and Jason gets in the back. He jumps up into the truck. I mean, clearly, he's not afraid of dead bodies because he's the one that first puts hands on this dead body, as he's claiming. He jumps up into the truck. He grabs the body by the torso, picks up just the blanket. He just picks up the blanket and sets it right at the end of the truck so that then he and Zac can grab it together. They walk it over to this riprap, which he says is, a certain angle there on this. He gave a number. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what number he said it was. But he sets the body on this riprap at an angle sitting up. And I asked him, he says, as he's moving the body over there, he admitted that the body is bending in the middle, that it bent, like this, the feet and the legs come up. So we know that then this alleged body, he's claiming it's Holly's body, is facing face up because it wouldn't bend this way if it were face down. So we know it's face up. He sets it on the riprap. He says the head, torso parts to the top, the feet towards the bottom. He says that goes back to get a knife out of a fanny pack. It's at that moment that he claims that the leg moves and he hears a sound. Well, he says this tells him that the person is still alive. Well, if Jason is to be believed, one, the medical examiner said himself that bodies express gas and can make noises after they're dead. So simply because he hears a noise come from the body doesn't necessarily mean that the body is alive or that the foot moves. But Jason never checks to see if the body's alive. Jason never even checks to see if it is truly Holly Bobo. Jason's clearly not bothered with knowing exactly who the person's identity is. But he says that there's this orange spot on top of this a blood spot on the blanket the size of an orange at the top of the torso. He sets the body down. He then hears it make a noise. He's all upset now. She's heard our names, and he begins to curse bad curse words and yelling. She's heard our names, and now she can identify us. Well, I asked specifically in cross-examination, Jason, when did she hear names? Because he says the only conversation, first of all, he claims that they drive all the way there with this body in the back wrapped up in a quilt. So they're driving on open roads where other cars, they might pass other cars, and they have a body in the back of the truck wrapped in a quilt, and that's all. Jason says when he pulls up in the driveway, he can tell it's a body wrapped up in a farm blanket style, an old farm style blanket quilt. So he can pull up and he sees that he can tell when he looks at it in the back of the truck, it's a body. Because he instantly says, why don't you get a little JoJo? So he thinks it's a body. So why would a logical person drive around with a body that's clearly recognizable as a body wrapped up in a blanket with a size of an orange blood spot near the top of the torso? Why would you drive around with that in the back of your pickup, 25 minutes over to the river? And we have, the investigator drove that route that Jason Autry gives as to how long it takes, and we have all those times over there. Why would you drive? Why wouldn't you at least put cardboard over it or plop something on top of it so if somebody drives by you, they wouldn't notice that it's a body in the back of the truck? That's a ridiculous story. But this is a story that Jason has come up with. It's what he needs to sell to the prosecutors. So, and the next thing that's ridiculous is if you look at this map, what he's talking about as they turn off Ward Hill, and the government has provided these overhead satellite pictures. I provided some satellite pictures. As you drive along this road and it snakes along, Jason even says it's a narrow road. There are no margins. There's no on the side of the road. I can't think of the word. No, not margin. Median. Shoulder. Yes, there's no shoulder on the side of the road there to really get over. Why would you, if you're going to be stuck with a body, it's you, Zac Adams, and a dead body of some young, beautiful girl. Why would you go down in an area that has only one access in and one access out? Somebody else comes along that area and they're in the middle of that road. You are stuck. And if it's law enforcement that just wants to come up and just be a little nosy about why are you there, you can't get out. There's not a second road out of there because you are landlocked, you're waterlocked in there in that little, how would you go there with a body that you don't want anyone to catch you with? That doesn't make sense either. But, and it's a narrow road there. So that's where Jason says that Zac automatically just drove to where he had seen a dead body before. Anyway, they set the body on top. He says, oh, she's alive. Now she's heard our names, although Jason on cross-examination doesn't give any specific examples of when they would have heard his name, because as far as he knows, Zac's never called him out by name. The only conversation they had was about the dead body driving over there, and there wasn't any other conversation on the way there. So he says, so now Zac pulls out a gun. Jason's like, wait, let me go check. So Jason runs down to the end of the curve of the road to make sure nobody's coming. Well, that's probably a wise idea, considering the fact that it's only one road in, one road out. But he's not at the very end of the road. Anyway, he runs down there to make sure nobody's coming, gives Zac the all clear. Zac shoots the body. Now, this doesn't make sense. He says Zac walks up and standing over at the top of the body and he shoots the body. Well, he's already described laying Holly Bobo down on her back. She bent in the middle. I asked him. He lays her down on her back. Zac stands up and shoots. We heard the medical examiner say that the exit wound was in the back right-hand side and came out through the front. So how does he shoot her? He did not say, and this would be very important. I know I walked him through it piece by piece. I know it was painful for the jury to have to sit there and listen piece by piece. As I said, then what did you do next? Then what did you do next? How did Zac stand? He says Zac stands over her and shoots her. He does not say. Zac lifts her up, flops her head down, so now she's on her stomach, and shoots her. He doesn't. He says he's standing up over her and leans down and shoots her. That's not the wound that's on Holly Bobo's skull. So that's not what happened. That's, again, Jason's made up a story, but he's not thinking it through long enough to get it the right direction. And he says it's going from if you listen to the medical examiner, it goes slightly from low to high, from lower to higher, a little from left to right, from right to left. And so that's not how Jason describes that gunshot at all. And at this point, I would like for you all, when you get back there in deliberations, please look at Exhibit 241. This is the Birdsong 7 sector. This is about all the times that the people in this case, their cell phones were over in that area, pinging off of that tower. It's very important because Jason Autry, he's claiming that they're over there that day for something nefarious. Well, that's all Jason has to do in order to make this story right is He just remembers a little bit that he was over there that day with Zac Adams, and then he can make a big killing story out of it, and he gives the government what they want, because what the government really needs for their first-degree death penalty case is an eyewitness to the murder. And so that's what Jason Autry is given them, is an eyewitness to the murder, and that's what they needed to get the death penalty. And so, but if you look at all the times they're over there, Jason Autry's over there on April the 6th, April the 9th. Zac Adams is over there on April the 10th. Dylan Adams is over there on April the 11th. Zac is over there on April the 11th, later on that day. And then Jason Autry and Zac are over there together on the 11th, from about 9:30 through sometime that 9:30 in the morning through about 5 in the afternoon. Jason and Zac, their phones are both over there hitting off of that tower. They're over there together. That's 2 days before this alleged murder took place. They're both over there hitting off of that same tower on the river. Then Jason and Zac are back over there on the 13th. On the 14th, Jason goes back, and Jason and Zac are both back over there on the 14th at 6:44 p.m. hitting off of that same tower. They're over there. They're still over there on the 14th till about, looks like about 9 o'clock. 9:30. So why in goodness sakes would you, if you're sitting there, your friend has just shot this person, boom, and Jason describes the shot rings out, and that goes boom, 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 boom. It's this really loud, birds, all the purple martins go flying, wow, and he hears this mystery boat start in the background, boom, boom. So he's like, we've got to get out of here. We may have been seen, or somebody's here. We might be seen. They don't even dispose of the body. They're in such a rush to get out of there because he knows Jason is a wise man. He knows they're on federal property. This is now a federal crime to shoot a gun on federal property. And they are absolutely afraid of what would happen. So they have to get out of there. Why in the world would you go back the very next day and be in the very same spot again the next day with the same person that you just shot and killed somebody with the day before? You wouldn't do that. That's ridiculous. That's how you know by looking at these records that they're not really there in order to kill Holly Bobo. They're there for other reasons, because they go right back on the 14th, the next afternoon. Jason's back over there again. You can look at these records, but on the 15th, the 22nd, the 27th. So Jason's over there with Zac on a regular basis. And this is a popular place. Rita Austin testified it's a greenway where people go down there and walk. It's a popular place to go fishing. People go down there to go fishing a lot. It's not a place. If you have a whole county, Decatur County, a huge county, you live on a big bunch of land out in Decatur County. And there's so many abandoned, empty places where nobody is, where you're out in the woods in the middle of nowhere. Why? Why would you go to a popular fishing spot to dispose of a body? You wouldn't. That just doesn't make logical sense. That's not where you would go to take a body, is to federal land where it's a popular fishing spot. And the whole thing about using the 32, anybody that has a 32, that knows a 32, use your common sense. So a 32 is a slow caliber bullet. Is it going to go all the way through a skull and come out the other side? So they say they pick up the body, but yet you know that the TBI had lab technicians come in and testify about the body recovery site. They went over the body recovery site piece by piece. I mean, she was saying they were shoveling little scoops of dirt up, just little piece by little piece, and sifting them to see what they could find in the dirt. So they were doing that. And you heard all about Holly Bobo's house and how the TBI lab people went over there and they went through piece by piece and just looked at all the evidence they had. They took out all kinds of evidence from her house. What we didn't hear from the TBI was about the lab people that went to search Shane Austin's house. The prosecution didn't put, not Shane Austin, the prosecution did not put on people to testify about the search of Zac Adams' house. And I asked Greg Booth about it. He said they took hundreds of items, could be hundreds of items out of there. There could be as many as 500 items that the lab tested in this case looking for evidence. And yet this government doesn't put those witnesses on. Why? And what about the body recovery site? You know, if at the body recovery site they're there sifting through things, you know that they went to the Tennessee River and did the same thing. They didn't put on any proof about anybody being at the Tennessee River, sifting through the dirt, looking for little pieces of bone fragment, teeth, quilt, any kind of DNA or blood evidence from where Holly was shot there on the riprap. They didn't put that in. Why? Because there's nothing that showed up there. So their story is that she shot with this gun up there on the riprap. They pick up the blanket. Jason doesn't say that they sit down and pick up all the little pieces. How do they account for that being gone? How do they account for the fact that you can find teeth at the body recovery site, but there's no kind of evidence at all at the Tennessee River? So Jason says that now, please switch to the next slide. Jason says that he recognizes now that Zac is in a bind, but not him, because as Jason tells the story, he threads the needle. It's like sending a needle through some kind of material where you're so careful you never catch a single thread of the material. You weave it through exactly. So Jason has just woven this very careful story where he weaves some of the evidence that he knows is in the case in, but he's carefully kept himself out. After all, he is not involved in the kidnapping in this case. He's not involved in the rape in this case. and he certainly is not, from the way he describes it, involved in the murder in this case. He's simply a witness to the murder. He's not involved in the rape, and he's not involved in the kidnapping. Because he's carefully kept himself out of all the bad stuff. He's more worried that day about being late for lunch with his girlfriend than he is about what just happened in this whole body disposal. And the government has also mentioned about the 911 call that day and what the 911 call shows us. Well, I'll tell you what the 911 call from that very day shows us. It shows us, one, Zac didn't have a car or a truck. He doesn't have a vehicle because he's desperately trying to get his brother to provide him with one or his grandfather to provide him with one. He wants his grandfather's van and his brother's truck. It also shows that Zac does not have a gun on that day because his grandfather says he didn't have a gun. And it shows that Zac is absolutely obsessed with his girlfriend, Rebecca, because he says, Paul, you just don't understand. I love Becca so much. So he's crying to his grandfather. He's not violent. He's there crying with his grandfather, begging for a car, begging his grandfather to please not call the police. Please don't violate his bond because he's already bonded out on the charges of natural trace. Please don't violate my bond. I'm digging myself in the hole. I got to get out of it. That's what it shows that Zac Adams' state of mind was that day. If we can just skip to the next slide. But Jason Autry, let's talk about what's wrong with Jason Autry's story. Clearly, Jason Autry is a psychopath. But Jason Autry is very well coached when he was giving the story because 3 times he used the word allegedly. If you're really telling a story about what you saw, you would never, ever use the word allegedly. You would say, yeah, I was there. I was where they killed her. I was right there where they killed her. This is where they shot her. This is where they dumped the body. He would never say the alleged, quote, dump site. So let's listen to Jason Autry in his own words say that and try.
We have to go to March number 2.
This is after we got your vehicle, you headed toward, dump site.
Okay, let's listen to the second time he uses the word allegedly.
So he said he went to my car at some point. So he just naturally took you back to your car. You got out of the car in your conversation when you got out of the car.
We had a conversation on the way back about how she had to get her.
So again, how allegedly how he knew.
After hearing that information, only for the alleged.
So, I mean, if something happens to you and you know it happens and you're telling it from memory, you would never use common language about something allegedly happened. You use allegedly if you're not sure something happened, if you're talking about something somebody else said. That's a word that law enforcement uses when they're describing things. It's not a word that a witness would normally use. So now we can go to the next slide. So Jason's story then is he shows up that day later on. So he already had a pill, which is 2 servings of morphine, according to him. But after they dropped Zac off, he shows up just a couple hours later because now he's looking to buy another pill of morphine, he says. And he says that they go over, starts at Zac's house. They all get in Dylan's truck. And if you remember, Victor doesn't say he sees Dylan. Jason says Dylan is there, but Victor doesn't say he sees Dylan. They all get in Dylan's truck with Dylan, Shane, Zac, and Jason, and they drive over to Dottie's, where for some reason they know Victor's there. How do they know Victor's at Dottie's? What really happened is Zac, that morning after he gets back from over by the Tennessee River with Jason, Zac went, picked up Shane Austin at Shane's house. The phone records show that Zac is over there by Shane's house. Then Shane and Zac drive to Parsons. The phone records show that Zac and Shane are in Parsons. They go to Parsons directly after the Tennessee River. So if you look at their timing that day and their phone records go straight from about the Tennessee River, Zac's do, over to Shane's home tower for just a moment, and then they go into Parsons. So if you've got a dead body in the back, that doesn't make sense because where did the dead body in the back of your white Mazda pickup truck go? You go to Shane's and then you just drive directly into Parsons. It doesn't make sense there. And Rebecca Earp testified. Oh, strike that. So, it doesn't make sense though that you would be in Parsons and with a dead body in the back or blood in the car. So they go to, what really happened is as they're driving back from Parsons, they're with Shane, it's just Shane and Zac and Dylan in the truck. They're driving Shane back home, and you did hear testimony that where Dottie Cooley's house is on Pew Road, you would pass by that as one of the ways you're coming back from Parsons. You pass by there on your way to take Shane home. So as they're getting ready to take Shane home, because he has to be there to meet the guy that's going to install the cable that morning, that's when they drive by Dottie Cooley's house and they see Victor's truck there. That's how it comes about. The story that Jason tells doesn't make any sense because if you're going by what Jason says, how would they even know that Victor Dinsmore is over at Dottie Cooley's house doing any kind of work? That they go over there to buy a morphine pill from Victor. Jason Autry, when he testified to it, gave a long, drawn-out explanation of how they bought that pill, that morphine pill, how they passed it back and forth, the money back and the pill back. But that day, Victor Dinsmore denied that he had sold a pill to Jason Autry. He said they came over there and they were doing meth. Then you also hear this whole business about that they got in a fight because they let Shane hit it. Jason testified that they got in a fight about who they didn't have to kill Holly, and that Zac says, you're just as guilty. But if you listen to what Victor Dinsmore said he testified to the fact that they were fighting over who was going to hit it first. And let's listen to what Victor Dinsmore said.
Zac and Shane Austin were arguing and fighting, and I heard people first out, I thought who was going to hit it first.
Okay, and so now looking back, Victor says, well, that was them fighting about who was going to rape Holly. But if you're going to believe Jason Autry's story, at that point, Holly was already dead and Holly had already been raped. So what could hitting it mean? If we go to the next slide. Jason Autry claimed that hitting it meant rape. But if you listen to what he says, he uses the word hit to mean a puff off of a meth pipe. Let's listen to him.
He sat down for a road, and he was through, like, sit on that, took a couple of hits. Off that time,
And he says it again.
And what did he say or do after you said that?
he hit back a few times.
So it's more likely, just looking at the evidence as plainly is that they're over there and they're fighting about who's going to take the first puff of marijuana. Remember that the statement that they gave to Terry Dicus was that they went to Parsons and then they used drugs for the rest of the day. So it would make sense that then they're using the meth, that then they're over there smoking marijuana with Victor Dinsmore. And let's talk about Dylan a little bit, because now at this point, Jason's talking about Dylan. So remember, Dylan, we've heard testimony that he was in special education when he was in school, that he had mental issues, educational problems, and that he was special needs. He couldn't tell time. He lived with his grandfather. He wasn't able to handle his money. Remember, we also heard testimony that Dylan had charges in federal court. That's how this case started. And he was released. We heard Brent Booth testified from the stand right there that Dylan Adams was released from his federal case to go live with Dennis Benjamin. And as part of his terms of his supervised release from federal court was to go live with Dennis Benjamin, which means that if Dylan, if that's part of your terms of your supervised release, if you leave there, if you're not living with that person, they can violate you for violating the terms of your supervised release. You can be put back into custody. So he's sent to go live with Dennis Benjamin, and Dennis Benjamin is somebody that Dick Adams said he didn't think Dylan even knew Dennis Benjamin. Dennis Benjamin was not a friend of the family, nobody that they were close to at all. So he's released to go live with a stranger. Why is that? That's because at that point in 2014, the TBI was desperate. They were absolutely desperate. Brent Booth sat here and testified that no, it was just internal pressure to solve the case. There was no serious or tough pressure on anybody to solve the case. But then, as rebuttal witness, the government calls in Jack Van Hoosier. Jack Van Hoosier sits there and testifies and says that Terry Dicus is removed from the case. This is in sometime in 2012, 2013. That they said Terry Dicus was simply just focused on Terry Britt. They didn't have any reason to charge Terry Britt, and so Terry Dicus is taken off the case. That is incredible pressure. Once they took Terry Dicus off the case, he had not solved it 2 years into it, 2012, 2013. He had not solved it. They took him off the case and they replaced him with another agent. That is pressure. Everybody from then on knows you have to find somebody to charge in this case. It is absolute pressure. So they're going to find somebody in this case to charge. And so what do they need at that point? They absolutely needed some kind of confession from somebody. That is when they focused on Dylan Adams, who is special ed, and they had him go live with a stranger as part of his supervised release program because they needed to get this case started. Okay, my projector, there it is. Then Jason says 2 days later, can we go back? 2 days later, he says that Zac tries to make a deal with Jason to kill Dylan. Again, this is just for the benefit of making Zac look like a bad person and a bad brother, that he would then want to have his brother killed. So they're going to so Jason tries to make a deal with Jason. Jason has to think about it. Finally, he says, yes, I accept the deal. I will kill Dylan for you, but then I'm going to kill you. And he says he takes Dylan out to the river. And they go fishing first, and they've been fishing for a while before this man comes up, this strange unknown boater comes up. The strange unknown boater comes up, has now seen him and spoiled the plan. Well, if he really intended to kill Dylan, why didn't he go back and do it a day or two later? Dylan wasn't any the wiser. It doesn't make sense that that was the one and only time he had an opportunity to kill Dylan. If he made up his mind, why didn't he do it? It's because it's not true. He just says that because he really, really needs a way to make Zac look bad again. Plus, it also kind of, by putting him maybe in a little bit of a crime, it makes him seem like he's kind of bought into the whole crime thing. So he's not perfectly clean hands. But again, Jason Autry weaves that needle through that material so nothing sticks because it's not actually a killing. He doesn't actually kill Dylan. He doesn't actually bring any harm to Dylan. And so there's no crime that you can actually come back on him and say that he's done something wrong. The other thing that state has done is they've brought in this stuff about Dylan. So Jason says he talks with Dylan, and Dylan tells him something, and of course that's hearsay, whatever Dylan tells him, but then the next thing Jason does is he goes and looks in his granny's barn to see what's there. Well, again, that's just a backdoor way of trying to get in. They're certainly implying that some kind of rape or something occurred in his grandmother's barn. This is Jason's grandmother's barn, just like Shane's grandmother's. The one is the grandmother that they share in common. So he says that something bad has happened in the grandmother's barn. But if you think about it and what's gone on there, it's not true. Jason Autry knew that barn was torn down in end of 2012, beginning of 2013. So when he's telling his story in January of 2017, it's once again, he knows that this is something that cannot be traced. He knows that this cannot come back to him. The same way that he talks, if we skip to the next slide, when he's talking about being at Kelly's Ridge, he sees in the report, he probably was going there to burglarize the home. You heard that the men in the home had all gone out to search, so probably cars were gone. They gone out to search for Holly Bobo. Jason's probably thinking that home's abandoned at that time. He goes up there, but he sees in the discovery that they were there, that they had been there to search that house, that the woman had called in a report about him being there. So again, this is something he can try to fill in. But if you listen to the testimony, Kelly Ridge Road T-bones into those people's property. Jason wasn't there to try to figure out where the body had gone, because even if he were up there fishing, that road T-bones. Kelly's Ridge is on the other side of the road and going directly away from him. So he wouldn't have been there to try to look for a body. Jason says buzzards are there. That's something that cannot ever be disproved, saying, oh, on a certain day, buzzards were there. But it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that Zac Adams would have taken Holly Bobo's body there, dumped it there, along with the purse and all the teeth and everything, and then at some point later on came back, moved the body, went ahead and moved the purse. If you were going to move the purse, why wouldn't you just pick up the purse and burn it at that time? Why would you go to the trouble of moving the purse but still keeping the ID right there with it? It doesn't make sense that she did that. The other part that doesn't make sense is he says that this is that Zac then tells him about Clint Bobo, and that the real reason that they were there was to teach Clint Bobo how to make meth, and that Holly saw us and she raised hell, and that's why he took her. That's not a good explanation. First of all, you heard Clint Bobo on the stand say that if he had known anything at all about his sister, he would have told. Even if they had been there to make meth, Clint Bobo was not going to protect somebody that he has absolutely no loyalty in taking his sister. It's one thing to be involved in drugs, but drugs usually get you probation. It absolutely, he would not have protected Zac Adams from be involved in the disappearance of his sister. Let's look real quick at what does Dr. Marco Ross say. He says the hole in the skull is 9 millimeters by 11 millimeters, but he used the anthropology report, which if you look at exhibit 174, and it's on page 13 of 16, that's where the anthropology report is part of the autopsy report. That hole is 9.24 millimeters by 12.10 millimeters. And if you take that reading, Dr. Ross testified that anything less than 0.36 inches could have made the hole. But if you're going to take the biggest reading there, that's based on a 9.24 millimeter hole. He also testified that bullets may not be round at the time of impact. Bullets can morph and be different shapes. So if you're going to use that 12.10 millimeter, a bullet as big as 0.48 inches could have made the hole, according to Dr. Ross. But a .32 caliber bullet is actually 0.3125 inches in diameter. So we can flip to the next slide. It's the 380. A 380 is 0.355 inches in diameter. It's not actually 0.38 inches in diameter. Just because a bullet is a certain caliber does not mean that, in fact, it's the same size. So a bullet, it's less than 0.36 inches in diameter and could have made that mark, with the hole in the skull. So there was a 380 found at the site of the skull at the body recovery site. That's the bullet that killed Holly Bobo. It's not this 32 that they had. Holly Bobo was murdered where her body was found. What happened is the person that took her drove north. You look at the cell phone records, the person that took her drove north. And that's where her phone pauses. Her phone does not pause in the Yellow Springs Road exit area. The phone pauses up there when she's on Shiloh 2, Shiloh 1 area, like our cell phone expert showed. That's where her phone is for 30 minutes and is unaccounted for. Once it hits Yellow Springs, once it comes back online and they start doing the pings, that's when the phone actually is moving. The phone moves. Each time they ping, they get a different number because the phone is not staying still. The phone is actually moving. So starting at 8:56, when they get their first ping, that phone is moving constantly and it moves quickly by where Jason Autry's grandmother's barn would have been. The phone moves by there very quickly and then goes down to where it's seen at 9:25, which is the last ping they get off of it. But so what happens is the person that takes Holly, takes her up there, probably rapes her at the body recovery site where the body's initially covered. It's up there beyond the Verizon cell phone tower, so that's not a tower anyone's pinging off of. Takes her up there, rapes her, leaves her purse because Holly's probably had her purse with her, was carrying it on her shoulder, takes her up there, rapes her, kills her there, just leaves her purse, pulls the $20 out of it, but does not bother to take the ring. If this were a bunch of meth heads, and if meth heads truly are doing something just for the money, they would have taken that diamond promise ring. But the person that took Holly didn't do it, leaves her purse there, gets back in the in the car. And as he's driving away, the person that took Holly, probably Terry Britt, as he's driving away, he then no longer has Holly in the car. He's making a big circle back towards his house. He's throwing things out the window. That's why he would throw things out the window in front of the grandmother's house, Jason Autry's grandmother's house, and Shane's driveway, because it's not Shane. Even the biggest meth head wouldn't throw evidence of what they've just done right out in their driveway in front of them, especially if they had a burn barrel. So that's what's happened there. Victor Dinsmore initially did not remember that the white pickup truck was hidden in his garage. It's only after Brent Booth was under a lot of pressure at the time to solve the case and to get additional evidence for this trial, that Brent goes to see him and in May of this year and says, let me tell you what's going to be testified to. It's going to be testified to that Zac Adams' white pickup truck is parked in your garage. And Victor says, no, absolutely not. And then Victor suddenly remembers, oh yeah, it was. I'm sure that Victor Dinsmore at some point was a suspect, even if not very long. He knows he was a suspect. He knows that things were thrown out on either side of him. He was told by law enforcement that Zac Adams was trying to use him as an alibi. That made him mad. So he's, of course, thinking that Zac is trying to somehow use him as an alibi. He wants to make sure that doesn't happen. He gets mad at Zac, although they had been friends at one time. He gets mad at Zac, and so he is going to agree with what law enforcement says, because he absolutely, wants to assist in law enforcement, and there's a $250,000 reward out, and because he's irritated with Zac, thinking that Zac has somehow tried to put him in the middle of this. But initially, Victor Dinsmore said that it was the 38 or 357 that he traded with Jason Autry. And again, a little bit of truth is always something. Remember, Victor Dinsmore said that he had a second 32. Now he identifies this gun here, this rusty gun, is clearly that's the same gun he saw then. But remember, Victor Dinsmore said he had a 32 that he threw into his cousin's pond. His cousin who lives up there in the Parsons area, he threw a 32 in her pond years before they got rid of this gun that Jason Autry brought him. Well, remember, they put this gun in the water. The first, they had to somehow, we didn't hear from Sandra Dinsmore, but we must know that somehow she said that the gun was there by the water. But they got a backhoe and they were digging along the side of the road. What does that tell us? That probably Sandra Dinsmore initially said the gun was buried on the side of the road. They brought them down several times when they couldn't find it. Suddenly, Sandra Dinsmore says, oh, I remember where the gun was now. Because they went back again and looked with people that had, so how did it happen that way? They go back again and they look with people that have underwater metal detectors, and they go back and they find this gun, this 32, which initially the gun had been a 38 or 357, but they find this 32 sitting on top, under 15 inches of water, but on top of all this silt and soil. This gun that's been in that water since the Dinsmores left, and they left this area 5.5 years earlier. So since they left this area 5.5 years earlier, that gun's been sitting in that creek there. The creek, we even heard testimony that the road had been graded and blacktopped. With all that construction around there, all those rains, all those floodings that we've had, not a bit of silt was on top of that gun. It's been sitting in that water 5.5 years, and there's no mud, no silt, no gravel on top of it. It's still sitting fresh right there on top of all the gravel itself, but in 15 inches of water. That's not believable. But there's a big reward in this case, and people, a lot of people, we heard that Victor Dinsmore was not to be trusted. He's not a trustful person. He sold Jamie Darnell a house that he didn't really own and took $21,000 from him. They want you to ignore the phone staff. They're going to come back when they do their second half of their closing, and they're going to say, no, just Zac Adams doesn't have to be the person that kidnapped her. But what we know is he's right there with Shane, and they're going to want you to suppose and do a lot of guessing about what Shane and Dylan were doing. But again, they have no proof. There's absolutely no facts that show. Why is it that the government has to prove their case? Because it's almost impossible to prove a negative. How is it that you can possibly prove that Shane Austin was not there that morning, or that Dylan Adams was not there that morning? They have to prove they were. And in fact, they do not meet the description of the person that was there that morning. There's no proof whatsoever. The state wants you to make a jump because this case is absolutely so emotional. This is a beautiful young woman who has been killed in this case. And it's a tragedy. It's a tragedy for the family to go through. But that doesn't mean that Zac Adams is responsible for this. He's absolutely not guilty. The other thing, they said that Zac has confessed because they have two different people in jail that say he confessed. But you heard testimony about where Zac Adams is staying in jail. He's in the Williamson County Jail, and he's in protective custody, which means he spends 23 hours a day locked up. 1 hour a day, he can walk around, but without anyone else who can touch him. He's separated from everybody. You also heard through the people from the jail say that there was one phone in the pod for everybody to use. They can hear the television through their doors. Some of them have to stand, some of them can sit on the bed, but they can hear the television through the door. It's also easy to assume that they can hear people talking on the telephone through the door. So when they're using the one phone, which is out in the public common area, everybody else can stand there and hear what they say. What they say perhaps to their attorney, what they say perhaps to their families, what they're saying about the case. So once somebody gets just a few facts about the case that they can use, then it's absolutely nothing more for them to say, well, and then he said he did it. But with all those confessions that you hear, there's no new information. Nobody has any information to say that Zac Adams confessed to them, and they have learned details that you wouldn't just otherwise know through something else. There's no aspect of this that has been explained, like who it is that went and took Holly, where it is that they took her, how they got away with it, where was the car parked when James Barnes walked by there. Nobody can answer those questions. And why? Because these jailhouse confessions are just not accurate. All it takes is a little bit of information, and the state has just jumped on that. Yes, we hear them say that Zac said to the people in Chester County, no body, no gun, you'd never get convicted. But those people came forward, although they came forward at first to say that he was threatening his brother to send a word to his brother in Chester County. The whole got no body, got no gun. Those were all things that were said here in court on the stand. There's no evidence that they said no body, no gun before. They said those particular phrases before they had found Holly Bobo's body. Terry Britt, you've heard the evidence on Terry Britt. It is compelling. He had a history of stalking young blondes. He lived closer to Holly. He lived fairly close to Holly, within a few miles on Jeanette Holiday Road. He had a history of rape. He was a sex offender. He fit the physical description: 200 pounds, 6 feet tall, about 6 feet tall, dark hair. At some point it was long, covered his collar. He was barrel-chested, skinny legs. Looked like he used to work out. He'd been in jail. People in jail work out. Wearing a black cap. They have a picture of him in a black cap. So he saw Holly. He was able to see Holly one day at the Dollar General store. Once he saw her, he has a history of stalking women. He knows how to find women. He drove the paper route there, so he's always back on the roads. He said he'd even get drunk and drive the roads. So he's on those roads. He's watching for people. He has one of those rape vans. He has a white panel van that he even talked about. He has got a rape van. The other thing is he's got 2 vans, identical red vans that he's driving, but different years. He goes up, he punches Holly in the nose. He's standing there probably waiting for her because he's a stalker. He knows what her schedule is. He knows that this is the one day that the brother Clint's truck is parked out in the garage. He's standing there waiting for her. She comes out, he knocks her in the nose. He has to wait for her to kind of get her wits about her so she can walk off in the woods with him. He walks off in the woods. The first time the deputies go by to see him, you heard Deputy Donovan, he's not there. Although Terry Britt claims he was back by noon. That's what he stood there on the stand because he's a compulsive liar. He cannot tell the truth. But the marshals, when they went by at about 1:45, 2 o'clock, Terry Britt was not there, and cars were gone. Not just one car, 3 cars. There was only one car there. And he said he had 2 caravans, 1 white van, and a pickup truck, and a tall pickup truck and a black pickup truck. So he has multiple cars parked around for him to get away in case he needs second cars. So Jan is gone too when they first go by to see him. He's not there. It's not till later in that evening. You heard Tony Weber say it's later in that evening when he comes back and he's talking to them that they're there, and that's when they're unloading the truck. Why? Because suddenly Terry realized he needed an alibi, and he went and thought they'd already purchased that truck before. They left it in the car until the police came by because he thought the police would be coming by. He even says they're going to try to pin this on me. So they get trying to make some kind of reason why Jan would have missed work, like on the biggest news day of the year, and she works as the news leader in that county, the very biggest news day of the year. That's when she takes off because they had a bathtub leak, and Terry Bird even testified they didn't even put the bathtub in on that day. So the bathtub leak, whatever they had, was not bad enough for them to put the bathtub in on that day. But he needed an alibi. He needed an alibi fast. And they also they lift one of those receipts because the receipt did not match the receipt from All Goods. They lift one of those receipts, they fill it out as if they bought the tub that day, and then they put the receipt in the safe, and they go ahead and just stage an alibi for Terry Britt. People that had alibis ready-made, those are the suspicious people. The people like Shane, Dylan, Zac, Jason Autry, they didn't have their alibis ready-made because they didn't know they needed one. So in this case, there's more. Reasonable doubt is not a technicality. Reasonable doubt is not something to think, well, it's just a little technicality, we got reasonable doubt. In this case, unlike so many others, there's absolutely multiple reasonable doubts in this case. You have a man who offered to plead guilty. He's not being played. You're talking about a U.S. Marshal with 31 years experience. When was the one time that you saw the district attorney in this case get the most upset? It's when she's cross-examining the U.S. Marshal. That's when she gets upset because she doesn't like the way that proof's coming in. This man has 31 years experience. He's trained in all kinds of, you don't have to give Miranda warnings. She's acting like you absolutely must give Miranda warnings. There's many, many exceptions legally when you don't have to give Miranda warnings, and certainly it wasn't required to give Miranda warnings. But Terry Britt sits down and says, it sounds like you've got it all figured out. I'll go ahead and plead and solve this, let's tie this case up for you, tie up your case. But you can close the case. It looks like you got it all figured out. I'll plead to it and you can close the case. What powerful words that would be from somebody. But the TBI at that point, you heard they had already decided they were going to focus on Clint Bobo at that time. You heard that in 2013 they were getting the family's finances, saying that the family had material lied about things. And so the TBI at that point, they didn't see any way they were going to get Terry Britt, because after all, you absolutely heard Brent Booth sit up here and say, well, Terry Britt, they bugged his house and they didn't hear anything on the wiretap about him confessing, and so they decided to move on to somebody else. Well, of course they didn't, because you heard Art Vivero say he was listening in on the wiretap when Terry Britt was discussing the fact that they might be recording and to be careful about what they said. So absolutely, there's nothing on the wiretap. And Terry Britt didn't have a brother with mental handicap that they could go backdoor and try to get some kind of confession. He didn't have the charge partner, just Terry Britt. He didn't have a charge partner to go and try to charge with him and see if they could do death penalty against two people and get somebody to change. So all of that. So final thoughts in this case. It was the government's job to fill in all the holes and complete the story. They utterly failed in this case. Terry Britt is most likely the real abductor and the killer of Holly Bobo. You've had multiple agents get up here and testify about Terry Britt, and they all have years of experience. The government wants you to believe Zac is guilty based on mere suspicion and rumor. In this country, we do not convict based on mere suspicion and rumor. A finding of guilt must be based on reasonable doubt. And at this time, it's a very serious what you're about to do, because a man's life, and a lot of times they say somebody's life is on the line, but literally in this case, Mr. Adams' life is on the line. It's a very serious matter. At this point, there's absolute many doubts, reasonable doubts, as to why he did not commit this crime and why somebody else did. At some point in the future, it may be that they get the evidence they need to charge the right person. But simply because there's suspicious things that have been said, or Zac Adams has been running his mouth like a stupid fool, is not a reason to convict him of the kidnapping, rape, and murder of Holly Bobo.
Now bear with me. I know you're tired. Y'all. I'm gonna refocus. I'm gonna bring you back to when I was here. What took all of you away from your homes and jobs, your loved ones. She's why you're here. And when they found the driver's license in September of 2014, it says her name, Holly Bobo. It says her date of birth, October 12, 1990. It says her address, 681 Swan Drive. It has a picture. It really doesn't do her justice. What isn't on this ID of Holly's? It's her story. What happened to her? How she spent the last 2 hours of her life. There's nowhere on that driver's license does it say she was the daughter of Dana. Dana who built her house. Dana who worked long hours to provide for her and her family. Dana who put that $20 bill on the kitchen bar an hour or two before she was killed to make sure she had gas money. And say who made it. It doesn't say anything about her being a beloved daughter of Karen. Karen whose goal in life was to be a good mama. To fix Holly's muffins that morning. Who slid that $20 bill that Dana left in the kitchen bar, slid it into this billfold. Karen. Who lovingly packed Holly's last lunch. You won't find on the driver's license what you heard in trial the last 2 weeks about Holly's dreams of being a nurse. About her homework that was dated that day. About her binder that she'd written student nurse with a smiley face on it. About how hard she was working. 4 days a week, every week, all day long. Just trying to be the best student nurse she could be. Nowhere on that card, that license, does it mention the sweet love that she shared with Drew Scott. Drew who put on her finger less than 4 months before she died. Doesn't say anything. It doesn't tell you that when she walked out of the house early that Wednesday morning, not just a house, her house, the house that they built. It doesn't tell you that when she walked out her back door, she used her Mustang, her books, much here in the pack. Wearing the ring like she did every day, the Drew gave her. Just precious inches from her cardboard. So all she had to have done was to make it into the car. And then you've been able to close that door. You saw how close the door was. Inches. She didn't make it. She just disappeared. All of that gone. Dad not there, mom not there, teacher's not there, Drew not there, all gone. She disappeared. But you know better, don't you? People don't just disappear without a trace, do they? Do they? Holly didn't. Holly spilled her precious blood in the carport behind the house. David. When you saw the pictures, it was grouped together in about 4 or 5 different groups. I think Special Agent Thorne James said it's like 70 to 80 drops. All tested. All Holly. She didn't disappear without a trace. Ladies and gentlemen, that's your kidnapper. Do one of you have any doubt in your mind that she went willingly? You think that? That's your kidnapper. That's why I say you know better. As for the rape, that word is so sterile. You know what I mean by that? It's so sterile. You can read it in your book, in your newspaper. You can see it on the news. You can say it in polite company, and nobody even flinches anymore. Because that word rape is just a made-up word. It's a made-up word that somebody invented so that you didn't have to say what really happened. That's what really happened. When they got Holly out of there, what he did, what they all did, is they ripped Holly's clothes off, her blue jeans, and her panties. And one by one, they lined up and pulled out their penises and then shoved them into her repeatedly. That's what happened. That's what we put that nice word, raped. Hope you do know. Lined up, took turns. That's what she went through. Her last moment on earth. Then she was murdered. Plain and simple. She was murdered with this 32. Ms. Thompson made some mention about product placement. Let's go ahead and talk about that now. Entered through the back of Holly's head. That be? If he could basically later on those rocks, how could that be? How about this? This time, Jason heard her make a sign of distress, not gas. He saw her putting a shot in the shoulder, arm, between her chest and her arm. Not gonna do. You have to take care of this right now. Right now. Holly. Beaten. You know she was. Left a lot of blood in the carport. Gang raped. Tightly in a blanket. Propped up on those rocks. Had to go. You're not going to accidentally miss. Thought she was already dead. But she wasn't. Pulls out a gun. Jason, hero that he is, said, whoa, not to save her, just to make sure they didn't get caught. And the defendant stoops down, feels around, makes sure, picks up her head, and fires. Picks up her head and fires. No rocket science. Just, it doesn't take rocket science to figure out how it happened. How do you know it happened like that? How do you know what happened at the hands of that man? How do you know? Now we'll go back over everything you heard, every single one of you. Just taking notes and listening the last 2 weeks. Jason Autry, number one, told you what he witnessed with his own eyes. He told you what he did. He confessed multiple crimes under oath to you. And kidnapping. Because the kidnapping didn't end once they got her off of Swan Johnson Road. Kidnapping continued. I don't care how many times they mentioned it. It continued until Zac Adams put that gun to the back of her head and pulled the trigger. So, you have Autry's eyewitness account. There's some question about whether it's just a coincidence that the two of them went to this place. Could it be a coincidence that they just went to that place? Could it? Okay, so Terry to a spot, took Holly to a spot, 50 yards. 50 yards. That got his favorite places. The place he took Rebecca Earp. Place he returned many times. It's no coincidence. Different places he knew and felt safe. No coincidence. In addition to telling you what he witnessed himself, Jason Autry told you what Zac Adams told him about that morning. They took her. From her own house. He told them, did they write that sterile word again? Gotta use those words, don't you? Because what he did, as you know, is line up and take turns. So Jason sort of covers the whole morning time until after he gets back to his car. It's fuzzy on where Zac Adams put her. Because he wasn't there and the body was disposed of. Honestly, after admitting to what he did, there was no reason to hold back that information he had. Improperly disposing of the body, maybe some sort of crime, but we know about that. No reason to hold that back. You didn't know. I told you what Zac told him, that he had dumped her. And you know the corroboration that comes with the Kelly's Ridge spot. Mr. Bryant. But if you want to rule him out for knowing what happened that morning, how about Victor Dinsmore? Zac Adams decked Shane right out there in front of, or beside his Dottie's house, while arguing about who was gonna hit it, who did hit it. You think they were fighting about marijuana? What you think? That's what's suggested. Common sense. Use your common sense on that. In addition to Dinsmore, about Carl Statler. He may have been the only non-felon friend of Zac Adams that you heard from this week. Carl Statler told you. Zac Adams said, I let Shane tip. You think he was talking about marijuana that time too? And he told Carl Stabler, I did it. I did it. And he told some of the others. Anthony Phoenix. Called her a bitch. Pretty bitch. I said it's fine. Was he talking about putting a bullet in her head with being played? Or was he talking about lining up with his friends? Was he talking about lining up with his friends and taking turns? Leave that to you. And he told one person, I was there for the worst of it. Surely goodness. Rape was the worst of it. When he asked two different people, will God forgive me? State submits that's between him and God. Not between him and me. Not between him and you. There's 10 or 12 statements that he made. All different people. Not in the same jails, not on the same roads, not in the same cars. And Paul and I keep going back to Corey Rivers, probably because he's a kid, literally, that got in trouble traveling through Tennessee on a driving charge. Here, last year, in East Tennessee, knows nothing about this case, has never heard about this case, but because he has the history he has, he ends up being in the same section with Zac Adams. And Corey reads the Bible and he prays. Adams saw him doing it, started a conversation, and Corey not wanting to judge, being that his mother killed his stepfather after walking in on his stepfather raping him. Corey listened to him, didn't just cut him off. Submit that Corey Rivers was what Adams thought to be a safe person to talk to, given his lack of association with anything here, the fact that he had a 60-day sentence and a ticket back to Florida. He didn't appear to have an axe to grind with Zac Adams, and he confessed to him. He told Corey Rivers, we got her in the woods. You're kidding me. We got her in the woods. And Corey saying, did you do it? I'm not supposed to talk about it. Then he'd come back and talk some more. Will God forgive me? That's all I need. Phones. Promise. I'm not going to talk about the phones a lot. There's 5 takeaways. Okay, 6. The first one is the defense expert said at the beginning of his testimony that he didn't disagree with Special Agent Frizzell. He just took a more nuanced approach. Remember that? Meaning, you know what he said is right, but I'm going to break it down some more. So let's just take Agent Frizzell's testimony and set it aside for a minute and just look at the defense expert. When asked the question, Mr. Hagerman, is the phone data consistent? Dylan and Shane taking Holly. He said yes. Is the phone data consistent with Dylan and Shane taking Holly to Shane's grandma's property? Answer, yes. Third thing, is the phone data consistent with Holly's phone lingering in the Yellow Springs area at the same time as Zac Adams? Answer, yes. Fourth, is the phone data consistent with Zac Adams and Jason Autry driving north to the river and back? Answer, yes. Fifth thing, is the phone data consistent with Holly's last ping, at the time of Holly's last ping? Dylan Adams driving south and getting rid of her phone and perhaps some of her other things. Answer, I know you heard it. Yes. Despite all of these maps and these colors and these times and these numbers and these crossovers between the three sectors, and the fact that a sector might look like this, but it doesn't really mean that, because you could be over here, you could be over there, you could be over here, or yes, you could be over there. Despite all that you heard, the defendant's own expert said yes to those 5 critical questions that Mr. Hagerman posed to him. Ms. Thompson covered a lot of material, and I'm not going to try and cover it all, but I want to touch on just a couple of things, and I've already touched on some of them. One was the placement of Holly's head in the gunshot wound, and we've already talked about that. The second one, after the fact, she said they kept going back to the river, kept going back to the river. Why would you go back to the river? Go back to the river. But you saw the maps of her expert and Agent Frizzell. It is an enormous area. Nobody said they went back to the river. They just said they were in that area, which is their stomping grounds, which includes a bar that Alfie said he went to constantly. You remember the night, the 13th 911 call. You remember the heavy breathing of Dick Adams, who'd had to wrestle 2 guns away from his grandson. And you remember Zac Adams asking his grandfather as well as his brother for their vehicles. Why didn't he have a vehicle? Why didn't he have a vehicle? Where was the white truck? Hidden in Victor Densmore's garage for a minute, and then returned back to the Bells. I don't know if it was returned back to Billy Bell's between those 2 shops that night or the next, but we know it went back. We have no reason to doubt Mr. Bell. And begging for guns. Not begging, but wrestling for guns, taking guns. His grandfather said, came in here, jumped on us, and got my 2 guns. If he comes back like this, I'll shoot him. It gives you just a little glimmer of what was going on in his mind, the desperation that he felt hours, just hours after they had kidnapped Holly, raped Holly, and killed Holly. He's had an encounter with Rebecca Earp, which I think the words that were used ended badly that day. And you hear him talk about that. Why does he need guns? Why does he need another car? Where was he going? There was some discussion about putting Dylan in a stranger's house, Dennis Benjamin. You got to remember, the proof was, remember, Dylan's still locked up when what happened? When his brother's sending messages, keep your mouth shut or I'll put you in a hole. And then you heard testimony from Agent Booth about him going to someone that was an associate of Dylan's. And then you have Dylan getting out. Should they have sent him back home? Should they have sent him back home? Or should they have tried to keep an eye on him? Because that's what they did. He's still alive. And there was some discussion about the measurements of the ammunition. And Marco Ross told you the exact measurement of the hole in Holly's skull as compared to the measurement of a .32 caliber. And then, bless his heart, the defense witness came in with pictures of different calibers. I have no doubt that the way he measured them is the way he reported it, but he didn't know how to measure them. He didn't know to remove the projectile from the casing and then measure. So the expert who testified about the gunshot wound to Holly's head said it matched my words perfectly, basically, with 32. And if you look at those measurements, and remember his testimony, it excluded 38. Excluded. Let's talk about the gun. What are the chances? Jason Autry finally started talking. He didn't know where the gun was. Hadn't seen the gun since shortly after it was used to kill Holly Bobo. And he went with his cousin Shane, traded it for drugs to Victor Densmore. And he's done with the gun at that point. Victor Densmore gives it to his wife, Karen. And he's sitting there one night talking to somebody, and he gets worried about where the gun has been. What gun is this? I better get rid of the gun. So he tells her, get rid of it. She does. He's done with the gun. That's in 2011. They left They left Tennessee before the end of the year. And when, again, TBI agents go to talk to Victor Dinsmore and his wife, they tell us where the gun is. They dig, they use a backhoe, they bring him down, can't find it, the road's been regraded, it looks different. They go back, they talk to him some more, she's thought about it again. They go back to the spot, she tells them, with underwater detectors, and guess what? They do find a gun. I don't know why Miss Thompson is upset that it wasn't buried. Nobody said it was sitting on top. You saw the pictures, they're in there, what it looked like when they raised it. It was covered in slime and rust and all sorts of crap. And Servinia Braswell soaked it, got it off, and guess what? Guess what? It still fires. It still fires. Still loaded. Still fires. Nobody? That's what's left. How does that happen? How do we go from that? To this. Well, you know the answers. And you know what happened in between. Spend about 1 minute talking about Terry Britt. And I agree with Mr. Hagerman, I don't know why we're talking all about Terry Britt. Okay, local law enforcement, TBI, FBI, U.S. Marshal, a wiretap, his house bugged, his computer searched, his property searched. They even took his chicken scoop, whatever you call it. It's not a shovel for burying bodies, it's a scooper. And it was a dead end. And they looked at his computer. I think the agent said, for the entire history of the computer, they found 4 searches. 4 searches for porn sites. When they searched Zac Adams' computer, you have him posting. Wish it was in color for you. Who am I searching for? Let's more tell him. It's his Facebook. The comments below. It wasn't Terry Britt. Terry Britt would be a lot easier, it just wasn't. And when Terry Dicus couldn't shed himself of his belief and his desire to prove it was Terry Britt, he was removed from the case, and another case officer came on. You nonetheless heard from him. You heard from what he did, and you heard what he did. But under cross-examination, when asked, what did all your efforts prove? Nothing. Dead end. And you heard from Johnny Walker, Marshall. You decide for yourself if you find him credible. You do. All right. Given what he testified to, it seems like that'd be pretty hard. A U.S. Marshal who would go into the visitation room of a multiple convicted felon and say, tell us where the body is, and look at you and say he didn't need to give him his Miranda rights. Agent Walker, who laid out, you heard him in great detail, just delighted to tell you all the things that he told Terry Britt that were not in his report. And they were asking, how did he respond? You got it all figured out. I'll just plead guilty, close the case. He wants you to believe that that was true. Because when he said, well, where's the body? I don't have it. Can't give you something I don't have. You decide if you find that credible. I think that license says that she was 5'3". So we say she was 5'3" inches of country. And those of us involved in her parents have waited a long, long time. 2011, 2012, all of 2013, and 14, and 15, and 16, and most of 2017. It's hard to turn it over, but it's time. If you believe defense theory, then ladies and gentlemen, you can go. You're supposed to do. But if you don't, and if you see the kidnapping that continued until she got a bullet in her head, and if you see the rape, the repeated rape, and if you see the murder that occurred in the perpetration of was closely connected to those two, then return the right verdict. It's not one of those lessers. In fact, I don't know why it's page 36. Should be page, to me, it should be page 1. If you read this deliberation, order of consideration, you don't even have to consider him. Every single one of you has to agree that he's not guilty. Murder perp. Before you ever even look at anything else. So if you agree, this isn't like a menu. You don't peruse the whole thing. This says, you shall not proceed to consider any lesser included offenses until you have first made a unanimous determination that he's not guilty of proceeding offense, in this case, as charged. Got it? This is important. From the proof that you heard, it's doubtful that Holly would have been famous. It's more likely that she would have finished nursing school, that she would have married Drew, that she would have lived close to her parents the remainder of her life. You wouldn't have known her. That she's entitled to this. Justice for her requires that you be here. What we're asking is that each one of you go back to your deliberation room with a clear head, clear mind. Don't be distracted from your mission. You elect yourself a foreperson. You take as long as you need. It might not take long, or it might, but you take as long as you need. And you come back out here with the right verdict. Lead jury. I'm Zac Adams. Guilty of murder in the perpetration of kidnapping. Come back with another one. Lead the jury. Find you guilty of murder in the perpetration of rape. And we, the jury, find you guilty of premeditated murder. Do what needs to be done. I'll be waiting right here for as long as it takes.
Most attorneys have indicated to the court that interested parties they thought were present, but I want a few things before I bring the jury in.
I'm whispering sweet nothings in your ear. Sweet nothings. Okay, did you turn down your volume? Because I did all the whispering that I want to do at this point in time. So we just heard closing statements through the rebuttal, and it looks like we are going straight into the verdict. Now, to my understanding, I believe they deliberated for a couple days. Don't get me. I'm not gonna start telling lies to you in regards to how long they deliberated because I didn't look that up. I'm not gonna tell stories to you, but let's see. Here's the guilt. Here's here's the verdict in the first trial. I mean, we already kind of know what it is, but let's go ahead and watch it.
I can't tell you what day we're on. The press can probably do it. It's been 2 solid weeks, though, okay? A trial. Once a day of jury selection. I would commend the people that have been in our gallery, all sides. The victim's family, the people that are here in support of the defendant, I think have shown respect and followed proper courtroom decorum. So I commend the parties on that and very much appreciate that. When the verdict is announced, there can be a potential for things very emotional. Out of respect for this jury, I will tell you, I want you to contain your emotions. I want there to be no displays. If there's any type of outburst or anything, I will authorize the officers to take that person into custody. I don't want to do that because, as I said, things have really gone along well as far as the demeanor and behavior of the people that have been involved in this case. But there's a danger at this time with high emotion for something to get out of order, and I just will not do that. Out of respect for this jury, I want there to be no displays. If you like what the jury does, that's fine. Keep it to yourself. This isn't the time to cheer like we do for a football team or something. If you don't like what the jury said, keep that to yourself. It's inappropriate to show negative displays because these people have given up over 2 weeks of their life to come in here and do their civic duty. They've been a very hardworking jury. They've been a very dedicated jury, and I want them to be respected. All right, everybody understand where I'm coming from? I hope so. All right, let's bring a jury in. I will poll the jury not by name, but I'll be starting. And the 3 alternates will be brought in. They will not be polled, but they'll be here just for the announcing of the verdict. Got 3 more coming. All right, be seated, please. All right, Mr. Foreman, I kind of outed you before, but I will also tell you folks, I'm limited in protecting identities. It becomes a matter of record, but I will also tell you I will support you and make sure that you're not harassed in any form or fashion. I didn't out you by first and last name, just by last, and they had been listening pretty close. But has the jury reached a verdict in this case? I want you to pass the verdict forms to me, please, through the bailiff of the sheriff. And then I'll be going over these with you. All right, I'm going to start with count 1, verdict form. First degree felony murder of Holly Bobo during the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate kidnapping of Holly Bobo. You checked guilty of first degree felony murder of Holly Bobo during the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate kidnapping of Holly Bobo. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you signed and dated it. Now, I'm going to go ahead and follow this to each count. So I'm going to start on the back corner. Number 1, is that your verdict?
Yes.
Number 2?
Yes.
And we're skipping over yours? Is that your verdict? Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Back to the front row. Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Is that your verdict?
Yes.
Your verdict?
Yes.
Your verdict?
Yes.
Your verdict?
Yes.
And your verdict?
Yes.
Count number 2. Verdict form count 2, especially aggravated kidnapping of Holly Bobo accomplished with a deadly weapon or by display of any article used or fashioned to lead the victim to reasonably believe it to be a deadly weapon. At that, you check number 8, that guilty of especially aggravated kidnapping of Holly Bobo accomplished with a deadly weapon or by display of any article used or fashioned to lead the victim to reasonably believe it to be a deadly weapon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Sir.
Let me start again first, Chairperson. Then I'm going to come right back down the way as I did. Yours, ma'am?
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
And yours?
Yes.
Back front row. Yours?
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
And yours?
Yes.
Verdict count 3, especially aggravated kidnapping of Holly Bobo, where Holly Bobo suffered serious bodily injury. You checked A, guilty of especially aggravated kidnapping of Holly Lynn Bobo, where Holly Lynn Bobo suffered serious bodily injury. Is that correct, Ms. Foreman?
Yes.
And start back at the corner. Your verdict?
Yes.
Your verdict?
Yes.
Your verdict?
Yes.
Your
Yes.
verdict? Your verdict? Your
Yes.
verdict?
Yes.
I didn't hear from her.
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
Yours?
Yes.
And yours. Okay. Count 4. First degree felony murder of Holly Lynn Bobo during the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate rape of Holly Lynn Bobo. You checked A, guilty of first degree felony murder of Holly Lynn Bobo during the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate rape of Holly Lynn Bobo. Mr. Foreman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And back to the corner. Your
Yes.
verdict, your verdict,
Yes.
your verdict,
Yes.
your
Yes.
verdict, your
Yes.
verdict, your verdict,
Yes.
your verdict,
Yes.
your verdict,
Yes.
your verdict,
Yes.
your verdict,
Yes, sir.
and your
Yes.
verdict. Count 5. Aggravated rape of Holly Lynn Bobo by use or force of coercion while armed with a weapon or any article used or fashioned in a manner to lead the victim reasonably to believe it to be a weapon. Mr. Foreman, you checked A, guilty of aggravated rape of Holly Lynn Bobo by the use or force of coercion while armed with a deadly weapon or any article used or fashioned in a manner to lead the victim reasonably to believe it to be a weapon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And starting in the back corner. Your
Yes.
verdict, your verdict,
Yes.
your verdict,
Yes.
your
Yes.
verdict, your verdict. Back down here. Your
Yes.
verdict, your
Yes.
verdict, your verdict,
Yes.
your verdict,
Yes.
your
Yes,
verdict,
sir.
your verdict.
Yes.
Count 6. Aggravated rape of Holly Lynn Bobo where Holly Lynn Bobo suffered bodily injury. Mr. Foreman, you checked A, guilty of aggravated rape of Holly Lynn Bobo where Holly Lynn Bobo suffered bodily injury. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
And then all the way back down.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Count 7, aggravated rape of Holly Lynn Bobo by use of force or coercion where aided or abetted by one or more persons. Mr. Foreman, you checked A, guilty of aggravated rape of Holly Lynn Bobo by use of force or coercion while aided or abetted by one or more persons. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then all the way back.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Count 8, first degree premeditated murder of Holly Lynn Bobo. Mr. Chairman, you checked A, or put an A, all of these you put X's, but they're checked. You checked guilty of first degree premeditated murder of Holly Lynn Bobo. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes.
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 Back down here.
Yes.
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 Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's the verdict of the jury. They've been told. As I told you at the outset, upon a finding of murder in the first degree, the felony murder or premeditated, there's a separate sentencing hearing. It's too late in the day to do that. You might have guessed that. The same rules I gave you from the outset must be applied. No further discussion of this case whatsoever. Don't discuss it with anyone. You formed an opinion concerning the guilt, but the sentencing phase is still open, so don't form any opinion whatsoever until you've heard all of the evidence of the law that applies today. Avoid conversations, not even among yourselves, further on this case until you're back in deliberations with others. You've been sequestered from the news media, so you have not been viewing or hearing any news reports. All of that's been covered, and I've been very pleased with the way you folks have followed your admonitions. So we're going to recess. Going to be a little different because there's a few things prior to that second phase that I want to take up with the attorneys. And so we're going to bring you in, be ready, hopefully, to start at 10 o'clock. So that'll give you a little more time for breakfast and everything. And hopefully we'll have things where they're set to go in pretty good fashion. Okay? Do you have any questions? And once again, the three that are alternates, you need to avoid this, and you need to avoid conversations with the other people that are on the jury in case we still have to substitute something. Also, the three of you will be present during this next phase of the trial so that you can listen to the law, you can listen to the evidence, and then once again, You will be the 3 alternates, but that way, if you're called into service, you would have properly heard the evidence of the law and you can participate, okay? So you won't have to play cards or whatever as much tomorrow. You got her to thank for that. She said, I feel so sorry for them. And she got an adult coloring book. I don't know if anybody used that or not, but supposedly it's supposed to soothe you. 3 deck cards, and I said, why 3? I said, well, they might want to play solitaire. And then a couple of puzzle books or whatever.
So
So,
I got a 1,000-piece puzzle.
holy cow. My dad, Preston, used to do those usually around Christmas time. And he had the patience of Job. I don't know whether y'all have perceived this. I was not blessed with that patience. I do the best I can, but I'm high gear, okay? But ultimately, that worked to the benefit because I like to keep things moving. Something else I want you to consider. Maybe we can wrap it up tomorrow. Maybe we can't. I'm not going to promise, but I want you folks to decide. The only way I'll work on Sunday afternoon, we'll probably be going all day tomorrow because we're getting ready to be done with this in fairness to everybody. But in the event we don't get ready tomorrow, I'm going to ask the jury to take a poll whether or not you would be interested in going on Sunday afternoon. The only way I would do that is with the consent of all jurors, okay? And then we'll talk. And I've already told you I'm extremely limited on anything I can say or comment or whatever, but do you have any questions? All right, you'll be retired then, the sheriff will take care of it.
So there we go. Well, so we have that long awaiting. I know the Bobos. I know. Can you believe, Macro? One of them was a stripper. Can you imagine? Here come Bobo with the Bobos. That would have been something to see. Oh boy. I would have went to teasers just to see that. Here come Bubbles with them Bubbles. I don't know. It just sounds like a dingbat last name, but whatever. Them Bubbles. Oh boy. So what we have here is be guilty. Well, we already knew he's guilty, but I can see all the things in the case that went wrong, right? I think the defense has cited like 56 issues I've seen on a newscast. 56 issues with the way this is handled. And I think we're starting to see, we saw a lot of them within the testimony that we just were able to point out. And I'm pretty sure we were watching this trial live when it happened in 2017. We would have been able to point out those things then also, right? We are going to look for the, BZ is going to work on getting that stuff together so we can watch all those post conferences. You say he probably did it all. Yeah, they were really rough. So she's going to get that together for us. And once she gets that together, I'll get my part together and I'll get us all together. Right? So we can all watch it together. What did I want to tell y'all? Okay. We have Wash starting on Monday, guys. We got the Wash trial. So we'll be going into that courtroom Monday. I don't think we have anything else on our table. Let me just check. We will get together Sunday. We will pregame this one. I can tell y'all that now. We are going to pregame wash. I just want to make sure nothing else was out here just now, as of now. If something comes out over the weekend, because you know, sometimes we have to be in multiple courtrooms. I will let you know if we have to be in multiple courtrooms next week. But as far as I know right now, we just have wash. We are going to pregame wash, do some back history on the case. And I always say back history on the case, guys. Believe it or not, when we go into a lot of these trials and we are doing them, when we do the pre-games, it kind of helps me to kind of be able to shuffle through and understand exactly what we are going into. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Or like, I don't even know how he comes in there and say, hey, I'm guilty of these two things, but the redrum, I'm definitely innocent. I don't care what you say. But y'all don't have no way to prove it because we still don't have a body. What the fuck? Like, huh? Is that what we're really doing? And if somebody can please explain to me, where are they getting rid of these bodies? Like, people just get rid of people. So how do people get rid of people like that? Like, we talk about whole people and nobody can find them. What the fuck? Like, please don't. I don't know how people get rid of people. I don't understand that. Yeah. He didn't know Holly. When you're talking about this, Zac. I know, right there, because I just don't know how you get rid of a whole ass person, like a whole person. You say some cities have landfills, other have incinerators, and that's but you know, I'm just saying, like, there has to be movement to the car. Like, I'm just thinking, like, you know, like, even with this Zac thing, like, okay, you know how they keep some, oh, he had this mattress and he was scrubbing down his mattress. He was cleaning out his car. He was doing all of this stuff, right? We know that criminals never clean up everything. No matter how much bleach, no matter how much you use, it still has some type of trace of DNA evidence in the car that you can typically find, right? So even if he did the best cleaning job, they still probably would have found something if she was in that vehicle. Oh, you know him? You know him? You know him, Shella? I believe he's innocent of this. I don't know about all, and I do think he was an outlaw. He got up there and told us he an outlaw. Yeah, if you want, we do a panel. You want to come up here and tell us about it? We nosy. Beezy said, look, I done went in the courtroom a couple times. Yeah, and I went to where Holly Bobo was found, but shoot, I don't know these things that she look. Wait a minute, she got the insider connection. Yeah, you have to let me know if you want to call in and you want to explain to us what you know and how you know it, because we like extra tea time, right? Yeah, back row, we like tea. Sometimes when you type it in the chat, we can't get to it fast enough. What? I knew he had that game. Oh, I knew he had that long stroke. Girl, you calling in, what you gonna do? Talk to us about it. I want to hear all the pillow talk. Hold on. You can phone in. He had the long stroke. Oh, girl, yeah. Oh, it was long. It was coming. Hey, I ain't mad at it. I'll tell you which Zac I could get with. I can get with the Zac that was in the hearings in May. This Zac that got on the stand last time, I can't get attracted to him. And the Zac before I can't get attracted. But this the last Zac that was in the second part of the hearings in May, I can get attracted to him. He look like a thugger. Let me see. Here, I'm dropping the link. You want to come up and talk to us? Because I don't think he's guilty of this, but I do. I mean, he got up there and explained that, hey, look, I was a big, drug dealer. So he sold drugs. So he's guilty of that type of stuff. But I don't know about this redrum stuff. Yeah, that one we seen, the hearing that we seen yesterday when his brother was sitting over there. I mean, the Zac that we just seen in the courtroom, I couldn't do that Zac. Which Zac was you dating or you was engaged to? Yeah, come on up here because I want to know which Zac did you have? Which Zac attack did you have in your life? I can tell you which one I can get into. All right, well, I already told you which one I can get into. I can get into with the second Zac. He just changed so damn drastic. He get drastic with his changes. I can't. I don't know. It's just yeah. Please tell me which version. I mean, I know. And I'll just tell you which one I can get G with. Yeah, this Zac right here. Look, I don't even want to know the backstory. I just want to. I do want to know the backstory, but sure, I want to know which dang on Zac, which one she was engaged to. Because this one right here, this is 2017 Zac. I probably can't get with that one. But let me show you which one I probably could get with. Let me see. I don't know. It's something about I can't do. Let me see. Oh, let me show y'all. So this Zac right here, dang, this one that from 6 months ago with this Zac, I probably let him hit it one good old time. We can probably hit it. We can probably get some things going. This Zac right here that we saw last week, about 3-4 days ago, he got to get his beard or something back. I can't do that one. I can't do that one. Look, this one, the second one right there, I can't do that one. This first one I probably can do. He look like he can probably. His first 5 years in prison, it was hard with all the bullying. You want to talk through the link? Sheila, or you want to tell us about it? We're going to look at his post-conviction hearings once we get them together. So, okay, so you dated 2017, Zac. Well, you know him and the other guy. What's the other guy name? Jason. Jason said he had all types of women while he was up in there too. I can imagine that could be hard, especially when the whole town is against him and trying to pin this on him. And it seemed like that's what it is. Like it is really like railroaded. Wow. Yeah. What part you don't remember me hearing? You don't remember hearing? Yeah, I can see that happening. Well, it does look like he's I believe he's going to get a new hearing. I definitely believe he's going to get it. Just if you do, we want to make sure that I want him to get his beard back. He got to get his look. What is that down here? I don't know. What is that? That's not a beard, right? What is that? So which Zach you like better? Since you seen the ones from 2017. I'm talking about just mainly looks, girl. We got this Zach right here. The first one in my first photo. It's a goatee. Oh, yeah, he got to get his goatee back because this second one with no hair on his face. I don't know about that one. You know, I don't know if I can do that one. But the other one look like he might be a thugger. Might be a thugger. It's like I said, day one, and once we be, oh man, I can grow up here looking better. Yeah. Yes, now I am, but I ghosted him for a long time because it was starting to affect my mental health. Like the whole life was about him, and I stayed depressed. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know that gotta be hard, especially with all of that going around. Yeah. Well, I hope, yeah, oh, I'm glad that you speaking back to him and y'all and made some kind of connection or something back. And I really hope that he does get a new trial. Are you in Tennessee with him? Like in the same state? Because I know sometimes they get people from all around. I don't want to say all around, but different places. Yeah, well, I'm glad that they give him. It seems like he got some real good attorneys right now. Yeah, but definitely in these type of situations, you definitely got to take care of yourself first. Because unfortunately, even though you want to be supportive to a person that is going through something like this, you still got to have an active life out here. Like you got to live in the real world, right? Unfortunately, they got four walls kind of protecting them. And you still got to make shit happen out here. So it can be, it can be definitely be hard trying to support somebody that's in that type of system and you truly believe in their innocence and you kind of feel like it's nothing that you can do. And it kind of saddens you and puts you in a real bad space looking at somebody that you love go through something like that. Yeah, Doug is doing good. He is doing good. Yeah, I some of his examination and even the ones that we caught on CAT. Doug is his attorney in the post conviction hearings that you see. That's questioning. That's who he is, therapist. That we gonna go through again once we get all the clips together. And like I said, we haven't even scratched the surface of this. This case is just really, 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 it shows you how bad the prosecution team wanted him. They wanted to get a conviction at any rate, no matter any means necessary, no matter who they hurt, who they had to do it to. They wanted a conviction. In any shape, way, form, or fashion, they didn't care. They did not care. And long as it was good for them and it worked for their case, they didn't care. Yeah, they set him up. I definitely believe it. I definitely agree with that. Yeah, well, they better, yeah, well, they better learn how to Dougie. They better call Dougie Fresh so they could teach him how to Dougie. I don't know how to Dougie. I mean, I think I know how to Dougie, but I don't know how to Dougie. You gotta move your hand, teach me how to Dougie. Teach you. He said, everybody love him. That's what he said. So, yeah. So that is interesting. But yeah, I definitely, we haven't been told if he's gonna get a new trial, but we should find out. They come back at the end of December. This is the longest post convict. Like they've been going through testimony since May. I don't know if you're gonna hear much. I keep wanting to think I got a bald head when I'm doing that. I may not have enough coordination. Y'all know I'm best chair dancer in all of the USA. So I think when you Dougie in, you gotta move your legs with it. So if I gotta move my legs with my arms, it don't work. And and I think you gotta be in y'all you gotta have your legs with that one. So I don't know if I can do that one. I have to figure it out. I have to practice tonight to see if I can Dougie in my chair. Probably not. But okay, so what we have next is like I said, we are gonna pregame Sunday for like maybe an hour or two, if that's cool with y'all. Y'all know I can't go a whole dang on weekend without y'all. I probably won't be able to go Saturday without you guys. Oh goodness. So we're gonna have to probably find some stuff to premiere and do tomorrow morning. So don't be surprised if I'm premiering something or putting something out there for us to get together, because yeah, we be needing each other like every day. Right? Therapist, I know Morel to sleep. She sleep now, but boy, oh boy, she'll be up like at 11 o'clock like, are we doing anything? Can we premiere something this morning? She be wanting to get in the chat. I know. I'm very codependent. Yeah, he does look okay. 2017 to 2022, he does look different. Yeah, he look good right here. This one picture. Every time I click on the picture, it kind of takes it away. So y'all can't see it. But this one right here, this one where it's flashing right here, where he got this goatee. Oh, wait. Yeah, he could get it one time. I wouldn't try to take him, Sheila. You ain't gotta worry about it. I just, he can. I'm just saying he can hit it one time on him. I wouldn't fall in love or nothing, but that version of Zac could probably get it. The other Zac, this Zac right here, he looked like he is fucking confused. Like this face that he making, I wish they would not have got that face, but this face that he making right there, he look like he is fucking confused. Like, I don't know what the fuck going on. He like, that one I probably can't do. And the first one, the first Zac, I don't even know what he looked like before he went to I don't even know what he looked like. You say new Zac look guilty to you? Yeah, new Zac look, yeah. When he was up on the stand, I was like, well shit. Like, all they talked about was drugs. No, I ain't falling in love. I can't fall in love with him, but I don't mind being face down, ass up, every once in a while. Just every once in a time. You can get it one old good old time. One good old time. Ain't no shame in my game. Everybody be running around here trying to act like they wouldn't let them do it. Y'all know the ones that the ones that's been in for a while, they be having that good. That's why that one woman, she broke her man out. She was a prison guard and everything. Y'all know y'all seen that special where she was a prison guard and everything. And I don't know, she started messing with the man while he was behind bars, and she got so whipped. She quit her job, retired, broke him out, and went on the run. I was like, dang. But you know, you say you wouldn't, Barbara. Well, I mean, you know, teach us out. That's good. That's good for you, Barbara. I mean, but if you, I mean, that thugger, they some he had her so gone. I could not. Now it's one thing talking about they can hit it, but good grief, like that bad. You know, they say good girls like bad guys. It's true. You talk about him, Beezy? Zac? Oh, it's been since 2014? Okay. So at his first hearing in 2017, he must have been eating all the potatoes and stuff. Yeah, that's probably the problem, Barb, because you a bad girl. You got to have a little yin and yang. So yeah, you don't need to be out here. That sounds like too much badness. Bad girl and bad boy. That ain't gonna work. That sounds like that's gonna be a whole bunch of trouble. Oh, okay. You in Tennessee? Oh, awesome. That's where Beezy at. She in Tennessee too. She in Tennessee. Yeah. Okay. So. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hope that you know. That's why it's a difference what I'm talking about because you want to fall in love. I'm just saying that he can hit it one time. That's all. Nothing more, nothing less. Look, I ain't trying to fall in love. Love get too messy. I'm just messing around. So you definitely need to fall in love with the personality, right? If we mess around with people for their looks, boy, that's what got half of these people in trouble out here in this world. That's right, Barbara. Barbara says she believes he is innocent and should be free. Yeah, because I think everything else he done served his time for. You know, Jason recanted his story. Which I just don't understand. Like, yeah, I don't know why he told that why he went and did all of that, but whatever. Yeah, I think that he's gonna get a new trial. I think that he's gonna be let go, or if they say that he need a new trial, we may not see a new trial. What we will see is them offer him some type of plea deal, something that's feasible, something that'll get him out. Right? That's what I think. Even if he doesn't get that. So which one of y'all are near, which one of y'all is near Gatlinburg? Because I don't know Tennessee like Tennessee. No, Barbara, I know he may be innocent, but we know I think that he will take, if they came back and offered him a plea deal that he could get out of prison, I think he would take it. You say vacate that conviction? Oh, okay. So you stay near Gatlinburg? How far is Gatlinburg from you? Because I like Gatlinburg and I go up there. I used to go up there all the time. Okay, so you near the gateway to the Smokies. That don't tell me nothing. So you like 30 minutes. The only place that I want to come back there because I need to go to Dollywood. Oh, Oh, okay. I know where okay. I know who I'm coming to stay with when I come down there. Okay, good. Excellent. That's excellent. 30 minutes, we could do that. Cool. Yes. So we get the cabins. The next time I said when I come there, I want to get a cabin with a pool inside because we usually, get all the ones with the games and all that stuff where you don't want to leave the cabin. And I love going down there on the strip. And I need to get to Dollywood because I haven't been to Dollywood yet, the actual amusement park. Now I went to is Dolly World. I know I went to her water park, but I didn't get to go to her amusement park because it was raining. Is Dolly World? I couldn't remember if it was Dollywood or Dolly World. Okay, Dolly World. Oh my goodness, that is such a nice place. You know what else is like that? That I done been to. Gosh, I can't think of the name of it. I know it got Ponderosa there. It's kind of like it, and it's like two other places that I've been to. What's that? By the Ozarks. What is that place? I went to Wisconsin Dells. That's kind of like the Smoky Mountains. It has like the feeling of the Smoky Mountains as far as the activities and stuff. It just don't have the mountains. I went to another one that's right outside of Ozarks because I was like, oh. We down here where they probably film Ozark. But what is the name of it? It's another one. I'll think of it another day. And it's kind of like the Smoky Mountains, but they just don't have the mountains. Like they have that, like the strip with all the little activities and all the go-kart and like, oh my goodness, just to go there and be a kid again. That's what I feel like when I go there. I feel like a kid. We go-kart and we play golf and we go to the little amusement parks and we go down there and go. I like to go to the little escape rooms down there. Oh my goodness, and watch the shows. And they got the Titanic that's upside down, the Upside Down Museum. I think it's called the Upside Down Museum. I don't know. I don't know. I went to so many different things down there. It Ripley's, all the Ripley's that they got down there. I like it down there. It's so peaceful. And to get up and have your coffee and just sit there. All right, cool beans. Have a great one. Have a good evening. We'll see ya sometime this weekend on these YouTube streets somewhere. Have a good one, BZ. Thank you. Oh, Pigeon Forge. There you go. Macro got it. She got it. Yeah, that's part of Gatlinburg. So they kind of like go. And it's so crazy because in Pigeon Forge, then Gatlinburg, you got to go through the tunnel because you can't get in. That's where you got to go get your alcohol at because they don't sell alcohol in the other little places. But it's an awesome, awesome time over there. That's what I could tell you. So we gonna definitely get together Sunday. We will do our pregame for our wash thing because I want to get some more background and information on it. I know that we did do his hearing, and but I do want to kind of refresh us in regards to, and also so I can have some more information on exactly what is going on and why this man is sitting up here talking about he didn't unalive her, but he misled the police and he did something with her body. Like, is he gonna tell them where the body at? I don't know. But I definitely thank you all for hanging out with me after this Thanksgiving meal. Everybody waking up and, going back to sleep, eating and sleeping, right, today. So it was a nice hangout day. And we are going to, of course, we got to take it out with our song, our anthem. You say no sleep there. You must didn't eat a good enough meal, Barb. I know once I eat, I can't do nothing but go to sleep. I can't do nothing but go to sleep. He said, I don't know, but I think he deserves a new trial. And he guilty. He guilty of something. He just not guilty of this. Yeah, so we'll get together Sunday. I'll I'll ask when I talk to Marilda later tonight, I'll see what she want to do tomorrow morning. Or if somebody wants to do something tomorrow morning, I'll get it together and we'll do it. Go team, go. You say you eating right now? You say your second plate, Jason? I know that's right. I don't know how long we gonna have leftovers. Probably for a while. I would say probably by what's tomorrow, Saturday? By Saturday, they'll probably be done. They probably won't eat no more. I'll probably be freezing stuff. Knowing them. They'll be talking about we tired of Thanksgiving food. Like, whatever. All right, guys. Well, I definitely appreciate the mods, the chat, everybody staying and hanging out. We have gotten through the trial. This was very, very perfect on time, especially it took us through this downtime, through trial time, and we're able to get right into our new trial. So that's great. You froze all your food already. What the fuck? What? Oh, you move way too fast for me, bird. Okay, girl. I don't know what to say to that. All right. Okay. Okay.
When Sweet Pea taps in, you know the courtroom lights go bright. Trials running long, but the family's here every night. Mars on patrol, chatter showing out. This little YouTube corner's what community's about. Therapists you know, steady holding down the floor. Behind the scenes magician, keeping peace like never before. A banner king, a rule keeper too. Every channel dreams of a mom like you. Jason walks in and the ladies lose control. Down to earth game with the warmest soul. Film freaks, kindness, man, it's always on display. Fair and sweet and cheering folks along the way. And Marilia from SA keeps the laughter rolling free. Joking, shining, keeping spirits where they need to be. We're family. In the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Pretty brown girl, she'll tell you what's true. Sharp as a gavel, funniest in the room. Dr. Rachel pops in while she's busy running lines. Speaks her mind every time, cuts through like a knife. And Paula brings the energy, jokes flying fast. Helping Sweet Pea backstage, making every stream last. And Zach's trolling, causing chaos just for fun. The resident cheater, but we love him, everyone. Here comes Maddie, handsome, quick with the line. And a comedy sniper with the perfect timing. And Lynn with the updates, always loyal, always tuned. If true crime news drops, he brings it to the room. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. We debate, we laugh, we lift each other higher. This courtroom crew is everything we admire. Yeah, no matter what the case so far, we're forever taking to trial. Take it to trial. Shamrock keeps us trending, replay queen. Holding down the algorithm like a machine. Estes razor sharp, loyal through and through. And yeah, she adores Jason, nothing new. Drunky the bear with the white claw sway, managing volunteers like she runs the whole land. Cynthia brings inside what takes sharp and steady. Donna keeps it real, 911 and always ready till he burns the fat queen. Receipts on tap, Easy's new, but she blends right into the pack. Tennessee, Harlem, Charles supporter with pride. Melly shows up a family for cooking for his dog. A steady carrying presence through the courtroom fog. In Brooklyn in the house, always bringing that spark. Lighting up the chat like a shout in the dark. Barker loves her gram, speaks truth when it's time. Micrograms with metaphors straight up sublime. Barbara biggest supporter, heart kind of vast. Looking for missing kids, hope to truly last. Only fan from Singapore, flag name but sweet. Still shows up with love every time he takes a seat. And even the part-timers keep this place alive. Curvio, Irish Amy, Capri Law, Hellcat, our tribe. Hearts wide open, stories shared, holding space because we care. From every corner of the world we climb to spend these nights together, one trial at a time. We're a family in the chat, side by side through every trial. Sweet Pea leads the way with that fire and that smile. Mods and shadows, yeah, this love is something rare. A courtroom crew with hearts beyond compare. No matter what the case or file, we're forever taken to trial. Sweet Pea in the mouth and the chair we adore. This isn't just a channel, it's a family. And we couldn't ask for more.